What's up, Bears fans?
Bear the hell down. Let's go.
Yo!
Day 2 of the draft from Joe's on Wheat Street. We are happy to be back here tonight. Another marathon show tonight. Got another good crowd with more still pouring in. Welcome into the CHGO Bears Podcast presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook. Download the app. Use promo code CHGO when you sign up. We're back. We're ready to go. Adam Hoge, Mark Carman, Greg Braggs Jr., and Corey Wootton.
Would you like that he threw the junior in there for you, buddy?
Of course.
He juniored you.
Little guy.
Yeah,
It's not a little guy. Was Ken Griffey Jr. a little guy? No, he wasn't. Second Ken Griffey Jr.
Did you just compare yourself? Did you just start night 2 by comparing yourself to Griffey?
And all us juniors are in a club, so
okay.
You know, you're not a part of that club, Ho. Wow.
No.
I like this. I like early angst in the show. I like a good, solid fight up here tonight as we battle through. Bears are about to trade up to 32. I just made that up.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's settle down. Let's not start rumors that have already been all over Twitter all day. But yeah, the Pittsburgh Steelers, first pick here at 32. This pick sounds familiar for some reason. I'm trying to figure out why this pick sounds so familiar.
Can we go down that road for just a second?
Sure, let's do it.
Because it officially has become one of the worst trades you could have made. That is a fair take at this point, right? Everybody in the NFL seemingly wants this pick right now. The Bears could have gotten a first-round draft pick next year.
You know why okay.
I'm just saying the way it played out.
Can I just translate what's been happening today?
All noise?
Every single insider has put out there the Steelers are getting offers for 2. And you know where that's coming from? The Steelers, because not enough people are calling, and they want more people to call.
Yes.
Let
You
me
don't
just
think they're gonna
translate.
trade? You're predicting no trade.
Who said the Bears were doing that?
There was a bunch of rumors that the Bears were looking to
If
move
you
up.
quote Daniel Greenberg right now to me, I will punch you.
I'm not the guy that's going to quote Daniel Greenberg, even though Gary Ross did send me the Greenberg. Yes, Ross sent me Greenberg.
Blame it on Gary.
Gary, blame it on
We got back-to-backs in the house tonight, by the way, and we've got Terrence, who is a Hall of Fame Bears fan, is here. Let's go, Big T.
In the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
And he's got the Bears dunks. He's got the matching Bears dunks, too.
The shoes at that table
Shoe
are
game.
ridiculous. The whole table.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They're killing the shoe game.
That's the best table, without a doubt.
I mean,
We'll get a picture. We got to get a picture and put it up on social. CHGO Bears.
I've enjoyed meeting everyone, but getting a big hug from Ronetta tonight, I mean, that was big
she's
for
the
that was big. That was big.
Shout out to Remy.
I used to talk to her when I played on the Bears. She's been a diehard since day one. So
That's awesome.
Great to see her. We took a picture. What was that? About 10 years ago.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So it's good to see her.
And our guy's coming up all the way from the middle of somewhere, 3 hours traveling. James is here. From
Lafayette,
Lafayette.
Indiana.
Lafayette, Indiana. 3
Boiler
hours.
up.
3
Let's
hours.
go.
commute. 3 hours.
We don't need more boiler.
We just did.
Boiler down.
We do.
No, we appreciate you guys being here.
We really do.
We're off to a
And,
start.
And the family's in the house tonight. We got, we got
My wife.
You got your wife. I mean, we got Braggs' wife. I mean, this is a big night in here. Very, very big night.
So
I'm trying to convince Jenny to get a hotel room tonight. So
Easy there. Easy there, killer.
by the way, Braggs, how are you feeling this morning?
I feel great. No, actually.
No, I meant this morning.
Right,
I asked
when
you about
I
this
had
morning,
to go lay
not now.
brick, so I had to wake up at 6 a.m. And as I was driving to work, I was like, I got this. I'm good. I actually feel really refreshed. And then like 4 courses of brick in, I was like, all right, I'm hungover.
He looked at me last night and he was saying something. I was like, I don't know what he's saying, but he thinks it's
Yeah, Will, save me.
Well, we had a good time last night. We're going to repeat that tonight. Bears, of course, with 3 picks. As of now, if they do trade up, Ryan Poles did talk last night at the press conference about the possibility of moving up. I think the board has fallen, probably how most, as wild as last night was, I still think most of the players that we thought would be there going into night 2, a lot of the guys that we've talked about for a really long time, John Michael Schmitz, Adetomo Adebore, Keeanu Benton, O'Cyrus Torrence, Joe Tippmann, some of those tight ends, BJ Ojulari, the pass rusher, Cody Mauch. I mean, these are guys we've been talking about literally since January that we thought would be in this range, and they're still there. So I'm fascinated to see how The reason why I'm not, and maybe I'll be proven wrong here in 2 seconds, but I don't see the Bears moving up to 32 is because
No way.
I still think they have a cluster of players. If they move up, I think it's because just hypothetically Keeanu Benton comes off the table or Carl Brooks goes higher than we all think, even though we all like him, and he's off the table. And now it's like, oh, wow, there's only one of these true 3 techniques left unless we're taking a flyer in the 4th round on somebody with traits. So that's the scenario I think would maybe push the Bears in a spot where they have to move up. And I don't know that that's going to play out.
I don't think so because, like you said, there's a lot of talent in the 2nd to 3rd round. There's a lot of options there. I wouldn't be shocked if 3 of the picks today are all defensive linemen, right? We really have to solidify that defensive line. There's a lot of needs right there, a lot of positions to fill. So I would not be shocked.
That's absolutely on the board. So is, I think, continuing to pile onto that offensive line. They've talked about, 1, 2, maybe 3. And I mean, last year, of course, they made a ton of O-line picks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a center coming in here, a Joe Tippmann, a John Michael Schmidt, something along those lines. I'm dying for some playmakers, too. Let me get a wide receiver tonight. Please let me see a wide receiver. And that's have to be tonight, by the end of tomorrow.
And speaking of wide receivers, so this pick right now, the Steelers, obviously Chase Claypool, and I know people are upset about the trade for him, but I ultimately think, with DJ Moore being here as the true number 1, it's going to take pressure off Chase Claypool.
Yeah.
Because when he first came here, everyone's like, oh, he can be a number 1, he could be a number 1, and then he's not a number 1. He's more of a 2 or a 3. You got him and Darnell Mooney now as the 2 and the 3. You got DJ Moore as the number 1. So I think Chase Claypool is going to have a really good season. I don't think he's going to have over 1,000 yards, but I think he's going to be really productive when we need him, and I think especially in that red zone because the pressure is going to be off him.
Yeah, I think the goal right now, Braggs, is that if they gave up the 32nd pick, and obviously they didn't know it was going to be the 32nd
That's my point.
pick when they made it. That's just how it all fell. But they knew it was going to be probably a high second, and they gave it up, and now it doesn't look great. He's probably, I'm just going to be honest, probably not going to live up to that. And we could probably accept that. But if they can get him back to what he was with the Steelers, which was never a number 1 there, it was a guy who was a good red zone target and caught touchdowns.
Exactly.
Right.
Which last time I checked is how you score points, which is how you win games.
Yep.
So if they can use him in that role where he's that big body guy who can make tough catches in the end zone when you get in those situations, because as good as DJ Moore is, that's where the attention's going to go.
Exactly.
And so you got to find ways in those tight spaces to get it to bigger players or find a way to get Mooney open. So I still think that there's the scenario where when we're talking about Claypool 6 months from now, it's not as horrible as it seems right now.
Well, that's my point on it all, and that's going to frustrate me because I want Chase Claypool to work out. But if he doesn't, and everyone draws back, said, "Well, you gave up 32." When they made the trade, to Adam's point, they did not know it was going to be the 32nd pick. So to play revisionist history after the fact, I think is a little unfair. Not to mention the fact that...
What did they think it was going to be?
Well, as we've said, we knew it was going to be a high second-round pick, but
right.
the 32nd. And then the other aspect of it is he was getting ahead of the free agent wide receiver market, which was bone dry.
Which we saluted at the time.
And you don't know who's going to fall to you in the second round. The good wide receivers have all been taken. Yeah, they were taken after 20, but the good wide receivers have all been taken. So now you're talking about project wide receivers? I'm sorry. I'm not going to play the revisionist history.
Okay.
Carm hates Claypool.
He really does.
It's not.
Yeah, I mean, look at
it's okay.
Would you take Chase
You look
Claypool?
like you have to go to the bathroom right now.
Would you take... Now, let me ask you this, Carm.
Go
Would
ahead.
you take Chase Claypool out of all the wide receivers that are left on the board? Look at the wide receivers that are still left on the board.
No.
Who would you take over?
Who would you
I
take over
wouldn't-
Chase Claypool left on the board?
Oh, I would a lot.
Who? I want to hear it.
Look,
Okay.
pull up the board.
Yeah,
Let me see the board.
let's go straight to wide receiver
You also
here.
have to factor in his contract situation when you're talking about this. So, no, I wouldn't. But the point, look.
You also didn't know you were getting DJ Moore either.
Listen to me. I believe in Ryan Poles. I believe in what the
better.
Bears are doing. Right, I get it. It's like there's this like attack of Bear fandom. If you say anything negative,
I'm about to unleash Bears Twitter.
I understand it.
It's a weapon.
The fact of the matter is that the logic behind getting Claypool, which I said was sound at the time because it was a thin receiver class and especially free agent class. Like I bought into it at the time, but when you step back from it, you were going to try and lose football games. That's how you went about your business. So you knew that you were going to have a very high second round pick. You did not want to win games. So you're almost like betting against Fields being able to get together with a rookie wide receiver and making it work.
That's not why they did it, though, Carm.
So why did they do it?
Because they knew there wasn't going to be a top-notch wide receiver that they could get in the draft or free agency. They got the only guy they could possibly get that was a true number one by getting the number one overall pick.
Right, but pull up the board. I'm saying, like, wouldn't you rather have...
But none of these...
All these guys
That's a different question.
I would rather have Josh Downs. I would rather have Jalen Hyatt.
But that's fine, but none of those guys are necessarily number one guys.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
And
they went out.
And you're using after the fact that they now have DJ Moore to support your argument. At the time, they did not have DJ Moore.
Listen, I am not sitting here saying that I was that day. It's rare because normally I am Carm.
We were all excited that day.
Hold on. Normally I am Carm Forsythe. Brilliant Carm. That's who I normally am. In this particular scenario, I was not. But I'm just saying, like, can we at least sit here and be fair to the way it has turned out, to what we saw from Chase Claypool, to where this pick fell, to Will Levis falling into the second round. This one was a bad do. That's how it turned out. Period. End of story. It's not a negative on Poles. But when you look back at it too, I'm not in love with the philosophy they did at the time. Your turn, Adam. Thank you.
Look at
the pick is in.
Oh, the pick is in.
The pick is in. Well. All that smoke all day. Guess who didn't have people actually calling?
Okay.
The Steelers are making this pick. I wonder if this is going to be Joey Porter Jr., by the way. Get that Steelers. I mocked them in the first round at 17. They ended up trading around. And is that the pick? I don't know. Okay, we're just ready for it.
He doesn't know. Gary, where you at, man?
Stop me just because the pick
It is. The pick is Joey Porter Jr.
That's a good pick.
Good pick
right
there.
For the Steelers.
First round talent.
Who I think they could have had in the first round. They instead went a different direction, and now they end up with him here.
But, Hoge, can we go back to the Claypool thing, right? I feel like it's really hard to evaluate him off last year, right? He's coming in, he's trying to learn a new offense, right? Then he gets banged up with the knee injury, right? He's trying to be a number one. He's not a number one, right? I see him this year really flourishing. I think in that 800 to 900 yards, 6 to 8 touchdowns in the red zone. Kind of similar to what he did his rookie year. That's what I see for Claypool, especially when the pressure's off him. So if he has that type of year, how do you feel about that trade now, Carm? Do you feel better about that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. A drop better.
My stance is it's still too early to make a conclusion on the trade,
It is.
but I'm also expecting that it's going to be underwhelming compared to what they gave up.
I think he's going to ball out this year. I don't think he's going to go over 1,000, but this is a contract year for him. I saw him in Arizona. He is a freak of nature. He's like 6'5", probably 250 pounds.
He's a big dude, and he had one phenomenal year playing. So it's in there. That's all true.
What about the quarterback situation in Pittsburgh?
Fair.
You know, after that year.
Fair.
Him going through beef with the coaching staff as well. So I think there's a whole lot of things going on right there. But I would be surprised if he didn't have a great season this year.
Okay. All fair. All fair. I'm just saying right now at this moment, the way it looks, that's all I am saying.
The way
that's
it
all
looks.
I'm telling you.
But as Adam said, it's just too early to make a proclamation one way or the other. If
It's just like it's too early to say the Cubs are actually good right now.
That's true. They gotta earn it.
What the thing is that we're doing a show. You have to have like opinions in the moment. Like, so we can't wait till like 3 years to say what's going on.
But it's also fair to say, let's wait and see. You don't have to stand out
let's do
on
a show
every single thing.
Let's do a show every day and say let's wait and see. How will that go?
Chase Claypool, you either do it so you don't think it's a good move.
I'm saying
right now,
I am calling what it looks like in the moment, and right now it doesn't look great. It just doesn't.
He has not played. He played,
He was
4
not-
games last year. He was hurt for 3 weeks of the 7 weeks
learning
he was
a new
here.
offense. So I'm going to take that with a grain of salt. I honestly think he's going to
The
ball out this
litmus
year.
test you're basing your argument off of,
But yeah.
it doesn't hold water. He was hurt for half the time he was here. And then Justin Fields was also hurt.
Do you know how much easier it is as a receiver when you don't have to be
Oh,
a
you're
number
still listening to them? Wow. I didn't. Okay.
when you don't have to be a number one, the pressure is off you? I really think he's going to flourish this year.
I like Woot's take.
Listen, I think Woot has a great take. Bragg just wants to sit here and be like, oh, we'll find out in 5 years.
Well, it's 1 year. If he plays well, like Woot's saying, they're going to re-sign him to a contract. It's a good trade. If he doesn't play well and they don't re-sign him, then it's a bad trade.
Yeah.
It's that
So
simple.
what's your bet right now? What's your bet right now as to how it's going to go this year for Claypool?
I'll
Woot's
tell
making a
you,
bet.
8
Woot
to
is making a
900,
bet.
6 to 8 touchdowns.
I think that's realistic.
And that's a great season for him.
Yeah, I would
That's what you need.
take 6 to 8.
And if DJ Moore goes 12 to 1,400 yards receiving, you love that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Darnell
look,
Mooney as well, if he goes close to it.
right. And by the way, hey, listen, if Woot's right, we will celebrate that to the end of the earth.
This is interesting. We have a
We're
poll.
all rooting for it. Let's go, Chase Claypool. Have a big year.
Lawrence put a poll up on YouTube right now asking our listeners, viewers, what do they want the Bears to do on night 2? Right now, trade up. The option is being trade up, stand pat with 53, 61, and 64, or trade back to add more picks. Trade up, 44% of the vote. Stand pat at 46.
Okay.
I'll just change to 46. It was 45. And then trade back is only 11%. So,
Matt Peck is here. Matt Peck. Let's go.
And he shaved. He's clean shaven as well.
I didn't even know who that was.
Last night was
with all the shaving going on.
last
Might
night
get
was
Peck up
team
here.
trade back. Tonight it's please don't trade up.
I'm pretty much with Brad.
I-
We're in agreement.
See,
we're in agreement. Don't. There we
We're
go.
loving. We're loving again.
Don't. I would not mortgage.
That's why you're getting a room tonight.
I wouldn't mortgage picks myself. By the way, the Duke is here.
I
Great
mean,
to see the Duke.
You
And
got a
condolences
fourth
again.
round. You got a
The
fourth
Duke
rounder
is
next
back.
year that you could
You
potentially
can.
dish out
If
to.
it's that, okay, no big deal. But that's going to get you about 5 spots.
The Duke and I are about to fight. Duke 8811 with his super chat coming in here. We love him as always.
The man.
$49.99.
We love you,
super
Duke.
chat saying maybe it's too early to say the Cubs are good, but it ain't too early to say the White Sox suck. Hoge. Remember when Carm said if I were putting money on it, I'd bet on the Sox having a better season than the Cubs? Awful take.
No, see now you got to go number 54 on me, Duke. That's just rude.
We got our first. We got our first trade. Our first trade here.
Tennessee's moving up. Thank you, Tennessee, for keeping us on football. It was,
Well, and by the way, Adam Hoge did a phenomenal breakdown of Darnell Wright.
Yep.
And I want to get into some Darnell Wright talk here.
yeah, we'll sneak in, and of course, as
We got some time.
do check it out, though. Obviously, right now you're watching this show right now on YouTube, but if you're so inclined, I do have a 10-minute breakdown. And I'm hoping Woot and I will be able to do this. We're trying to figure out the technology to make it work, but hopefully Woot and I will be able to break down some more Darnell Wright or maybe some of these other draft picks, depending on who they are going forward. But there is a 10-minute breakdown for you. Everyone's been talking about the Alabama game, right, and how good he looked against Will Anderson. Will Anderson came out. He was asked, who's the toughest tackle you went up against? And he said, Darnell Wright. And so went through the whole game, pulled out about, a dozen plays or whatever it is, and looked at him. Pretty damn good performance.
Man, he was impressive, and you showed me this breakdown before we got on here. It's unbelievable. His strength, his balance, unbelievable. Savvy vet moves, knocking the hands down, baiting them to throw the hands, then snatching them. Really a savvy vet in Darnell Wright. And then you showed the one play where he had a bad play where he kind of whiffed on the guy, and the next play he drove him on the bench.
So 8-spot trade here, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, we got to jump in here because this is actually a big move. We have the Titans moving up here, and it is for Will Levis, who dropped last night into the second round. So the Titans, we talked a lot about them possibly trading up in the first round to get their quarterback. Look, I'm not necessarily a Will Levis guy, but I think with the getting him here in the early second round, you take your shot. Now they did trade up here; they're giving up some draft value to do so, but it doesn't hurt as much here.
No, it's a good situation for them. I think they didn't overreach for him, and Will Levis, people were talking about potentially was going to be the number 1 overall. So This is good value in here. I think they really like him. He has a cannon of an arm. It's about getting the best out of him, having him be able to read defenses, reading formations, things of that nature. So he's got a little more improving to do, but hopefully they don't rush him into the situation here in Tennessee.
Shout out to Ran Carthon, their general manager of the Tennessee Titans. Thank you very much. I was postulating.
Run Carthon.
Ran Carthon. True. Yes, that's right. I was Googling who the hell is the Tennessee Titans GM. His name is
came from the 49ers.
Ran Carthon.
Bears interviewed him last year.
Could have been Maurice Carthon, the old Giant.
The strong rumor, excellent point. The strong rumor at one point was that they were going to trade up from 11 to 3, and we saw how much that insane trade was last night with the Cardinals being able to trade out. And the Texans paying a ton. So they sat back there, and then there was all the rumors today with the Pittsburgh Steelers in 32. They sat those out too, and now I think made a pretty fair trade to come up and get a quarterback that they absolutely need. That's a good job by Tennessee.
I like it.
Yeah, it's about fit. It's about value, right?
It's value.
I would not have liked this move in the first round. I like it here, even though I'm saying that, and while I also admit I'm not very optimistic that this is going to totally work out. But the quarterback draft is different, and you got to take your shot when you can. Shot after shot after shot. Ryan Tannehill's going in the last year of his deal. None of the money is guaranteed. And then who did they have from last year again? I'm blanking. But they played him a little bit, and they literally never let him.
Malik Willis.
They never let him throw the ball.
Exactly.
He would go into the game,
and
they would be like, run. I'm like, this is the most boring Thursday night game I've ever watched.
Well, that's a huge.
You know who Will Levis reminds me of? Jay Cutler.
Wow.
Reminds me a lot of Jay Cutler. Cannon of an arm. Kind of erratic sometimes with his throws and his decision making, but literally can make every throw. He has all the talent in there. So I see why people are very high on him. But the thing is, he just has a lot of improving to do as far as his accuracy, reading defenses. But Jay Cutler is my comparison to him.
Well, they didn't take the in-state kid, Hooker, from Tennessee, who you probably, Adam, would have taken over Will Levis, right?
I would have.
Excellent question right there.
Yeah, I think I would have, but Hooker's far from a sure thing too. Like I don't want to make it sound like
injury
if
issue.
25 years old, he's coming off the injury.
Sure.
I wouldn't want to play Will Levis probably week 1 either, but
exactly.
We'll see. I have to say, and I've seen the game and the tape a few times now, but as I was doing the breakdown on Darnell Wright, that was that amazing. Take Darnell right out of it. That was that amazing Tennessee-Alabama game from this year, where the final score was, I think, 52-49 in the end. Walk-off field goal. Jalen Hyatt, who we're going to say his name here in a little bit too, I think, he had 5 touchdowns in that game. You know what's weird watching that tape today? I didn't think Hendon Hooker looked that good. Like, he had bomb after bomb after bomb downfield, but there were plenty of times where that was a bad decision, should have been interception, or it was intercepted late in the game. So, he's far from a perfect thing, and at 25 years old, that's why I'm not shocked that he hasn't been drafted yet.
Well, and with Will Levis off the board now, Detroit and Minnesota, our teams can't grab him. And for me, that's where I'm looking, always through an NFC North lens. So now that's one option that's dropped for them to develop at the quarterback position.
And the Lions sitting on the clock, by the way.
And they have drafted Sam LaPorta from Iowa. So Dan Campbell apparently just spent a lot of time with the Hawkeyes, drafting both Jack Campbell and Sam LaPorta at this point. So that's Sam LaPorta, tight end 2.
Tight end Iowa.
Yeah.
That's what it's become.
Hey, I'll say about Sam LaPorta, man, that's one of the worst offenses I've ever seen this year.
They were horrible.
And I think even Nicholas Moriano would admit that.
He definitely
That
would.
dude had no help whatsoever, and he still was out there making plays when didn't matter who you were playing. That defense knew, okay, the one guy we got to stop on the field is Sam LaPorta, and he still put up a good year.
Imagine if he had a surrounding cast. He might have broke into the first round. Honestly, I feel like this year's offense really hurt him. But tight ends at Iowa, man, they're really it's becoming tight end U over there.
Are the Lions? I mean, Sam LaPorta, I think, is a good prospect. Maybe a little high. I don't know. Jack Campbell, a little high. Jahmyr Gibbs, really high, to reach on. So, to me, are the Lions having a little bit of a meltdown here the last few weeks when you include the gambling controversy and now they're reaching for guys? Are they there yet to be reaching on guys in the draft?
Well, I think when someone has someone as their guy and they feel really confident about them, they don't feel like they're reaching for that pick, right? I don't feel like they felt like they were reaching in the first round for their linebacker. I don't feel like they were reaching here because if you're really set on somebody, they feel like he's ready to go. So that's what it comes down to. I bet you Dan Campbell is making majority of his decisions in this draft.
Another trade up here, by the way.
The Raiders coming up.
The Raiders are moving up. And, okay, so we're at 35. I got to double check which pick this was.
It's going to be Hooker here?
And who actually moved
That would
back.
make a whole lot of sense.
That would
That's
make
a great
sense.
call. I like Hendon Hooker, man. I'm a
could
fan.
see this.
I like Hendon Hooker more than Will Levis, but
Me too.
I can still see why they're both available here. I mean, even the guys that went 1 and 2, I had concerns on, and probably wouldn't have taken as high as they went. But we say this every year. The quarterback draft is different than the rest.
Exactly.
And you got to play it that way. So this is the Colts moving back with the Raiders, and of course the Colts already got their quarterback in Anthony Richardson.
How many spots are we talking here? Do you know?
So I could see here
just a few.
Okay.
Hooker or Meyer from Notre Dame.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
Because Darren Waller got traded, so I can see that right there.
And the Raiders are drafting, according to Aaron Wilson on Twitter, they are drafting Notre Dame tight end Michael Mayer.
Woot for the win.
Yeah.
Corey Woot,
Come
ladies
on,
and
man.
gentlemen. Nailed it.
Don't leave him hanging. I got you.
Larry Mayer's, distant cousin.
Let me tell you something about Larry Mayer. I love Larry Mayer. There's no way that
Lunch with Larry.
giant human athletic dude came from Larry Mayer.
Have you seen Larry Mayer's biceps? Call him Billy Biceps.
He doesn't have biceps.
Larry Mayer was on NFL Network
Larry
today.
Legend.
Yeah.
So let's not disrespect Larry. I love Larry.
Larry's the man. Straight legend. That's an excellent job by the Raiders. I can understand why they would be excited to come up and get him because you do not find anybody saying a bad word about Michael Mayer, what he's going to be able to do, both catching the football and blocking. That's that's an exciting selection.
I like the tight end run. Keep the defensive linemen off.
Yeah.
Right there. Let's keep some more defensive linemen available for the Bears. So I like it.
Yeah, and the Bears, by the way, sitting tight here as we creep towards 53. I know it's a long wait here, team, but we're at 36.
Let me ask you a quick question about the Raiders. You surprised they're not attacking quarterback? Because I, for one, am not. You got Josh McDaniels in there. He's got his boys in there from New England with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brian Hoyer. Let's not forget is the backup who had been in New England forever after he left the Bears. So that doesn't surprise me. He's got his guys and they're going to add to this and try to make this work for Jimmy Garoppolo.
But at the same time, people knock Jimmy Garoppolo here and there, but he wins games. You know. So it's not pretty at times, but when you want to have a quarterback, you want to have a quarterback that limits his turnovers.
He's one throw away from having a Super Bowl ring, if we're being honest.
He is. So people are really critical on him, but I think Josh McDaniel feels comfortable with him in that scheme to really run it. He's like, I don't need his replacement there right now. So that's what that organization is feeling about Jimmy Garoppolo right now.
So Michael Mayer.
They paid Jimmy big, too. Like, if you're going to do it, then for whatever reason, you need to believe that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to stay healthy, which is not his history, but you went in and did it, so I get it.
Right now, I just want to point out who's at the top of our Bears 100. And as it stands right now with some of these picks coming off, but it really hasn't budged that much other than Joey Porter Jr. was our top guy available from last night. And obviously for probably a lot of teams, which is why he was the first pick tonight with the Steelers. But number 21 on our board. So we have 4 players that still have we designated as either first round or second round. So there's still 4 players that we feel like had some first round value. John Michael Schmitz, the center from Minnesota. Keeanu Benton, the defensive tackle from Wisconsin. Adetomoa Adebawore, defensive tackle from Northwestern. So obviously our Big Ten bias showing here strong. Now we go to the SEC at 24. Brian Branch, the safety from Alabama, was a very good player and still on the board. Now we get into our second round guys, which actually I know Woot likes this guy. O'Cyrus Torrence is still on the board too. Yeah. And I don't think you can fault the Bears if they dress anything on the interior line.
Exactly. I kind of get the feeling that they are weary of Tevin Jenkins about his injury history. And
I think so too.
Especially because Poles didn't draft him as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did look at Torrance here with an option or another interior lineman here.
I love Tevin. I'm a huge Tevin Jenkins fan. I think he's just an interesting cat in that locker room. And when he's healthy, the physicality just jumps off the board at you. However, I don't think that the Bears are all in on Tevin's personality.
Not at all. Yeah. Especially with that back injury. I think teams start to get a little weary, especially if he's not your guy. If Poles drafted him, I think he would really love him. But at this point, it's not his guy. He's had some back issues, and especially a big fella, 315 to 320, with some disc issues, that becomes to wear on you with all that pressure and weight.
And that's why I'd be shocked if they do not address, either guard or center at some point, probably even tonight, but definitely in the draft. I'd be shocked because you always have to think ahead, right? As general manager, you got to be looking at that depth chart, and right now none of us would be shocked if, unfortunately, and it's not Tevin's fault. Yeah. We all like Tevin Jenkins, but if that back flares up at any time, okay, now he's down. Now your options are Cody White here. He's got to move back from center now to guard. Yep. Or you're putting Lucas Patrick there, who didn't look good there. Yep. And now Lucas Patrick is at center, which you might still have some optimism about, but, he wasn't on the field that much last year too. So you're really only two possible injuries that you have to prepare for with those players we just talked about from needing another guy. Because then who is that guy? And I think that guy comes some point tonight. By the way, Steve Avila off the board here to the Rams. That is the pick here to the Rams, and that was one of the guys coming up on our board, although we did have him farther down on our CHGO 100.
I have him in my top 5 for sure from TCU. He's a road grader on there. He's nasty. I really liked him in there. They're going to have a good one in him.
That's no surprise that he went at 36. He was talked about by a lot of people. There's plenty of people out there that like Steve Avila. And
we had him at 34, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
So wait a minute. Right in the ballpark.
Wait a minute. There is Green Bay Packer fans that just walked into the building here. Boo! What are you doing? What is going on here?
I respect you.
Green Bay sucks.
Hey.
Green Bay sucks.
He wants a hug,
Green
Braggs.
Bay sucks. Green Bay sucks. Green Bay sucks.
You know what we need? We need some type of wager. We need some type of wager where Braggs loses, he has to give that guy a hug. Because he wanted a hug. He was asking for a hug.
Right now. Go out
Bring
there
it
right
in here.
I'm seriously. Go out there right now.
I mean,
Bring it in here. You can have a good time. I know you're scouting us.
Come on up.
You're scouting us because you're scared. You're scared.
Yes.
You don't have Aaron Rodgers anymore. Bring it in here. Come on in. Hey, you're going to be okay. You lost your quarterback. No more Hall of Famer for you. It's all right. Oh,
thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
Hey, we appreciate you being here.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Enjoy yourself.
You're the man. You're the man. You're the man.
We're going to keep a close eye on you two.
You're not
the thing
wrong.
about it is Green Bay, they've had their quarterback situation. Favre, Rodgers. Now they're going to be in the dumps for a while.
Party's over.
Now they're going to be in the dumps for a while. I can't wait.
Jordan Love about to get a lot of hate.
Yeah, Jordan Love. I don't think they're going to love him very much. I'll tell you what. I don't think so at all. Green Bay's reign is over.
That's another team. Wouldn't surprise me. Draft a quarterback by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Take a swing on somebody. So
well, it'll be interesting, by the way, as who does finally make the Hendon Hooker spin here at some point.
Yep.
That's the one dude left. And I'm not kidding, by the way, on my sleeper video. I really, really do hope the Bears draft a quarterback late, and I like the guy out of East Carolina, Holton Ahlers. I like him a lot.
Yeah, but didn't he retweet you yesterday and then not retweet you, and now you're out on him?
He did retweet my video. I said, do you need a hype man? It was a phenomenal video done by yours truly. Get in my bed thinking of Holton Ahlers.
2 hoodies.
Yeah, what was up with the 2 hoodies?
He probably unretweeted because of the 2
chill
hoodies.
out of the 2 hoodies.
He was wearing 2 hoodies.
So what? It was cold. Do
you have heat where you live?
Cold? He's
Yes,
wearing 2 hoodies.
I don't know why I was wearing 2 hoodies. I was comfortable. They're both soft. They're both beautiful. They're both adorable.
He was cranky yesterday.
I don't know.
Especially after that Jalen Carter pick. You should just see him. He was checked out. He was
did.
checked out.
He did.
When they traded
I had a hard
with
time.
the Eagles and Jalen Carter,
That 4th round pick next year killed me. That was a killer.
That was it. That was you. You were already looking ahead.
4th rounder next year.
and here's my guy, Derek Hall, to the Seahawks.
I liked him.
I liked him a lot.
Good
He
fit.
he was one of my
Good fit
favorites,
for
man.
Seattle too.
Yeah. I thought he could potentially have went in the first round. Really explosive, strengths there, motor. I really like this tape.
Yeah, Derek Hall, almost 6'3", 254, the edge rusher from Auburn. This was my guy. This was my preemie guy.
Yep.
He was born, if you guys don't know this, we talked about it on the show the other day, Derek Hall was born 4 months premature. And the doctors were literally like, what do you want to do here? I mean, we can end this. He's not going to have a good quality of life. And now he's in the NFL, a 2nd-round pick.
It's an awesome story.
It's
Sacking
absolutely incredible.
quarterbacks. Look at the dude's arms. Shredded like a Caesar salad. Come
And
on.
they're long. He's got
Yeah.
34.5-inch arms.
Premature. Get out of here. He said, yeah,
How long
right.
are your arms?
36 and a half.
That's ridiculous.
Come on, man.
How did this guy not go to the 4th round? How many teams screwed that up?
And actually, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question.
Can we talk about that real quick?
No, go ahead, please.
So I was expected to go the second day, right? 2nd or 3rd round. And all of a sudden, my agent had told me, he's like, okay, a bunch of teams took you off for a neck injury. My freshman year, I got a stinger. Never had any issues since my freshman year in college. I didn't even know it was a thing. He said about 10 teams that took me off their board because of the neck injury. So that's why I ended up falling to the 4th round, because I probably, 2nd to 3rd round. So on draft day, you never know, sometimes an injury creeps
crazy.
up and one team doesn't like it. And the Bears, they kind of knew my history, so that's why they ended up drafting me, and that wasn't an issue with them.
Good for them. Jerry Angelo.
Did you
Right?
Bad for Favre.
Did you? Who called you?
Bad for Favre.
Lovey called.
Lovey calls you.
Lovey.
So you answer the phone.
Yep.
Hello.
He's like, Corey, this is Lovey Smith. We just want to let you know we drafted you with the 109th pick in the draft. Excited to have you as a Bear. I was like, oh, man, I got to stay in the same city, too, from Northwestern to the Bears. And me and Lovey's son lived across each other from the hall, Matt. Still talk to him to this day. So we used to play FIFA. I used to whoop him in FIFA. He used to whoop me. But, yeah, it's a good dude. So I went to Lovey's son's wedding our senior year of college. So that's the first time I met Lovey before my senior season. So
Lovey had inside info on you.
He did.
I see Ryan Pace. He's in the draft room in Atlanta right now. Yeah, the Falcons just moved.
Ryan Pace.
Oh,
trading
shocker!
up?
Ryan Pace traded up.
What?
Yeah.
I would have never guessed.
Hendon Hooker right here.
That's awesome.
Trading up for a quarterback, Ryan Pace.
We got a super chat here.
I don't know about that.
We got a super chat here, $49.99 from our guy Mark out there in England, watching just outside of York, capital of Romans and Vikings, and Easingwold, in my brick by brick hoodie. See, we can get the brick by bricks anywhere. Waiting for the future to unfold. Have a Goose Island. I'm going to correct that to 312.
We'll do it right now. We'll do that right now. And Mark, just so you know, Holton Ahlers comes from a family that has Viking heritage, and they took down the Roman Empire. That's why we want him out of East Carolina.
See, that's why. I'm sorry. I want the Vikings to draft. I want the Vikings to draft him because of that.
That'll be a cool story there. I don't think Hendon Hooker's going to Atlanta, but we're about to find out. Pick is in. They've got Desmond Ridder.
So the Colts now have traded back twice, by the way, here tonight already, because this was the pick the Colts had after moving back to 38 with the Raiders, and they're moving back to I believe 44. The pick here is actually a guy I liked if they had not drafted a tackle last night. This is Matt Bergeron.
Yeah, I like
it. From Syracuse, going to Atlanta here. I think honestly, the way I wrote him up is he's just a solid football player.
Around. He can do it all. Run blocking, good pass protection, has really good technique. So this is a really good value for him in the second round. A lot of people thought he could potentially go in the first round as well.
Yeah, team captain, good character. Syracuse isn't necessarily a football factory, but they got a good one here. I want to say, is he from Canada? Is this, when you start breaking down all these guys, you start they start to all mix together a little bit. Let me pull up our draft board here. This is why we have it.
I seem to remember that, but I'm also I got to look at it.
Maybe it wasn't him, but
hold on, I got you right here. Matthew Bergeron out of Victoriaville, Quebec.
That's what it was,
correct.
and I think he speaks French.
Oh.
One of 4 children, a native of Canada. Thank you to Dan Brugler for this. Born in Montreal, raised in Victoriaville by his mother, Annie. His first language is French, and he learned English over time. Grew up playing hockey. Imagine that in Quebec. There you go, Matthew Bergeron.
Hockey guys getting drafted.
Exactly.
Lucas Van Ness is a hockey guy, too.
Tough guys.
Green Bay's very own Lucas Van Ness.
What do you think about the Van Ness pick? You think that was a little bit of a reach?
Yeah, I'm still
trying to figure out in their scheme how he fits.
Yeah, I don't like
what are you
it.
going to say, gain 15 pounds and now you're going to be a 5 technique? Because he's 270 at this point. So what are you going to stand him up? I just kind of don't know what they're going to do with him. And he's a project. Like, to be drafted that high really doesn't have the pass rush tools. You look at him, he's strictly a bull rush guy.
Yep.
And his motor is there, but he really has to develop his hands if he's going to be anything in this league. Derek Hall, in my opinion, is a better prospect than Van Ness, and look where he went.
And probably would have been a better fit in that defense, too.
100%. Stand up off the edge right there, and really.
Or Nolan Smith, who is. I mean, if they had drafted Nolan Smith, my attitude on that would have been completely different. I've been, oh, crap, Nolan Smith is in the NFC North.
And where does he go? To the Eagles.
And, of course, he goes to the Eagles.
They keep stacking people.
Did you see that tweet today? I should find it. I will. But essentially, they turned the Carson Wentz trade into, like, the most ridiculous haul ever. I'll pull it up while you guys fill some time here.
Yeah, and a shocker, our guy Nick Moriano, who's covering the team at Hallis Hall, is in our chat saying, "I like Lucas Van Ness, Iowa grad." We know Nick.
We know Nick, and you stick with it, Nick. We actually, if you weren't watching at the time last night, we had you possibly leaving CHGO to go to our new startup, which is GBHO, and become a Green Bay fan because you're a Nicholas Moriano.
GBHO.
I just made that up. I don't know what the hell I just said, but
it would be Wisconsin, so it'd be WSCO.
WSCO, there you go. Or Spano's probably working on that right now.
Yeah, probably. That's the next. It's definitely Green Bay. All right, this is from our guy Zach Berman from The Athletic, who does a great job covering the Eagles. So the Eagles traded Carson Wentz to Indianapolis in a deal that included the number 16 pick in 2022. Remember that was that conditional pick that ended up being a first rounder? They then traded that pick to New Orleans in a deal that included a first-round pick swap and a 2023 first-round pick.
Okay.
So the pick they had last night where they got you-know-who. So the pick swap turned into A.J. Brown. The 2023 first-rounder turned into Jalen Carter. So they basically turned Carson Wentz into A.J. Brown and Jalen Carter.
They're playing chess, not checkers. Right?
That's ridiculous.
Literally, that's nauseating.
But
Congratulations.
The way they built that team has been remarkable, right? Great offensive line, great defensive line. You add the 2 weapons in Smith and Brown, right? Unbelievable what it's been able to do for Jalen Hurts. Take the pressure off him. Brown was the knight in shining armor, and I'm hoping DJ Moore will be that same thing. We got right.
Yep.
So the offensive line is solidified at this point. So I think Justin Fields is really going to flourish, especially with Wright being there to protect him. Hopefully Braxton Jones got stronger. That's my one question mark for this offseason. Did he get stronger? When you guys saw him, did he seem stronger? Could I have bull rushed him?
Listen, he came in, he hung out. He absolutely is stronger, Woot.
He is, okay.
He's ready to go. He's going to have the Bears are making a big bet on him. I'm with you, Ryan Poles. Let's go.
Okay.
Braxton Jones is going next level this year. We're doing this. And by the way, we're creeping closer here. And the Poles' press conference was very interesting on whether or not the Bears would be willing to move up. And he certainly didn't take it off the table at all. And he said they're going to do basically a mathematical evaluation of the likelihood of the guys that they like still being there when it gets close. So I would not rule out at some point here as we creep towards 53 that the Bears would trade up. He also said they might trade down too. So, maybe at some point they get the guy they want at 53, and then maybe they move off 61 or 64. I think that's on the table as well.
Maybe use that fourth rounder that we got yesterday.
Yeah. Will was talking about that earlier. I completely agree. You've got that in your pocket right now.
We got a wide receiver coming off the board. A team that needs one after trading DJ Moore to the Chicago Bears. The Carolina Panthers have selected Jonathan Mingo from Ole Miss.
Playmaker. He can make plays.
We had Mingo farther down the board, but he was on our top 100. Let's see if I can.
Mingo was at
Ole Miss.
No, I'm just looking at our board. Where do we have Jonathan Mingo, Hoge? Do we take him off the board? We had him at wide receiver 13.
Oh, so he wasn't even in our Bears 100.
Yeah.
I think that's the first player not in our Bears 100 to get drafted. There it is. You knew it was going to happen eventually.
Exactly.
There's going to be more of them tonight. Teams' boards at this point are all mixed up.
Just never know who somebody falls in love with through this process.
In front of Mingo, we have Marvin Mims, Tank Dell, Cedric Tillman, Jayden Reed, Josh Downs, Tyler Scott, Jalen Hyatt, Rashee Rice. I'm really hoping that Josh Downs is there at some point for the Bears in one of their 3 picks. I like that guy a ton.
Yeah, he
is a competitor, man. And he's a producer.
By the way,
I don't think they're skeptical they'll draft a wide receiver.
No, we did have Mingo. Mingo was 79 in our Bears 100. Lies, Carm.
Yeah, but
you said it.
Wait a minute.
I said he was 13 on a receiver board.
Was he ahead of Claypool? That's my question.
There it is. Fire away.
You know who Jonathan Mingo reminds me of? Allen Robinson.
I like that. I like that comment.
He's got similar size, and
not a burner.
He's not a burner. He's more long speed. He's got to build it up. But he's obviously Allen Robinson was a pretty solid route runner right at the line of scrimmage. That first step, his releases were pretty good, despite not having that twitchiness overall. But this guy is almost a 40-inch vertical. In a draft that doesn't have a lot of guys with great size, he's one of the bigger wide receivers in this draft. Tons of one-handed catches on his film. Again, though, one of those guys that pops up and you look at the numbers, and I don't like to base a lot of things on numbers, but when wide receivers have more drops than touchdowns in their college career, it's a red flag for
He's
me.
kind of like a boomer bust. You see him, and he'd make these incredible plays, and then he'd have these drops, but playmaking ability was off the charts with him. So I like this pick for him.
I'm worried for you, Woot, because I'm seeing through the chat rumor mill that we might be losing one of your guys.
Foskey.
We'll see.
Okay.
I do break some news, but I got to be careful with the chat.
I like Foskey, right? But there's a couple other guys, right? Keion White, Byron Young from Tennessee. I like those guys as well. So Benton's still there. He's still available. Adibare still there. So we got options.
Okay.
Yeah, the Saints are on the clock right now at number 40. Of course, with only 5 minutes on each of these picks. These are moving quickly, and the pick is in. It is Isaiah Foskey, the edge rusher from Notre Dame.
Always trust the chat rumor mill.
I really like this guy, man. He reminds me a lot of Justin Tuck.
Ooh. he broke Justin Tuck's record.
Exactly.
His sack record.
Yeah, but similar size, plays the game the same way, really physical, leader out there. I would have loved for him to be on the Bears because I think he would have been a day one starter there.
Yeah, look, the production, 25 games over the last 2 years. He had 24.5 tackles for loss and 22 sacks.
Exactly.
I mean, you're basically you're doubling, essentially doubling the amount of games you played in with that type of production. That's going to go pretty well. 7 career forced fumbles. This is one of the reasons why we put a Bears little Bears emoji on our board on him because he seemed to fit the Hitch principle, the way he plays with that relentlessness. He's got the character, team captain, sort of all the above. I thought that this was a player who could definitely be in play for the Bears tonight.
He also super versatile. The guy did a lot of different. He did it a lot of different ways at Notre Dame, which I mean.
Justin Tuck 2.0, man. I would have loved to have him, man.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of other options right here, right?
Would you have traded up to get him there, Woot?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I still got 3 or 4 more guys that I really like.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have traded yet. So.
Okay.
Well, I want to talk about those guys. We're getting closer and closer to the Bears pick. The crowd here inside Joe's has grown. We appreciate everybody being here. Good crowd tonight on night 2 of the draft, and 3 Bears picks, unless there's some trades, still on the table. Also want to make sure you know about our friends at Fubo TV with 140-plus live channels of sports, shows, movies, and news. You can stream live TV from any device. Watch the most Chicago sports for the lowest price. Start watching immediately with a 7-day free trial. There's no contract. There's no cable. There's no hassle. Just sign up and start watching. 1,000 hours of cloud DVR is included at no extra charge. Some of the competitors, they charge you for that. No, now Fubo, they got it included. You can watch your local teams while you're traveling, which is huge. Of course, the NFL draft's going on. You want to watch us tonight, but tomorrow, turn on Fubo TV during the day. Watch it all day as we're going to do on Fubo. NFL draft. You got the NHL draft coming up. Playoffs in both the NHL and the NBA. And the Cubs and White Sox available with both marquee and NBC Sports Chicago with Fubo TV. Watch the link in the description to sign up for 15% off your first month of Fubo Pro.
I'd like to say that there is a possibility that let me see the entire rundown over there for the ad situation there. There, Adam. Yeah. Okay, never mind. There will not be Roman tonight, but there will be down the line.
He wanted to read
He wanted
Roman.
I love Roman, but you know what I really also like. I love. I'm a loving guy. Everybody up here is all about love, and so if you are shopping for an engagement ring, you all know it can be intimidating, but there is an awful lot to know in those situations to find the quote-unquote perfect engagement ring. This is why you should visit James & Sons Fine Jewelers. James & Sons Fine Jewelers. By the way, BJ Ojulari. You want to announce that, Hoge, as I'm talking here?
He's gone to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
There we go. We could have gotten through the read first.
We could have gotten through the read, but maybe BJ is looking for an engagement ring and he wants to hear this. So it's
sometimes,
putting him out in the ether. James & Son is one of the largest family-owned independent jewelers in Chicagoland. They've been in business since 1964. The Sunderland family members, they're working in the stores every single day. They're very professional, no pressure. Stop in, you can have a beer, tasty beverage, and just relax and enjoy your engagement ring shopping experience. It is an outstanding time. So, by the way, massive selection, stunning engagement rings from Tacori, Fana, Hearts on Fire. James & Sons also carries both natural and lab-grown diamonds. You can compare them side by side, see if you can tell the difference. I definitely could not. Maybe you can, but you certainly can compare them. And they offer the James & Son no BS warranty, all kinds of perks at no extra charge on everything, on every engagement ring. 4 locations, Lincoln Park, Naperville, Orland Park, Cherville, Indiana. You can go online, too, and check everything out, jamesandsons.com. And, you want to elevate your engagement ring shopping experience and find the perfect ring at an incredible value at James & Sons Fine Jewelers. Visit James & Sons to get started today. By the way, James & Sons is asking, will the Bears find a gem during this 2023 NFL draft? You could say that they found one last night in Darnell Wright. I think that's a yes.
You could say that.
How did you get another cocktail?
I don't know. I didn't even order one.
Oh, they're just
What's
coming.
a cocktail?
I'll take it.
Cockies are coming.
Oh, my God.
Here we go. No, number two, second cocky. Let's go.
Oh, my God. Oh, get your boy.
Get your boy.
This happens at least twice a show.
Hey, this is Woot. People were expecting me to have a couple of cockies tonight, and it is Friday, and that's what we're doing. So you can, just get on board or not get on board, but I recommend you get on board.
Who says cockies?
I do.
He's the only person in the world.
The only one.
That's not true.
But
yes,
hey,
it is.
As Carm
So
said
not true.
during his read,
Yep.
yes, there was a pick. It's BJ Ojulari, and guess who's on the clock now? Who?
I don't know. Somebody with a microphone tell us.
It's The fucking Packers.
Oh, okay.
First F-bomb of the night.
That was disrespectful.
Hey, Green
Green
Bay.
Bay's on the clock.
Hey, Green Bay guy, you're on the clock. Look sharp.
Maybe they didn't get a quarterback that's not Aaron Rodgers.
Let's get the
This was the pick they got for Aaron Rodgers. Do they use it on a quarterback? Hendon Hooker still available.
That's super interesting if they do.
I'm just saying.
I think it makes sense for them. I don't think they'll do it, but I think it makes sense.
Right, because, Jordan Love is at the end of his contract. He has to prove it before they re-sign him, right? So drafting a quarterback is a little bit of an insurance policy to that.
I mean, a lot of people thought they were going to go wide receiver in the first round. They didn't. They went with Van Ness. Do they go and get one here?
I think we have the pick.
Okay.
According to Connor Hughes, who's been tweeting all these out, good for him. Luke Musgrave, the tight end
There we
from
go.
Oregon State, is now a Packer.
Okay.
Loves it.
Packer fan in the
He
house
loves
is
it.
happy with it. And
Sounds like
Terrence is giving the nod.
bust to me.
Thinks it's an okay selection for Green Bay.
Sounds like a
Who's
bust.
gonna throw to him? I don't know.
Luke Bustgrave.
I think Lucas Van Ness. Lucas Van Ness. The Packers are only drafting Lukes the entire draft.
Yeah.
Just Lukes.
Van Ness can't throw the ball. He's too swole, man.
How does that make you feel? They wouldn't get Aaron Rodgers help in the draft ever, but they get Jordan Love help.
The fun
Aaron
part-
Rodgers doesn't need help.
That's true. That's true.
You know what the fun part about this with our headset is? I have no idea what he's saying. We just can't hear.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
I know.
So, Luke Musgrave off the board.
We're moving, man. We are
Another tight end.
11 away. I'm getting nervous / excited.
Just don't take too many defensive ends. That's all I'm hoping.
So let's go through that.
Yeah.
Let's go D ends available here.
Keion White.
Okay.
I like him from Georgia Tech. I like Byron Young. I like Zach Harrison from Ohio State. A lot of length. 6'6", about 275, 280.
Okay.
The guy from USC. I don't want to butcher his name.
Tuli Puloto.
Yeah.
Nailed it. What about my guy Yaya?
Yeah.
A little bit of a project for me. I like Isaiah McGuire from Mizzou.
Okay.
Over him.
Okay. Well, Isaiah McGuire is going to be there. I would
I think
assume.
he could potentially even be there in the fourth round.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I got to be honest, with the edge rushers we've seen come off here with BJ Ojulari, Derek Hall, I would look interior D-line or interior offensive line here. I like those players more. Guys, we still have first round grades on with John Michael Schmidt, Keeanu Benton, Adetomoa. They're all still there.
yeah,
They're all still there.
that could be an option right there.
A lot of guys in our top 50, really our top 30 are still there.
But I think if Keion White's there, in my opinion, he's head and shoulders over these rest of the defensive ends. You got to pull the
Keeanu
trigger.
Benton?
No, on Keion White.
Oh, I'm sorry. Keeon White.
From Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
If he's available right here, you got to pull the trigger. You got to get edge rusher that's talented.
And we had him right at number 50, Keion White.
So how hard, would you say it would be for an edge rusher of that level to step in with the Bears the way their defensive line is constructed right now and be successful?
I think he'd be pretty successful.
Okay.
I think it comes down, obviously he's not going to be double digits in his first year, but I think, 6 sacks. I think that could be a pretty good season for him. I don't expect any of these guys available now to really light it up and go double digits, but I think 6 sacks is a good number for a guy like Keion White in his first year.
In building, okay, I got it. Fair enough. I wonder if they'll look.
So also too,
centers are available here too right now.
I
Tippmann,
think
Schmitz are still
these next 2 picks has got to be D-line. It's got to be.
Yes, because here's the thing. We've had 10 picks so far in the second round. 3 of them have been tight ends. 3 of them have been edge rushers. 6 out of the 10 picks have been just those 2 positions. So we've only seen 1 corner come off the board, 1 interior offensive lineman, 1 tackle, and 1 wide receiver.
Here you got to go D end and D tackle in these next 2 picks.
Yep.
You're leaving me? I got you.
Don't worry. It's
Too many khakis.
I was going to say. I like how you whispered to Braggs, who was wearing a microphone.
He said, Braggs.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Braggs, I've had too many khakis.
Go to the bathroom. You said that right into his mic.
Yeah.
But I've never heard that in the history of anything.
Oh,
People
no.
say
Yeah.
some brouhaha, some brewskis.
Our guy Will DeWitt
Big Willie
coming
style.
on stage. Let's go.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Finally.
And Tippmann goes to the Jets right now.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, he's coming off the board.
Yeah.
Yes. I just heard that from good old Gary Ross as I was stepping up.
So our two centers on our board are gone.
Well,
We have JMS still, right?
yeah, John Michael Schmidt's still there.
Oh, he's still there. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
I thought he was gone. I was like, ooh.
yeah, no, he's still there. So Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin, who I think I had him first among the.
Of course you did.
No, did I though? Yeah, I did. I think I did. It's hard to remember. But yeah, Joe Tippmann coming off from Wisconsin. Big ass center.
He is.
6'6". I
You
mean,
don't
that's
see too many centers like that.
That's a tall center at 6'6", but he's very athletic.
You know what happened at Wisconsin? They got their 6'7" and 6'8" tackles, and they said, you know what, man, you're too short. We got to kick you inside. even their guards are 6'6".
Yeah.
Wisconsin, they have the biggest offensive linemen, even back when I played, when Joe Thomas and company. Literally, there were guards 6'6", 6'5", 6'7". It was unbelievable. As a freshman, when I was this skinny kid, 6'5", 6'6", about 225, going against these guys, I'm like, oh, man, these dudes are big.
Yeah, no, Joe Tippmann, 2-year starter the last 2 years, just moves extremely well for being that big, can pull, and I think it would have been a good fit for the Bears scheme. And he, quite frankly, as much as I like John Michael Schmitz, Tippmann is a better athlete,
He is.
like, slightly better athlete, and so that, at that size he could play guard too.
Just look at him pulling, though.
Yep.
The fluidity with his hips, his ability to bend. You don't see too many 6'6" guys like that, especially playing inside. Usually the guys inside are the ones that can't move as well. The tackles are the more athletic ones. So that's unbelievable to see him play the center position and have him pull around the edge, beating the running back to the edge. It's impressive.
Pretty good run with interior old linemen too that the Badgers have had. So there's some pedigree there.
So, Will,
Yes,
you
sir.
know, the way the draft is unfolded now, Bears, 10 picks away? Mm-hmm. How do you see this laid out so far? How you feeling?
I'm a little disappointed by that run we just saw in edge defenders. That
know.
really kind of, took a little wind out of my sails. But outside of that, which was a big need
Which
for
is
the
big.
Bears, I think they're in okay shape here as they continue to move forward. But like you said, 10 more picks, so it's really hard to gauge exactly where things are going to go. But there's some decent interior linemen, defensive and offensive. Go ahead.
I will say we are entering the range where I think it becomes a little bit more acceptable to move up if you're going to do it.
Yep.
And because we have seen these edge rushers come off, and, granted, who knows what the Bears board actually looks like, but what we're going off of, there's a pretty big you scroll down positionally here, there's Keion White at edge, and then you got to go down before you get to start getting into some of these other guys we talked about with Tooley and Zach Harrison and Yaya. They're down there in the 70s. So
I
if
like
that,
Byron Young, too, from Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it depending on what the Bears board looks like, any one of those guys, I guess, could theoretically be here. But if it looks the same, where it's like, there's only one guy left, that's where you start to wonder. You got to trade up.
I think if Benton is still there, I think the Bears pulled the trigger on him.
That'd be great.
Because if I have to pick between him and Adebayo, I'm going to have to say Benton. I think he's a little bit more polished. He really flashed in the Senior Bowl. I love what I saw from him pass rush-wise. I think he's a little bit more polished. However, I think the upside is a little bit more for Adebayo.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going to be if it comes down to those two guys, kind of like how we had last night with
Can't go wrong.
with three guys who we were all talking about for months,
Yeah.
just sitting there, and then the Bears went with Darnell Wright. That'll be an interesting conversation. The Colts back on the clock, by the way, at 44 and making a pick here. They've had certainly an active night, moving around, moving back, and they're finally going to make their pick here at 44. And it is Julius Brents from Kansas State.
Tall
6'3",
corner.
198. Carm's guy. See, Carm gets up, and they draft a Kansas State guy. It figures.
That's what this league is becoming, a lot of taller corners.
Yeah.
That's what they like, the guys with length. The receivers are starting to become taller. This guy really flashed this year. Saw a bunch of his games, made some plays out there. Really good defender.
So he was at Iowa for 3 years before transferring to Kansas State, and then things kind of took off for him. But I still think the ball. I still think the ball skills are a little bit below average for as athletic as he is.
Oh yeah.
So, all right. Good for the Colts.
Shout out to Dominic watching from Brooklyn. He threw us $10, and then our guy Mark Gauthier saying, "Get AA from Northwestern."
I wouldn't mind him by any
Let's
means.
go. And now who's on the clock again? It's the Packers.
Ooh. By the way, when that Tippmann pick was on, they're showing like graded offensive linemen and their athleticism. Gabe Carimi was on that list. That one stuck out to me. I did not expect to see Gabe Carimi's name on the TV today.
So Gabe Carimi was for being a great athlete?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's what they put on that's what they put on the board.
Listen, this is no disrespect to him by any means, but looking at Gabe Carimi, I didn't get the vibe that he was like the best athlete. He's very technically sound in college, really good with his technique, really strong, but athletic score, from going against him, just really good at his technique, really strong hands. But yeah, as an athlete.
So let's talk about him. I wasn't expecting us to go here, but
Neither did I.
But I think it's interesting because you, of course, practiced against him and
Played against him.
Yeah, you were playing against him. To me, he gets a bad rap because people forget how bad that knee injury was that he suffered.
It's terrible.
And like that's a career ender.
Tore his MCL off the bone.
And I, remembering back to then, seem to remember him being the best offensive lineman going into that season. He was immediate starter at right tackle. And then in week 2, I think it was when he got hurt. He gets thrown in the bust category, and I sometimes don't think that's fair when it's an injury-related thing that led to that. I think he would have. Do you think he would have been a pretty solid starter?
I think he would have played probably for 12 to 14 years, honestly.
Wow.
Because honestly, going against him, like the athleticism didn't jump out, but his technique was unbelievable. Really savvy guy, but the knee injury really derailed him.
Did the Lions just trade with the Packers?
They did. So the Lions traded pick 48 and 159 to move up 3 spots to 45.
So the Lions have shown no reluctance in 2 years now to make trades within the division. Last year they made first round deal with the Vikings.
They got Benton, I think.
And now, boy, they're just cleaning up on the Big Ten now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whew.
Thanks, Gary.
Gary
Clutch.
coming into the clutch.
Yep. Let's see here.
We need Gary on the staff over
Gary's
here.
over here. Gary's here. Gary is here.
Yeah, it is. It is Brian Branch, the
good.
safety from Alabama.
Good.
So they've drafted 2 Iowa guys and 2 Bama guys.
Interesting.
Did they scout any other schools?
Nope. Nick Saban, baby.
They put all the eggs in 2 baskets.
Okay. I secretly don't hate what they did last night, but I'm going to keep that to myself. Yeah. I mean, I think they could have done better, but I think they got 2. I think they've got 4 good football players.
Exactly.
4 guys. I don't know that any of them are going to be all pros, but I think that they got 4 guys that are going to be pretty solid contributors and not bust out of the league.
Exactly. I think a lot of people, get all hyped up about, he reached for this. But if they feel like he's going to be a day 1 starter and he's really going to contribute and fit well in this scheme, he fits for there. That's why you always see guys that were maybe a 2nd or 3rd round that go in the 1st round because somebody has more value. They're like, in this scheme, he will really flourish.
Exactly. I see from Albert Breer the tweet about it. Rare in-division trade. He must not pay attention to the Lions in the draft all too much.
Yeah. I mean, his defense, it doesn't happen a lot, but the Lions have definitely shown a willingness to do this. Okay. Thanks, Carm.
Pizza delivery.
Did he get you another cocky?
I don't know.
I can't believe he says that.
He
just
says
pizza.
He
Just
says
pizza.
a lot of crazy.
Oh, no. Did he go?
Nope. I see who it is.
Okay. Is it Keion White?
It's Keion White.
Oh, man. I really like
going
this
to
guy.
the Patriots.
So the Patriots are getting Keion White.
Him and Matthew Slater in there.
This is where things start to move, where Twitter gets ahead like 3 picks.
Exactly.
And it always happens right around this time. So Keion White, I wasn't a huge fan. I would have been fine, but I wasn't a huge fan. We had him at number 50, and big player. He was at the Senior Bowl. I know that Nick really liked. Did you like him too? Will?
No, he was on our list, but like again, I think where he's at kind of shows you where we were in terms of like all the other edge rushers that were above him.
Yeah. I just didn't know. Well, look, Will, you know way more than me about this, but I was a little skeptical that he was going to be a fit in the Bears defense.
I thought he'd be a really good left end for the Bears.
Okay.
I didn't think the right side, but I think on the left end he would be a really good fit. He has the length, he has the strength. Really liked him. Obviously needed to improve a little bit in his pass rush technique, but unbelievable strength.
How's the pizza?
Really good. Okay. Excuse me.
Joe's dishing out pizza here as we're sitting here. As long as it's good, that's all that matters. So we are starting to get ahead here. With
Cody Del Mendo just went crazy, but it was over the Cubs game. So Cody's got to chill.
Yeah, this isn't a Cubs broadcast.
Well,
he has his couple TVs to look at.
And then the Sox aren't losing, so there you go, Adam.
This is progress. They have more than 0 runs.
They aren't losing.
More than 0 is good.
I love hearing Cody talk about the Cubs, man. He gets so hyped up, so animated.
I can't. Well, I shouldn't say that. There was definitely a time in my life where I literally lived the same exact way about the White Sox. It was an unhealthy lifestyle.
Exactly.
And
Stressed out.
And I literally suffered a collapsed lung over it in 2005.
What?
Because I had a cyst on my lung I didn't know about, and the stress made it pop.
Yep.
Wow.
Same way about the Bears now.
Scary.
That's a story and a half right there, Adam. Damn.
And Wisconsin was playing Michigan that night, and the doctor said, "Don't go to the game." I said, "Okay," and I went to the game. I'm not gonna miss that game.
Can't hold him down.
Chad Henne's playing quarterback for Michigan against John Stocco. You can't miss that matchup.
John Stocco.
Yeah.
That was my freshman year,
There
man.
you go.
John Stocco. Number 7, yep.
Here's a look at our best available here as the Bears pick is inching closer and closer. We still like John Michael Schmitz atop the board. Keeanu Benton, who is a Woots guy at this point.
Yep.
Adetomo Adebawore. Look, with that top 3, I'm pretty happy here with how things are falling. I think the Bears, if they trade up, still a possibility, but there's still plenty of good talent here, which is why I don't think that type of move has happened so far. O'Cyrus Torrence was next on there as well.
Do you think they could pull the trigger on John Michael Schmitz with this? How do you think they feel about Whitehair? You know, like, you think he's a 1 year and then reevaluate, or you think they're open?
I think they're open. I think they're open to options. First of all, I think they like Whitehair in the room.
Yep.
You know, he's a captain. He's an important player, but also I think you got to wonder about where he's at in his career and keep the door open to options. But they're not in any kind of cap situation where you have to make a move and get rid of him.
Exactly.
Too. So I would keep him around just for that leadership. And certainly I think anybody you're drafting here still has to win the job. I mean, we're talking about a second-round pick. But John Michael Schmitz does get extra points in my book for showing up to that White Sox Twins game a couple weeks ago in a White Sox jersey.
There we go.
So, you know, he was in Minnesota.
That's
He didn't care.
scary judgment there. You got to question
He's a
his
South
judgment.
Sider. Homewood Flossmoor. He's representing.
There we go.
And he's probably a Bears fan.
And it was before the losing streak, too. So,
Oh, sure. But what I'm saying is he had no fear.
Exactly.
He was walking right in there in Minnesota
All right.
where he went to
I like
school.
the
Well,
angle.
Minnesota people are nice. If he would have done that in Philly, then I'd have some respect for him. People in Minnesota,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, you betcha. You're a Sox fan. Yeah, you betcha.
I've been to a lot of games up there with my family
Nice.
that lives up there, and I don't think one person's ever talked smack to me.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Just for wearing a White
No.
Sox. Oh, actually, one time in a parking lot, there was a situation.
I went to Philly for an Eagles game one time, and that
Good
was
luck.
before the Randall Cobb infamous catch the week before, and the Bears lost 51-10 or something.
Was that 2013?
Yeah.
That was my last year.
Bears,
that we got whooped.
the Bears you guys had 2 chances to make the
Yeah,
playoffs.
and we didn't.
And then against the Packers last week, I thought that was Jay Cutler's best
Yeah,
game ever as
exactly.
a Bear. I thought he balled out.
That was
but
a good one. In that game, so my sister lived in Philly. She goes to the game. I tell her, I said, don't wear my jersey. I said, they're going to mess with you. Don't do it. Just wear neutral colors. Let's do it. So she just wore a neutral shirt. I was like, thank God. Because I didn't want her to mess with. They're Philly fans.
Oh, we get
Yeah.
oof.
They're the worst.
No, that is not an understatement.
No.
I know that for certain. Real quick, go ahead. I
Yeah,
just want to.
no, you got it.
Yeah, so like we have this brand new shirt that came out yesterday, the Bear Down shirt from CHGO. I mean,
Love
just
it.
look at that design. It's so awesome. I love the Bear Down font that we used. And I know I've already placed my order here for my shirt because I need some new CHGO gear.
100%. It's a great design. I mean, the design group here for
Top
All
notch.
City is just amazing, and they knocked it out of the park once again.
They designed those arms like Braggs over
You know
here.
what's up, Woot? Brick by brick.
Man,
Come on now.
I had those arms that size in
Woot,
7th grade, bro.
Woot,
Come on.
Woot. I laid me and 2 old timers last
Okay.
4 weeks. We laid 40,000 bricks. So
You did?
You can come on. Hey, you can come on the line and lay some bricks.
Oh,
and
laying
get-
bricks, bro. I lift weights. I lift weights. All right. I don't lift these little bricks and just go like this and this. I lift weights.
All right,
big fella.
All right.
Outta
We'll
here.
see. We'll see. I'll let you out there sometime. We'll see what's up. But my guy Chubbs is in the chat. He's claiming he's been putting a few super chats, but they haven't been showing up. So I just wanted to give him some love because
Yes.
he has been in our chats for our shows for all the offseason. He's obsessive about defensive line. He's going to be irate if the Bears do not draft defensive line. And you said it. They could draft 3 defensive linemen with all 3 picks.
I wouldn't be upset with that at all. That's the need right now. You look at all the positions on the roster. Defensive line, you need 3 positions at this point. So tonight, I think they have to address at least 2 of those positions. I would honestly be upset if they didn't at this point.
Although the edge run, to me, again, you don't want to reach for that need.
Exactly.
That is a big calculation that you're going to have to make. I do see that the Packers traded their next pick, so they traded again here. So they traded pick 48, swap with the Bucks, who go down. So they get pick 50 and 179 in order to drop down 2 spots.
Nice.
So that's back to back. Well, not back. Yeah.
I mean, for Green Bay being on the clock, right?
Yeah. That's right. So yeah, two trade backs here for Green Bay at this point. So that's now the Bucks. The Bucks pick. Do we have the Commanders pick yet?
Yeah, they took Jartavius Martin. He's not even in my. I don't even have a player card for him, so that just happened. I don't know who Jartavius Martin is.
Do we even have him on our board?
I literally don't know who that is.
We don't have him on our board.
Congrats to Washington. It took 47 picks.
He's.
It was bound to happen at
Yeah,
some
so
point.
it
Like the Raiders.
Look, I don't claim to be one of these guys that.
He went to Maryland.
He was high on my board.
Jartavius Martin.
Look, unless you're like Dane Brugler, who literally does this year
course he
round,
was, yeah.
scouting all these guys, it is impossible to know everybody. That's why we narrowed it down to a Bears 100. I knew this was going to happen at some point.
I had him 45th on my board.
Yeah, you did. Okay, where do you go to college?
He's an Illinois guy. He's a cornerback.
Lawrence just told you.
Thank you.
Corner from Illinois. I don't know what's going on here.
I thought you said Maryland.
I saw a picture of a guy from Maryland, but now I'm seeing pictures of him in
I am
Illinois.
I don't
so
think this is a real
confused.
human.
I don't know. Transfer.
You made this
Who
guy
knows?
up.
Whatever. I don't care.
It's
Jartavius
Quan Martin. That's why. It's Quan Martin. Yes, Quan Martin is on our board.
Okay.
I do see Quan.
Quan Martin is a very
From
good
Illinois.
player.
There you
yeah,
go.
Quan Martin's a very good player. Sorry, you guys totally threw me off with his name I'd never heard of. It is Quan Martin. Yes, he's Illinois' very good player. And I honestly did not know that, that other name that was fake. Probably not fake. Probably his given name.
It's his birth name.
Yes,
Yeah.
But,
That is not a fake name.
but fake in my head because I didn't. But I think he's probably a nickel.
Yep.
Probably a nickel at the next level. But I like him a lot. He was on our board, Quan
Yes,
Martin.
he was number 84 on our board.
Hey, rightfully so. Illinois' defense was nasty last year.
They were
They
legit.
were really good, man.
But can we talk about the Bears D-line right now? I'm just looking at the personnel that they have, right? So DeMarcus Walker right now looks like he's slated to be the left end in base situations, maybe kick down inside on pass rush situations. Right now is maybe Rasheem Green, maybe be the right, like just on the roster they have right now, maybe be the right end. Justin
crazy.
Jones, potentially be the nose. I thought he'd be a good fit for this Tampa too. But after that, honestly, we need some help at that position. So these next couple picks got to go on the defensive line.
One of my guys coming off the board here to the Bucs,
Who's that?
Cody Mauch
Okay.
from North Dakota State is going
I like
to
him a lot.
Tampa Bay.
He's athletic. He's nasty.
Yeah.
I really like this tape a lot.
Probably move him inside. I think he could theoretically play center, guard, or in a pinch play tackle, which is
Yeah.
where he played it.
6'5", too, right?
We've shown this before, but the progression of him from when he got to North Dakota State. Have you seen that meme where he is an undersized tight end but athletic as all hell, and then he puts on like 80 pounds and doesn't lose any athleticism? That's insane.
Remarkable.
And turns into an outstanding left tackle. And I have a soft spot for that program. I think what they do there, I think they coach extremely well. I think they develop these kids really, really well. Of course, they win football games at the FCS level. They've done a tremendous job at North Dakota State. And it's one of the reasons why I'm optimistic about Northwestern's defense, because they hired their new DC from North Dakota State. They just coach well there.
Do you ever see the highlights of the fan atmosphere in that stadium? Unbelievable.
Yeah,
that place is rocking.
Well, it's an indoor stadium, which is a good idea there in North Dakota. You okay?
No, I'm sad.
Uh-oh.
So the Steelers are taking Keeanu Benton with their pick. So that's another gut punch.
Man, that hurts.
I hate this.
That hurts.
I hate
that's coming from
hate
Albert
when
Breer.
all the players we want don't fall to our spot. Like, this is what happened last night. This is my thing. I have an issue with the draft.
Benton was ready to go day one.
Yeah, and it's funny when certain teams draft certain guys, it like validates it, right? The Steelers take him, you're like, yeah, he's gonna be pretty damn good. That's right.
Yep.
Because he's going to
Steel
Steelers,
curtain.
and they know what they're doing. Keeanu Benton, our guy from Wisconsin, the Badger, is off the board. So now we're starting to see it. Cody Mauch, Keeanu Benton, two guys that I had that golden football on.
Benton really hurts.
Does this get?
Yeah.
He does, because especially this year, watching his tape the past couple years, this year he really improved in his pass rush, right?
Yes, he did.
Now the sack numbers weren't necessarily there, but the pressures, him up the middle, at the Senior Bowl, he really flashed on his jab-o-lay move, what I always say Tommy Harris did. He gets you up the field, clubs across, arm over. It was unbelievable to see that. He flashed the quickness. I really thought he'd be a great fit in this Tampa 2 scheme. Really salty about this one.
Yeah, me too.
Does this get Ryan Poles antsy at all to move up? I mean, we're getting closer to 53. It won't take that much equity to move up a spot or two.
Yeah.
You know?
Think about it. You need an edge rusher at this point, right? We could potentially get a guy like Carl Brooks, potentially in the 3rd round or 4th round. But the edge rushers are really starting to get slim at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I could definitely be proven wrong, but I don't think if you were to trade up right here, you'd have to give up one of these other 2 picks tonight. I think it could be.
Shouldn't, no.
Yeah,
No.
I think we're talking 5th rounder, future pick
That
next
4th
year,
rounder.
maybe a 4th rounder. That 4th rounder they got last night from the Eagles next year.
Yep.
You know, we're only talking about a few spots in the 2nd, and that's why we're in that range where I think it's totally justified. If you need to go get your guy, you're not giving up a ton. And I imagine they're working the phones. A trade up to the 30s would have shocked me tonight. This is the range where I think it's totally possible.
But at the same time, if they traded up for Derek Hall, the Bears, that is, I would have been okay with that. Because in my opinion, he had 1st-round talent. So I could have justified trading up for them.
If you trade up, like if they would have done it and they had a 1st-round grade in a guy and you got yourself 2 1st-round picks and you entered this draft with 1 1st-round pick and then nothing until late in number 2, that's a
I'm
win.
fine with that.
That's a win in my book.
Right, if you traded the 4th rounder this year and the 4th rounder next year, I would have been okay with that.
Yeah, me too.
And that's fine. But how many times do we hear that from so many teams? I mean, when the Bears took Tevin Jenkins, like, we had a 1st-round grade on him, so we took 2 1st-round picks. Like, I mean, they're in the 2nd round. You know, you can say what your evaluation is, but at the end of the day,
we're about to lose another one, aren't we?
Are we?
Who?
Oh, you want me to do this? Yeah, so the Packers are taking Michigan State wide receiver Jayden Reed here with pick number 50.
Okay.
So they draft
What's the defensive line?
yeah.
No, but
Are
this
we
is
really
one of my
losing?
favorite wide receivers in the draft.
Yeah, the gold
I know
football.
Nick,
on him.
I know
I
Nick
like
liked him a lot.
But as far as what we need right now.
Will, you know this. You're looking at the board. We've had back-to-back golden football players here. The golden football guys are my guys.
The golden ballers are falling off the board left and right.
And this one goes to the Packers with Jayden Reed, who dealt with some injuries, dealt with a terrible football team last year too that he was dealing with, but looked really, really good when he got back on the field at the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
And I thought he was really underrated, so he goes to Green Bay now.
And they have what, Christian Watson, and then was it Dobbs as well from last
Yeah,
year?
yep.
So that's a really
They're
young
starting
wide
to-
receiver room
And
for
now
Jordan
a
Love.
tight end.
If Watson can work on his
Yes.
hands, He will be a dynamic playmaker. His speed is unbelievable.
Yeah,
he was open a bunch of times last year. Rodgers got so mad at him a bunch of times because he had so many drops.
But he started to fix it. He started to make a lot of progress, and so if he keeps that up, he's going to be dangerous.
It's hard to catch from Aaron Rodgers, man. He throws rockets. It's a different level of velocity coming at you.
Yeah, Jordan Love, maybe a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Just
a little love on the ball.
They're putting the pieces around him. I mean, you got to hope that as a Bears fan, you got to hope it doesn't work out for Jordan Love.
Look at Carm working the crowd. Look at him.
Love it. Did we talk about this yesterday, or did I miss it today, that the NFL.com is using bricks for all their draft graphics?
Uh-oh.
Everybody's stealing the bricks.
Brick by brick.
NFL Game Time. I mean, it's bricks everywhere you look in the NFL graphics.
It's brick mania.
It's literally, you have started a...
We got all the brick by brick hoodies. I'm humble.
First it was the bricks, then it was the graphics, our podcast studio. It's okay. It's flattery.
We're doing it up.
Yeah. It means we're doing things right here.
Like I always say, Woot,
Yep.
they can copy your last moves, but they can't copy your next move.
Ooh. My man Braggs, he might even get a hotel room tonight, he said. He down with the crown, baby.
You should have quit while you were ahead.
Yeah.
You had it.
I like singing.
His wife is just shaking her head right now like,
She's like, no, we're going home.
I got to go home with this guy.
We're going home.
We're going to Indiana tonight.
She's eating a salad or something. I don't know.
Well, getting close for the Bears, guys. Getting close.
Yeah, we are
knocking on the
Steelers
door.
are now on the clock, and their pick is in at 49.
We're past that.
Oh, yeah,
Adam.
we did that one already. I'm sorry.
Dolphins
I'm looking at the wrong
51.
screen. Yeah, the Steelers took Benton.
Yep, Steelers took Benton. Green Bay took Reed, and now we're sitting here at 51 with the Dolphins, at least as what's my computer showing, but we'll see exactly where we're at. But I'm excited here, guys.
Couple more picks.
Picks.
So Dolphins at 51, Seahawks at 52, as Will said, and then the Bears sitting there at 53. No trade up yet. I wonder still, what would be the temperature in this room right now if they trade back?
I'd be a little upset, honestly.
Apathy.
You need 3 defensive line positions. You got to address 2 tonight. You have to. You have to.
Well, and this is where it gets super interesting because we have seen a couple of those interior D linemen come off. I mean, Adetomo Adebawore is still sitting there. With Benton off the board, would you be okay with that pick?
I would be okay with that, but I think you got to get an end first. Ends are really hard to find. So I wouldn't mind getting an end first and then him if he's still available at that point. Because I think you can get Carl Brooks, who I really love, maybe 3rd or 4th round as well.
And again, John Michael Schmidt's still available, the center from Minnesota. O'Cyrus Torrence. That one's kind of shocking. O'Cyrus was getting some love in the first round from some people, and he's still sitting there.
I'm surprised Avila went before him from TCU.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought he was more talented than him. But you never know. Some guys evaluate and place an emphasis on different things. But he's still a talented guy, and I think that he is a first-round talent. Just depends on what a team needs.
What if I pulled a huge curveball and told you the pick was Darnell Washington? What would your reaction be?
Why?
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't love it, honestly.
No, we got 2 tight ends already.
Yeah. He's a one-of-one player, though. I mean, he is really unique.
And with the 3rd pick they have, 64, not here. They need to address the meat and potatoes here. If you want to get Justin Fields another weapon, tight end or wide receiver, after you've addressed center and interior defensive line, I can roll with that. There's still more picks to come, but no, I don't want to see tight end here at 43.
No,
we have a pick here for the Dolphins.
All right.
And it is a cornerback from South Carolina, but not the one that we had rated higher. It is Cam Smith.
Oh.
And our guy was Darius Rush.
Okay.
On our board, who would be the top corner available. Another guy had it as a Bears fit, hits guy. So he's also an option. That pick would not shock me. In fact, that was the prediction I had to make when Johns put me on the spot this morning on Hogan Johns. I said Darius Rush is going to be a Bear by the end of the night.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see.
Ooh.
We are close.
That
It's
puts
exciting.
So with the Dolphins taking Cam Smith, the Seahawks are on the clock at 52.
We're getting there. I know we're talking about like
One pick to
have
go.
to go defensive line, and I get it. I just want to caution everybody about not sticking true to your board and not going best player available here, regardless of position. And I know, just like last night's pick, it may not be a sexy person in terms of like who the Bears are selecting, but at the end of the day, in order to build championship football teams, got to bring in those best players when you have the opportunity to bring them in.
Definitely.
And just to recap, our top available players right now as the Bears pick approaches just one away. John Michael Schmitz, Adetomo Adebawore, O'Cyrus Torrence, Darnell Washington is up there. That's why I brought his name up. Now, I will admit, we have not updated this since last night. I probably would move DeJuan Jones down now since they made the pick last night for Darnell Wright.
Yep.
And those adjustments do happen. That's why they get back in the room at the end of every night and move some things around. You've addressed the position. You can make that. So Darius Rush would then be number 5 on this current list as we update it for tonight.
Well, and go ahead.
No, next pick is going to be a defensive lineman. I put my money on that one. Next pick, it's got to be Adebawore. Got to be a defensive end. It's got to be one of those positions.
Out of who's available, like I can look at our list. So you have Thule, Zach Harrison, Yaya is available. Like Isaiah.
I think I like Thule the best out of all of them.
Okay.
Him or Byron Young at this point. Byron Young.
What's that, Joey?
Oh, but yeah, I like Byron Young a lot. He's got a lot. He's got great get off. He's got great burst. Uses his hands really well. He's got great strength. A little bit undersized when it comes to the height. He's about 6'2", but Thule 6'3", a little bit more length. I think he had 13 and a half sacks last year.
Word on the street.
We're on the clock.
We're on the clock.
Let's go.
Seattle took a running back.
All right.
That's the word on the street.
Charbonnet.
Yes.
All right.
Running back Zach Charbonnet going to the Seahawks at 52.
Let's go.
And the Bears are officially on the clock. They did not trade up. Will they trade down? Is the question now.
I think right here is going to be AA right here. AA. I think so.
Look, they were at the Pro Day.
A lot
of people were focused on Peter Skoronski, rightly so. But I think the Bears were very interested in Adetomo at the same time. I believe they met with him there. And you're talking about a kid who really, if you're going for that 3 technique.
Yeah. I think he'll flourish in this scheme, honestly. I love him as a 3 technique. I don't like him as both. I like him as purely a 3 technique in this Tampa 2 scheme. He really flourished in that Senior Bowl. I mean, he was arguably the hottest player on the Senior Bowl over there. You look at him, and people say, well, he's a little bit undersized. I mean, he was shocking and locking some of these guards. Mauch, absolutely destroying him. I mean, everyone he went against he flashed. He played well in the 11-on-11. His true fit is a 3 technique, and I think the Bears need to pull the trigger right here.
And the big thing about him, too, that Matt Eberflus would love is the fact that he was leading that Northwestern Wildcats team in forced fumbles, putting that football on the turf and giving that team chances of takeaways. That's a big proponent that the Bears have to continue to work on in this defense. So just an extra element of his game that he does bring to the table.
And you talk about the ceiling for him. I mean, he hasn't even scratched the surface of what he can be as a 3 technique. Because he's never played that full time, so
looks
really
like we got our.
Looks like we got it.
Looks like we got our guy. The chat rumor mill is burning.
I see.
Since this is the Bears pick, I'm trying to wait for confirmation, guys.
I've been John's just tweeting it. Is that enough for you?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not
Finley.
I don't. Yeah, here it is. All right, guys, the Bears pick is in at number 53, and they do get their 3 technique. Gervon Dexter.
Woot is not happy.
They pass on a second straight night. The disrespect to Northwestern is real here. No Peter Skoronski, no Adetomo Adebawore. It is Gervon Dexter, big, athletic, durable, lack of protection, little concerning, especially because he's played a lot of snaps. I'd like to point out, Will, you're right. This is as quiet as this room has been since this show started. My goodness. But this is somebody who's still developing. I'll tell you my favorite little nugget, though, on Gervon Dexter. Yeah. You'll appreciate this as a defensive lineman. He has 2 interceptions.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you take that.
I had 5 in college, man. drop back into the flat. But as a D tackle, that's pretty impressive there. So I think the upside is here. But in my opinion, in this Tampa 2, I would have liked AA right here. I think he would have been a little bit better of a fit. I'm not unhappy because it is a 3 technique, but it's not the 3 technique that I wanted.
Right.
Yeah. So I think he'll be a solid player, but I would have liked AA right here because I think he's really going to flourish as a 3 technique in the NFL.
Woo, while Adam's pulling up the scouting report here in the Beast, I know you know a lot about all these guys. What about Dexter do you think could have had him ranked higher than Tommy? Because obviously you had your preference, but what stands out? Like, what could the Bears have saw there?
So AA is a little bit shorter, 6'2", 6'3", Dexter 6'6". Length has been a big theme for polls, right? You look at Darnell Wright, that's why they passed on Peter Skoronski. I don't even think he was on their board to draft. So I think length is the biggest thing that polls is looking at. So I think he's looking at the defensive end, defensive tackles. He wants guys that are 6'5" and above.
You know, I just think it's, for the average fan, it's not a recognizable name. All the names we've been talking about, that's why you kind of felt the air come out the room for a minute, because we're talking about these guys, and the guys we're talking about isn't the one they say.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, for me personally, you know, Ryan Poles is the one doing these evaluations. I thought he did a good job in the draft last year, so you get your 3 technique. You got an offensive lineman last year, or in the first round yesterday. Let's roll with it and see what they do here with the next 2 picks.
By the way, if you're trying to figure out Greg Braggs Jr., okay, if he likes something, he will tell you he likes it. If he doesn't, if he hates it, he'll be like, I trust Ryan Poles. That's the code.
I think it's okay, though.
Well, how am I to say that I hate the pick? When I didn't watch Gervon. How can I say that I hated the pick when I didn't watch Gervon Dexter play?
How could you say you like it?
Well, if I like it, that means I watched him play.
But
okay.
You know?
You look
Speak on what you know.
You look at him, and at times he really flashes, but sometimes I question his motor.
Yep.
I question his arsenal as far as pass rush. I honestly thought AA would be the really good fit here. And I wouldn't be opposed to if they would have went defensive end here and then later look to AA with that later pick, or Carl Brooks potentially. I just question the motor of Dexter right here.
All right, well, let me give you the
I was going to say, if you want me to quote what Dane Brugler said about him.
No, I got it for you right here. I mean, I gave you our scouting report. I mean, he's big, athletic, durable player. He's played a lot of football. A little disappointing on the production for me is the only thing. I mean, we're talking about he's been a 2-year starter, total of 4.5 sacks. But if they think he can...
His size is incredible. I mean, 6'6", 312.
It's a big
It's really quick.
Here's what Dane Brugler has in the Beast on Gervon Dexter. 5-star recruit out of high school. Dexter was the number 3 defensive tackle in the 2020 recruiting class. 1 spot ahead of Jalen Carter.
Oh.
And by the way, I should point out that Brugler also has Dexter ahead of Adetomo Adebawore and Keeanu Benton, by the way.
Well, because that's the thing, Woot. I mean, you said it yesterday that you felt like AA didn't really have he's a tweener.
He is.
And this guy is more of a true 3 technique, right?
But when it comes down to the Tampa 2 scheme, I thought he's a perfect fit for the 3 technique. But a traditional 4-3, I felt like he probably would have played end and kicked inside, kind of like what they're going to do with Walker on the left side.
And what I keep seeing here, too, is he does have that quick burst to get that penetration, which, again, does help.
By the way, I want to point out the pick is being officially announced right now by
the GOAT,
Devin Hester.
Mark Carman's favorite returner, not Cordell Patterson.
The greatest of all time.
Go.
The absolute GOAT in Devin Hester is in Kansas City, and he did just announce it.
And Devin Hester just did the Gator Chomp. Coming from a Miami Hurricane.
I have a feeling Alex Brown likes Gervon Dexter. Just going on a limb there. A little bit more on Gervon Dexter. Highly recruited in basketball. Received offers from national powers like Syracuse and Virginia in basketball before his sophomore year. Despite not playing high school football until his junior year, recruitment took off quickly. Received offers before he even took the field. Midway through his junior year, Dexter had scholarship offers from Alabama, Florida, Georgia, 24 others. Growing up a Gators fan, he committed to Florida, became the first consensus 5-star recruit under former head coach Dan Mullen 2 months before he enrolled in Gainesville. His father passed away at 50 after a bacterial infection spread to his heart, which required a valve to be replaced, and also led to brain surgery to address an aneurysm. That's very sad. 2 years later, Gervon welcomed his infant son, Gervon Dexter Jr. Dexter elected to skip his senior season and enter the draft. Strengths on Gervon Dexter: he looks the part, filling out his enormous frame and wingspan, athletic for his size with basketball feet and body control. These are things right away you know Ryan Poles loves. Uses his flexibility to slither into gaps or flatten down the line. Flashes a violent arm over rip move to clear the center. Able to uproot blockers when he attacks upward with leverage and drives his feet. Strong, balanced base versus the run. Extends his long arms to stand up and dispose blockers, making stops in the hole. Holds up well versus double teams and keeps his shoulders square to the line. He reads the backfield well, using different peak techniques. Once he engages blockers, he plays with urgency in the run game. Took on more of a leadership role in 2022 and is described as a, quote, unifying presence behind the scenes by his coaches. Durable and played in all 38 games the last 3 seasons. Those are the strengths on Gervon Dexter.
Yeah, I mean, the athleticism is there, the size is there. That's what it seems like Poles is trying to go for, the length. That's the biggest thing right there. But when I look at his tape, he's really good against the run, but I don't see that burst off the ball, man. That's why I'm not sold on him, right? When I look at AA, his burst off the ball, even at Northwestern when he played end, when he played 3 technique, he got off the football. And I think his natural fit would have been great in this Tampa 2 scheme. I think Dexter probably could have been a 3-4 end, potentially. I think that's probably where he would have been fit. He could play a base 4-3 as well. Who knows? It could pan out. He has the athleticism. Maybe if he really gets off the football, maybe this will work out. But to me, I'm not in love with the pick.
But let me ask you this. When you talk about his size, his 6'6", 313 pounds, is he the type of interior defensive lineman that's just going to take on blockers to let these 3 linebackers run loose? You know, like I always go back to the days of Ted Washington and Keith Traylor and letting Brian Urlacher go out and feast. We just bring in Tremaine Edmonds. We bring in, a linebacking core that looks dangerous. Now you've got this big dude in the middle sucking up the blockers. Now the linebackers can run free.
So you said that sucking up the blockers and Hoge. In this scheme, Tampa 2 is not sucking up blockers by any means. It's penetration. And that's the biggest thing. Okay. So if he can learn
unless
how
they're
to
making him the 1 technique, but I don't think that's what this is.
I think he's going to be a 3 technique because he's running a 4-8. Okay. But when I look at it, he's catching blocks and he has the strength to be able to fend them off. But for me, I needed a guy like Benton. I needed a guy like AA, Kalijah Cansey, who I love, that got off the football. And in this scheme right here, it's not a different scheme, not a base scheme. It's a Tampa 2 where penetration kills everything.
Yeah, I just saw some interesting nuggets here. So I guess throughout this draft process, NFL Network was talking about it too, and Dexter mentioned that he gets compared a lot to Chris Jones out of Kansas City. And I guess he was
That's interesting because that was my comp for Benton.
That is interesting. And I guess Dexter was recruited by the same coaching staff that Chris Jones was recruited at Mississippi State. And Dexter played the same role in the same defense in college. And Jones fell to the Chiefs in round 2. So there's just a lot of different similarities here. Not saying he is going to be a Chris Jones player for the Bears, but that's what Ryan Poles is hoping to accomplish.
That would be nice
here.
if he could be Chris Jones.
Yes, it would be.
All right, we have a trade. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bears are back on the clock here.
Are they going to get the defensive end here?
It might. I mean, or their center, John Michael
JMS
Smith, is still there.
Yeah,
so the Bears are on the clock. And was this with Jacksonville? Yeah, okay. So they're moving up here with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm trying to see. So they're moving up 4 picks here. I'm trying to look at the teams that they passed: the Giants, the Cowboys, the Bills, the Bengals. A lot of good football teams here. And they're jumping up to 56, so we'll have to see what the pick is here. But the Bears are on the clock after trading up. As soon as we get the details what they gave up.
It sounds like 61 and 135.
Oh, they did have to give up 61 here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, 61, but not 64. Yeah.
So that's
I'm
true.
sorry.
That's true.
Yeah, so 61 to move up, so they're not having to give up 64. So they still have that 3rd pick tonight. Good. I almost had a heart attack.
Geez, collapsed lung, heart attack.
I know.
You're falling apart, Adam.
We don't need to hear you talk.
There it is. I just want you to know that I desperately missed you, and
I was wondering if you were coming back.
I brought you pizza. I brought Woot pizza.
Yeah,
The seat
I've taken one bite of it. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, it
This
was
is
really
the
good.
warmest chair I've ever sat back down into. The Greg Braggs is bringing the heat.
The bricklayer special.
Gervon Dexter. Okay. Trust in polls. Let's go. This is an interesting move trading up here, and he definitely let on that they might do this. So here we are.
Yeah, and so it's 105. So they're 135.
So I'm curious.
Yeah. I think that's the Eagles. I think that's the 4th round pick from the Eagles.
Okay.
Right?
That was next year's 4th, wasn't it?
But they have this year's first. They have this
that's
year's
right.
4th
They
rounder from
also-
the Eagles because of
that's
Robert
true.
Quinn.
That's right.
Thank you, Robert Quinn, very much.
Another defensive lineman here.
Yeah. Richard.
You think so?
I think so.
Richard here wants thumbs up or thumbs down. $5 super chat. I don't know how to feel about the pick. Scheme fit goes over my head. My Tampa 2. It's. I'm afraid to even read that out loud.
Read it, Carm.
I need a thumbs up or thumbs down from the group. I don't know how to feel about the pick. Scheme fit goes over my head. My Tampa 2 is a cocky and the beach LOL. I'm with you, Budnick. This is the internet. You're allowed, pal. This is Friday night. We're okay.
So far I'm right here.
Yeah.
And depending on this pick, I'll either go up or down. Not to cop out of the situation. But
I just think for the scheme, I don't know if it's a fit right now off of base of what he did in college. It could turn out to be, he could be the steal of the draft. Who knows? He's seeing something, but I think Poles, like I said, Will, is putting the emphasis on length. Mm-hmm. Right? When it comes down to Darnell Wright, I think he passed on Skoronski for a reason. I don't think he felt like he had enough length to be a tackle in this league. Wright has the length. You look at Dexter right here, 6'6", 312. Length is the biggest thing.
He just doesn't like Wildcat players at this point. I think we can say it.
we have the pick.
We do have the pick. Oh, boy.
And I have to say I am skeptical on this one. The Bears have drafted cornerback Tyreek Stevenson from Miami.
Okay.
Who we had a red flag designation on, so this is very interesting. But feisty cornerback, known for getting under wide receiver skin. Started his career at Georgia. They wanted him to move to safety. He didn't really mix with the coaching staff there, so he also had an arrest for disorderly conduct while he was there in Athens, and he ends up transferring to Miami. He also suffered a shoulder injury back in 2021. So there's some risk that comes with this pick.
There is. The talent is there, but there is some risk. But I just felt with the needed defensive line, I would have liked them to pull the trigger on the end at this point.
Can Braggs come back up here? Tyreek Stevenson? Come on, man.
He did so good last night with the right pick, So great.
Tyreek Stevenson. Okay.
I want to share.
Trusted polls. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to share what Nick.
Gervon Dexter, Tyreek Stevenson. Yes.
Okay. Nick was at the Senior Bowl. He's got some notes here in our draft profile, which you can find. All diehards can see this at allchgo.com on our big board. And by the way, Tyreek Stevenson was number 74. So this is the pick that really seems like a reach at this point compared to where they got him. Nick said he got a chance to watch Tyreek Stevenson up close at the Senior Bowl. He played with physicality, made it difficult for opposing wide receivers to run routes. He was flagged a couple times for being a little bit too handsy, but he was still in good position for a majority of his reps in one-on-ones. He got matched up against Princeton wide receiver Andre Isovis for one of the one-on-one plays, and despite the wide receiver running a double move up the field, Stevenson was there step for step. Isovis still ended up making the catch, though. Good rep for both players.
I'm a big Andre Yoshivas fan. That's my guy. Princeton track guy. Good job by Stevenson to hang with Yoshivas, who, by the way, gets knocked for not making contested catches. That's another example of him doing it. Bears, Yoshivas, 7th round, back to Tyreek Stevenson. this is interesting.
Just not a big fan of these past two picks, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, no, it's deflating a little bit here.
It is.
One thing I just want to mention, though, between last night's pick and Darnell Wright and then Stevenson, though, is that I can appreciate and I can kind of see is that change of identity that the Bears are trying to have on both sides of the ball, right? Because Wright has that nasty demeanor a little bit, right? That tone setter. And as Adam was talking about in his scouting report, this is a guy who can get under wide receiver skin. He's going to kind of be that mind game player.
Exactly.
And now you can complete your secondary, too, with Jalen Johnson, Stevenson, Kyler Gordon, Brisker, and Eddie Jackson.
Exactly.
But now you have that guy in that unit who is going to be like, the one chirping a little bit.
Exactly.
So,
Need that
again,
toughness.
I'm not – do I agree with the pick right here?
Yeah.
Probably not. But in terms of, how they fit on the team, it's interesting.
Yeah, Devin just announced it. He got to do this one, too.
Oh.
And, of course, because it's the U, he gets his guy from the U. He threw it up. He threw the U up there. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't take Darius Rush. He's got an interesting combination of speed and length. We've talked a lot about length here. Great route recognition. He played wide receiver until 2 years ago, so he seems to really have an understanding of essentially running these routes for the wide receivers. He was at the Senior Bowl too. I mean, okay, it'll be interesting to hear what Ryan Poles has to say.
Yep. I mean, Double A might have been off his board because he doesn't have the length that some of these guys have. I think length is the biggest thing. That's why Skoronski was off. So that's the common theme right here, especially with the offensive defensive line. He wants guys with length.
Did play the nickel at Georgia before moving over to Miami. 2-year starter at Miami, going through Brugler's breakdown here.
That's Adam's thing.
Yeah, I try to do it too.
Since we can't even hear Carm because his
I was
mic's
going
not
to
in front of his
say,
face.
what was your first show ever?
I got a couple super chats here. John Allen says the Bears' big board is a mess. Missing on edge, and as Woot said, miss on the scheme for DT. And then the Duke, $20. He's chiming in. He says, yikes on tonight. JMS was right there. So the Duke is not happy. If the Duke's not happy, I'm not happy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I want to finish. We were still on Dexter when we got interrupted by the Bears trading up. Yeah. And here, by the way, John Michael Schmidt's off the board to New York. He just got drafted by the Giants.
I would have been almost better if they drafted him with that second rounder. Yeah, I would have been okay with that pick.
I would have loved it. He would have been. He was our top guy on our board.
Exactly.
Left.
And then the offensive line, you got solidified. You got a younger guy that can be here for years to come. Pass rush ends.
Yeah.
What is the situation right here? Because Walker really made his mark when he slid inside on pass rush situations, right? And then you got Green, a guy that's kind of bounced around a little bit. That's probably slated to be the right end at this point. It's going to be a better situation than last year, but what pass rushers do we have at this point?
All right, here's the weaknesses on Dexter. Spotty snap anticipation, consistently the last to move out of his stance. Whoa, that's questionable for get off on a three technique.
That's what I was telling you when I look at his tape. His get off is not there, especially in the Tampa 2. You got to get off the football.
Undeveloped counters with only average twitch in his upper body when attempting to shed. Too easily moved when he allows his pads to rise at contact. Needs to improve his positioning in tackle situations to be a more reliable finisher in small spaces. Flagged multiple times for roughing because of his tendency to put all of his weight on the quarterback, which they definitely call at the NFL level. With his height and length, I expected to see more batted balls on tape. Played a lot of snaps. He averaged 52.5 defensive snaps per game and would go half speed at times. Unimpressive backfield production and didn't reach double-digit tackles for loss in his career. Yikes. 2-year starter at Florida. Dexter was primarily a three-technique defensive tackle and co-defensive coordinator Sean Spencer's four-man front, lining up everywhere from nose tackle to head up over the tackle. After giving up football to focus on basketball in middle school, he returned to the sport as a junior in high school. Has shown incremental improvements over the last 5 years. I do like that. I like guys that are getting better. Dexter carries his weight well with impressive foot quickness and pass rush potential, although you wish he had more backfield production to show for it. His impact can be traced to his ability to leverage. He's a very different player when he utilizes his long levers to put blockers on skates as a pass rusher or anchor, stack, and work the point in the run game. Dexter must develop a more disciplined approach to turn the flashes into more consistent play, but he is an agile, coordinated, big man who is yet to play his best football. He is a traits-based projection who can play up and down the line, which will interest both even and odd fronts.
I'll just say this. Winning draft night doesn't matter. Winning on the field does. Right now, it does not feel like the Bears are winning at least day 2 draft night. I would also argue they probably didn't even win day 1 draft night by if you were to pull the excitement level if they had taken Jalen Carter versus taking Darnell Wright. None of that's going to matter if these guys can play, but it's it doesn't feel like we're it's a little deflating, as Will just said.
It comes down to scheme fit, right? I'm okay with the Stevenson pick, right? I think he's a good player. But at this point, Dexter, I just don't feel like he's the scheme fit for this Tampa 2. So that's why I'm trying to understand their process. I could understand if he was really raw, he really got off the football, and you're like, oh, I see everything. In this scheme, he's really going to flourish. But like Hoge was reading, and what I saw is he's slow off the ball. He labors off the ball. And as an evaluator of defensive linemen, that's the first thing I look about, whether they get off the football or not. Because like I said, you can't really train somebody to get off the football. It's something that usually these guys have or they don't have. And I don't think Dexter has that.
Well, I think even if he's not going to be terrorizing quarterbacks right now in the backfield, the good news is the Bears have a complete secondary now, so they might not have.
That's a good thing. They might have to cover all day.
Exactly. They may not have a pass rush, but they do have guys who can cover there at every single position now in the secondary. I do like, Stevenson in terms of like his length, his speed, his ability to cover. I do like, as I talked about, that mentality. I see an NFL comp here of James Bradbury, which is very intriguing.
Yep.
And again, having a complete secondary, it's been a long time since the Bears have had one this deep. I would say 2018 would be the last time I can say they had a complete unit that way. Because that was what, Amos, Jackson, you had Bryce Callahan in the slot, and then outside you had, who did you have? You had Kyle Fuller, and then who was the other guy on the outside? That was it Prince Mukamara at the time?
Yep.
And since then they've been kind of retooling it, and now it is a complete one. It's a young one outside of Eddie Jackson. Again, was it the top need right now? No. But if it was the top guy on their board and they felt like they had to go get him, I'll pull a Braggs here and say I'll put some, I'll bestow some trust here into Ryan Poles.
If I'm Ryan Poles right here, I gotta take an honest look at Frank Clark here. Especially if you can't address this defensive end position, you got to take a look at Frank Clark. Maybe a 1-year deal, incentive laden. You got to get an option on that right side. I feel like Walker could play the left side and then kick in, but you need somebody to solidify that right side, especially if you can't get it with the next few picks.
Yeah, they have a lot of money still that they will have to spend. Yeah. There will be guys who get cut. And Ryan Poles said to the media not that long ago when you guys were there just about, hey, we're not going to be able to fix and fill every single need this year. Yeah. So for me, again, if he had other guys ranked higher and he's sticking true to his board and he understands, like, damn, the board didn't fall exactly how I wanted. Yep. I didn't get my 3-tech, but maybe that's the next year. Maybe I can get a placeholder in the meantime. It's okay.
Yeah. We got a super chat here from Edward. 55. What are those? Rubles? I don't know what those are. Help us out with that, but we appreciate it. He says Bears fans are the best.
Wait, what?
Look at Stevenson's Wiki page. It says he was drafted by the Chicago Bears in the second round of the 2023 draft and became one of the best corners in NFL history and was Super Bowl champion with the Bears in 2026.
I'm checking that out right now because I want to see that.
They probably already
I
got
did
scrubbed.
see Braggs on his phone, and I don't know, he looked like he might have been doing that. Also, the Duke has chimed in again.
Oh, Duke. Super chat, $19.99 from the Duke. I'm getting very nervous that Poles in this regime is a bit too invested in measurables. At some point, you got to turn on the tape, see if a guy can play.
They did that with the first overall.
I know, and really I feel like they have done that. In these last 2 picks, it's kind of gotten a little astray.
You remember I said every year people get too caught up in the measurables. They're like, oh, this guy. And I feel like Lucas Van Ness, that was a lot of why he got drafted so high. Because you look at the tape, and Hall, in my opinion, is a way better talent than him. I think he's more NFL ready, pass rush potential, plays the run really well. But I think Lucas Van Ness was rising from the combine. He ran the 4.6. He's almost 275. He looks like a freak of nature. He's got 3% body fat. And I think all that factors into it. But you got to look at the tape. The tape does not lie. And when you're evaluating a defensive line, I got to look at that get off. If you're not getting off the football, especially in this Tampa 2 scheme, you're not a fit.
There's one thing you said there, Woot, that I just want to counterpoint just a little bit here. So you said, like, when you look at the tape, that player is better right now than who the Bears drafted in Dexter. But with the Bears are at in the rebuild, do you draft who's better now, or do you draft who you believe you can coach to be the best player in a year or two?
So I think you got to look at both things, right? Like, who's ready to go now, and then the ceiling. Because when you look at the ceiling, right, that's a guess, right? You say, oh, he could be this good, but how many people do not reach that potential?
And then you have to compare that to the floor, and it's a risk reward.
Exactly. So I want a guy that's ready to go, but still has some more to improve. So
that's where you get into organizational arrogance. We can take this guy and turn him into something.
So the Eagles, right? The Eagles can do that because they have a roster where they're like, we can take a Jalen Carter, we can take a Nolan Smith, right? We have all the pieces. Jordan Davis didn't even barely play last year. They drafted him in the first round because they have the talent to be able to do that.
Well, and it's why I think it was spot on the way people were looking at it with Jalen Carter, that probably not a great fit to throw him on this Bears roster with his principle, with this lack of veteran leadership, where he fits in Philly. This is just, I'm trying to understand their philosophy right now. I get it, you need a corner.
They're going best player available.
Yeah, I mean, is that what's going on, you think?
There's no way they're not drafting the top guy on their board. I really don't think you're drafting a corner unless he was ranked number one.
Yeah, I think so too. This is just the reality is their board looks different, and maybe we just don't agree with it.
If that's what's going on,
and obviously we're more qualified than an entire room
of
general managers and assistant GMs, and
There's no doubt. I was folding laundry earlier today, but if that's what they're doing, then you have to support it. I think at the end of the day, because best player available. This is how we evaluate. This is what we hired you to do. So if that's what it's at some level, like certainly their first overall pick, Darnell Wright. That was a draft. Maybe he was the top guy on their board, but that was also directly a pick for need. We absolutely need someone to play that position right now.
Exactly.
So, but maybe they're doing that now.
And there's been other guys on this board that are below some of these players that have been drafted way earlier. So again, like our board is our board, but these teams do have different players in definitely different orders.
Yeah, and I just want to recap some of these picks that have gone since the Bears took Tyreek Stevenson at 56. At 57, John Michael Schmitz, our guy, the White Sox fan from home at Flossmoor, off the board. Dallas with another Michigan player. They go with Luke Schoonmaker at 58. O'Cyrus Torrence came off the board at 59 to the Bills. And now DJ Turner, the corner from Michigan, he's an interesting player too. He comes off the board at 60. The Jaguars now on the clock. 3 picks left in the second round before the Bears kick us off in the third round with number 64.
So you've got the same thing going on here too, as far as you'll be able to look and say, not immediately, not to overstate the obvious here, but now cornerback's going right after the Bears pick, who a lot of people liked, and you will be able to look at it down the line and say, did he get this right?
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised, going off the theme of length, Zach Harrison from Ohio State.
Okay.
6'6", about 275, really good length. Flashes at times, quickness, get off. I feel like he's underperformed for the physical prowess that he has, but I think he's pretty talented.
So you think no chance they would take Adebari, for the people in the chat that are wondering about Adebari at 64?
I don't think you double dip like that here.
No. And it just seems like the theme is length.
Yeah.
And his arms are long for his height, but he just doesn't have that 6'5", the 6. That's what Poles are trying to get those. Like a DeForest Buckner at the 3 technique.
Right.
That's why he went with Dexter.
Okay, so I want to go back to corner. I'm sorry. I know we're all over the place, but they made 2 picks. So we need to have 2 conversations at the same time kind of here. So with Stevenson, I think the impact here, too, is it's going to help Kyler Gordon a lot, because this may make Gordon a slot-only cornerback. He doesn't have to do double duties.
Exactly.
You have a guy who you can trust on the outside in your base package, and then when you're in your sub, you can bring in Gordon. And I do think, again, it's going to help this defense.
Exactly.
And it's not going to be as much as maybe a pass rush right now, but I don't think the board fell the Bears' way as much as we were kind of hoping to start the night.
I'm fine with the Stevenson pick. Dexter pick is where
I can tell you're stuck on it. Yeah, you're sticky on it. I get it.
I'm fine with the corner. Like you said, it takes the pressure off Kyler Gordon. My only thing is, how long can they cover for at this point, right?
Yeah.
So we need some talented pass rushers in there. Missed the mark on. I wouldn't have been opposed if they traded up to get Derek Hall, or some of these talented pass rushers that went early on.
That's the part that I'm kind of hung up on with Stevenson, and I do want to correct something we said earlier, because the pick that they actually traded for that was 136, which is the first pick of the 5th round. So it was an original 5th rounder. We thought it
it came out as a 4th at first.
Yeah, we thought it was the 133, which was the pick they got from Robert Quinn. By the way, there's only a difference of 3 slots there between those 2 picks. Okay. So instead of 133, it's 136. Not the end of the world, but it is that first 5th rounder that they traded, and I just feel like there were a couple corners there, and so it just wasn't necessarily. No. And I really like Darius Rush as a scheme fit. Look, if Tyreek Stevenson's character stuff checks out, and he's not as penalty prone, makes plays on the ball, then maybe it ends up being a great pick.
Gets in receivers' heads a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. He's a feisty guy who gets in their heads, and maybe they could use a little bit of that.
I do think you need a guy like that in your secondary.
Yeah.
I don't know who Max Markham is, and so I'm just reading off of Twitter, which is always dangerous, but it says Tyreek Stevens, while a student at Georgia, tore his labrum and several ligaments requiring surgery. What caused that? He was fighting employees at an Athens bar. So, look, if people can get in bar fights, alcohol can do wild things. You can grow up as a human being. Doesn't mean you can't play. But it is interesting, the hits principle part of this, because
passing on Carter,
willing to take a swing on Stevenson. I mean, that's... Yes, by the way, that's at 9 and 10 when you've got a guy who you absolutely think is going to be dynamic on your offensive line versus a little bit more of a flyer, albeit it's only in the 2nd round here. So we
got multiple trades here happening, by the way.
My head's spinning.
Yeah,
help me out.
We're at the part of the draft where it's hard to keep up with everything if we're just being
basically the Bears
honest.
are a pick away at this point.
They are, yeah. The Eagles traded the 62nd pick to the Texans. So the Texans have moved up here. And then I saw another tweet about the Broncos moving up. So maybe they're coming up with the Lions and taking that Lions pick that's right ahead of the Bears. So a couple picks here so we still got to know who these players are, but the Eagles have traded 62. It appears the Lions just officially announced. The Lions have announced that they have traded 63. So back-to-back trades happening right before the Bears at 64. And we'll see if
brother's 13.
I wonder if there's some wide receivers that move around here, quite frankly. And I think this was a range where I could see the Bears taking a wide receiver as well. So maybe that's why if some teams are moving up here, they might be doing it for a wideout.
You know what's the most – well, and Hendon Hooker's still sitting there too, so let's not
that's true.
That's which when we had our Hendon Hooker conversation at the Super Bowl, like, what do you think about the Bears drafting you in the 3rd round? You can back up Fields for a couple of years, learn, maybe you get an opportunity. He hated that idea, but right now it doesn't look that terrible. Right. I'm sure he'd love to be out of this waiting game that he's in right now.
I want to point out the Jacksonville Jaguars pick, by the way, at 61. They took tight end Brenton Strange.
Oh, that's peculiar.
Which is strange.
That's what I was going for there, but yes, it's quite odd. He's not even under 100.
He is not, and I should point out, Darnell Washington's still on the board, right?
He is.
Tucker Kraft.
He is.
Still available.
Yes.
So, and Will Mallory from Miami as well.
If I'm the Bears, I'm picking Zach Harrison right here. Ohio State, 6'6", length. Got to get that defensive end.
That's Woot's pick.
That's my pick.
That's Woot's guy.
You got to get a defensive end. Don't you think at this point they have to get an option at defensive end?
Hit the like button if you want Corey Wootton in the Bears draft room board and not on this table. Yeah. Or make 2 Woots.
We know who we've been on the table for.
Woot is just so on point, it's frightening.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Will. The length, that's the theme. That's the common theme, especially when it comes to linemen. He likes the guys that are taller, long arms.
The Texans pick as they traded up with Philadelphia to 62 is Juice Scruggs from Penn State. The center moving up there. So Texans getting their center. The Broncos, those DNVR jerks, just jumped ahead of the Bears.
Them bastards.
Come on. DNVR. Like it's their fault. I didn't even know they had draft picks.
Maybe they want Hendon. Would that not make sense?
Wow. Whatever picks they had left after trading for Russell Wilson they used on a quarterback, that's a bad look.
I mean, I know he's going to get rescued here. It's going to be a whole new scene in Denver.
You can't draft a 25-year-old quarterback to sit behind Russell Wilson.
Enough with the 25. They can play to their 40. He's got 10. That 24-25 pick is so silly. But they're not going to do that. That's fine. But that should not be the reason that Hendon's a year older than he should be or 2 years older than he should be. Come on, man. It's interesting, though, where the Bears will go.
The pick is in. I don't see who it is just yet, but the TV is ahead. And the Broncos selection is.
Broncos select, according to Mike Kliss, veteran Broncos writer, Marvin Mims, the wide receiver from Oklahoma.
That's one of my guys.
So the Bears are officially back on the clock to start the third round, everyone.
There we go.
And looking at our big board, which we do have to update a little bit because obviously they're not going to take Adetomo Adebori, but he is the top guy. Darnell Washington is next. That would still be a little bit surprising here if they go tight end. DeJuan Jones, same thing with them taking Darnell Wright last night. I don't know that that's going to happen. Darius Rush, sort of the same thing. We got a couple corners here. They just took one. So we're talking wide receiver on our board, guys. What if I told you they were taking Jalen Hyatt here, Tyler Scott, Josh Downs, Carm's guy?
I like Hyatt, too.
Cedric Tillman is Nick's guy. Tank Dell. I love Tank Dell.
Tank Dell's awesome.
So there's a run of wide receivers, at least according to our board in our Bears 100. And unfortunately for Woot, Zach Harrison down here at 71, but that's Woot's guy here.
I like him a lot.
Yep.
I think when you talk about ceiling, it's there. He has the length, he has the get off, he has the effort. Pass rush is really good. He's just underperformed at Ohio State. He was a 5-star recruit. He's never lived up to the hype. When you watch the tape, he does show everything that you need to be a top defensive end in this league.
Can you come up with a comp for somebody who had everything you just detailed on Zach Harrison, didn't play great in college, then got in the NFL and somehow, some way figured it out and turned into a productive player?
Trying to think of a comp in the second to third round window,
or any window for that matter. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm sure there probably are plenty, but that's a tough one when you don't have the production, which is in essence what they're sort of betting on with Gervon.
Yeah, but
can I tell you a little fact about your guy Zach Harrison?
Yeah.
Bear fan.
Ooh.
That's huge.
Originally from South Chicago, moved out to Ohio with his family when he was young, so his family are Bears fans.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But if you look at his tape, he was a lot more disruptive than the numbers dictate. Mm-hmm. So that's what I like about him.
Well, we'll see if that's the pick.
Our guy Austin he's asking about Whippler. Thoughts on Whippler, the center?
I'm not high on him, but he's still on. He is on our. Well, did he fall out of our top 100? I forget.
I think he did.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
No, it hasn't happened yet. They're reacting to the pick being shown up on the board. But the pick is in. The Bears are going to pick here. This is not a trade. This will be a pick for the Chicago Bears.
Let's go.
Zach Harrison, come on.
Harrison.
The third round has begun. The Bears are on the clock at 64. And they are making this pick. They are not trading it back. Don't know who it is yet, but this pick will be coming in for the Chicago Bears. A lot of good wide receivers on the board here. Some running backs that, quite frankly, we like. Will be interesting if they go back to offense after using defense in their last two picks. Getting Justin Fields some more help, potentially.
Like I said, I've never, my entire life being a Bears fan, I've never complained about having too many wide receivers or too many good wide receivers. So if they go here, I would not be upset.
Agreed.
Defensive end, please. We got all these good cornerbacks, but they're going to have to cover all day.
The defensive end wants a defensive end. Give him his damn defensive end.
Rush and cover. Rush and cover into Tampa 2. Works together.
Come on. This is quite a delay here for this pick.
Isn't it?
I've not seen it anywhere.
Is it because we're switching rounds?
Oh, we're just refreshing
Maybe.
Twitter over here. It's intense. It's intense.
It's a battle.
Some people refresh Twitter. I just refreshed looking at Gary Ross for him to
Yes.
verbally try to tell me what's going on over here.
Good
Zach
strategy.
Harrison or Byron Young right here. Give me one of those two.
Byron Young. Okay. All right. Well,
I'm trying to win
But yet again, because he's 6'2", he might not even be on their board. I'm telling you.
I mean, it is sort of a dead giveaway at this point. The length thing.
I know.
Yeah. So, but it was interesting to see Marvin Mims go off the board to Denver. That is Sean Payton's first pick. I believe it was the Broncos' first pick there. Then moving up late second round to get a wide receiver for Russell Wilson.
They had to give a first rounder to get him, right? Denver, right?
To get
Sean Payton, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. And Hendon Hooker is still on the board going into the third round. You got to wonder which team
Maybe the Bucks
makes that jump. I imagine that there's some delay here just because we switch rounds.
That's what I was asking.
That's the only thing that makes sense. But the screen does say that the pick is in.
They definitely did some military salute or honoring ceremony there for a few minutes. It looked like on the screen.
So I thought it would still leak on Twitter though.
That's what I've been refreshing
need
for.
Come on, Bears.
Let's make a pick. BPA.
Get your mojo.
Gary's over here trying to get the intel.
Get your mojo back, Ryan Poles. Let's go.
I know if Gary doesn't know, I'm not going to see it on my screen yet. I continue to refresh.
One of the defensive end, baby.
I'm officially going wide receiver.
I'm going defensive end.
That's defensive end.
Here it is.
My thing. And this is actually appearing to come out here on
from South Carolina, right?
Zach Pickens, the court.
Okay.
ZachPickens, according to Connor Hughes.
He was number 80 on our board. And here it is, officially, the Bears pick at number 64. Zach Pickens, defensive tackle from South Carolina.
Only 6'3".
Yeah.
There's your exception to the rule right there.
Okay.
So this was something I talked about and was okay with because you said this earlier. You would have been fine if they drafted 3 defensive linemen.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So Zach Pickens, he's got size, he's got length, durable, considered to be coachable, team captain, which I like. Lack of production, though, once again, with one of these SEC guys, it's not really there, and it's alarming because both him and Dexter played a lot of snaps, and it's like, where the hell is the production? We talked about Dexter not breaking double digits in tackles for loss. Pickens did. He got 11 and a half. It's still not that impressive.
I like Pickens better than Dexter, to be honest with you. I think his get off is a lot better when you watch the tape. He gets in the backfield a lot more. He's flashed at times with pass rush. I think both of these guys are projects at this point.
Well, and here's what's interesting to me, because I have it in my notes. I thought he played too much as a 1 technique.
He did.
And I thought he'd be better as a 3 technique.
Exactly.
So did they just draft 2 3 techniques?
That's what I'm confused about. Are they?
Unless they think Dexter's a 1.
Yeah, maybe Dexter's a 1 because he's bigger, but I don't know. I guess we got to, like Carm says, trust Poles' process.
Well, we're back in the BPA.
Maybe.
I mean, you need help, period, along the defensive line.
Yeah.
And
both of these guys are projects, and we're hoping that they develop them and get the ceiling.
It sort of feels like similar to last year, except it happened in the later rounds when they just started drafting offensive linemen like crazy and hoping that someone would hit. Exactly. It sort of feels like that right now. Listen, if Gervon and or Zach Pickens could be an impact player, we'll take it.
It doesn't seem that way. It seems like more to fill the depth need as opposed to a guy that's for sure going to be a starter day one.
Oh, God bless it. What? Oh, this happened earlier, didn't it? I just realized that the Chiefs drafted my guy Rashid Rice.
Yes, they did.
And that's another thing where it's like, oh, The Chiefs drafted that wide receiver I really liked. Of course he's going to be good.
Yep. I had that last year with Sky Moore. And you guys were giving me a lot of crap for Sky. Then he goes to Kansas City, and look what happens.
Richard still wants to know if we're going thumbs up.
I
think I'm down at this point,
I'm like
man.
leaning down.
Yeah.
Just this pick or overall?
I think
Well,
overall
he asked us after the first pick, and we were all kind of like, all right, we're here. Let's wait till the next two. And, yeah, I'm in a wait-and-see approach here on day 2.
I'm in a okay. Well,
Yeah, out of the two D tackles, I like Pickens better. I like him better.
I'm just really intrigued to see how they want to use all these players because they brought in 2 interior defensive linemen in free agency.
Yep.
They just drafted 2 defensive linemen here in day 2 of the draft. So now, I mean, you already had Justin Jones sitting there.
Exactly.
It's a very crowded room right now.
Yeah, I told Hoge I thought Justin Jones would have been a good fit for the nose tackle in this scheme, and then you could have. So maybe that's the plan. Justin Jones at the nose and have these guys rotate with each other at the 3 technique position. So I guess we'll see what they end up doing.
Zach Pickens did win the Most Outstanding Senior Award at South Carolina. He won the Joe Morrison Award MVP for defense, which is huge. He was on the academic honor roll, getting it done in the classroom. There we go. Woot, come on. He could have been a Wildcat. Let's do this. Degree in Sport and Entertainment Management. I know everybody cares about that. Most Outstanding Senior. Okay.
Here's one thing that is going to happen a lot. This man spells his first name with 2 C's. Just so don't screw that up. Z-A-C-C-H.
Thank you. You know what's weird about that? You and I are just – I was literally typing his name as you said that.
It's tough. Meanwhile, our guy –
Twitter doesn't like it. It's auto-correcting with back to the C.
1,000 people are going to get that wrong.
Yep.
Kevin, $1.99 says, let Flus mold them. Then let's see what we have.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
This is kind of a wait and see.
Gotta wait and see.
I mean, both these guys are very much traits focused, and with Coach Flus, the one thing when he was hired with the Bears and hearing about his time around the league, whether it be Dallas, whether it be Indy, is the fact that he can develop players, he can develop talent. So betting on guys with more of the upside that they would believe has the upside, even if they weren't showing that dominance that you want to see at the collegiate level, it's understandable. It just doesn't get you excited right now as a Bears fan.
Well, I think the thing is, right, when you have guys in place that are already players there, and you can potentially draft a guy with upside, right, because you have starters in place, right? When the Giants drafted JPP top 10, right, they had Justin Tuck, they had O.C. Umenora, they had Matthias Kiwanuka, they had all those guys in there. Dave Tollefson, that was rotation. So JPP didn't have to come out there and light it up. He could develop. He could come off the bench. He could learn under them. But in this situation, the Bears essentially need 3 starters, 2 D tackles, and an end. And they got guys that are more of projects. So for me, that's kind of where I'm a little confused on that.
I tweeted out and misspelled it.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
But no, it wasn't that one. It was Gervon. Because it auto-corrected to German.
Oh, that's not right. Brock McIntosh, he's saying this. He says, Poles has said he's future-oriented and patient. Is he thinking ahead to next year when he has 2 picks in the first round when he can find more quality in higher impact positions?
That's what I was talking about in terms of, he said, hey, we're not going to fill all the needs here in this one off season. This is going to be, still a multiple year approach to kind of build this team the right way. So that's what I kind of see right now in terms of.
But these are impact positions. I mean, we're talking about corner. We're talking about 3
defensive
technique,
line,
which is incredibly important in this defense. So I don't.
I mean, you hit it, you're great, but then if you find out, this ain't it, then you can always continue to reinvest.
Yeah, obviously edge rusher has not been.
Are you surprised AA made it out of round 2 from John? Thanks, John. $2.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
100%.
I thought somebody would pull the trigger on him in the first round, to be honest, just because of the upside there. A team that really didn't need him right away. But honestly, I think at the 3 technique position, he was ready to go. That's his natural position. He really flashed. He showed that in the Senior Bowl. Northwestern just had him out of position.
So it's just very interesting how the NFL rumor mill has spun this year because everybody was like, oh, look who's flying up the board. It's out of Tamoada Barre. Well, yeah, no, that's actually not what happened. Same thing with Will Levis. So there's been a lot of news being thrown out there that people have run with. congratulations to the Reddit chat that made DraftKings a ton of money, one of our fine sponsors. Congratulations to DraftKings. But
yeah, and speaking of sponsors,
yes, I figured you would jump on that one.
Yeah, we should probably hit that up here at some point. And we're gonna need.
I have a ton of super chats. If you want me to rip through those as well, what do you want me to do?
Let's hit a break here real quick and talk about
it.
our friends the Shady Rays, because it's been a nice couple sunny days here during the draft. Although the rain is in the forecast, I don't know if that's because of the draft tonight or not. But take on the sun with gear built to last. Our friends at Shady Rays, and Will's wearing them right here.
By the way, I got these in 2019. Talk about built to last. These are durable.
They are durable.
Yes,
you didn't need the replacement.
Nope, not for this. Not for this pair.
They have you covered with warm weather ahead with premium polarized shades at an affordable price. Independent sunglass company. They offer world-class product that's just as good as any expensive pair we've worn. Durable frames, as Will said, extremely clear optics for outdoor adventures, and that's not all. Shady Rays offers the most insane protection in all of eyewear. Every pair of sunglasses backed by lost and broken replacements. If you lose or break your pair, even on day one, they told us that they will send you a brand new pair. No questions asked. You can wear your Shady Rays with confidence, and together with their customers, Shady Rays is providing much needed support to nonprofit partners across the U.S. through Shady Rays Impact. And if you don't love your Shady Rays, exchange for a new pair, return them for free within 30 days. There's no risk when you shop. Their team always has your back. Exclusively for our listeners, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season. Go to ShadyRays.com. Use code CHGO for 50% off 2+ pairs of polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 250,000 people. And the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program is committed to helping families and businesses in the communities they serve, helping manage energy usage and lower energy bills now and into the future. You have the longer part, my friend.
I don't know what the heck's happening. Yeah, ComEd offers a wide variety of incentives on lighting and other efficiency upgrades to commercial, industrial, and public sector customers of all sizes across the territory. ComEd also offers free facility assessments that can help find energy-saving opportunities, like for HVAC systems, commercial kitchen equipment, or industrial processes.
Will, how the hell does that work, baby? We need some energy because we drafted Gervon Dexter.
I am so glad you asked, Carmen. An authorized engineer will work with you to develop a detailed assessment plan specific to your goals and needs. These can be done in person or virtually and last approximately 2 hours. Within 3 to 4 weeks, customers receive a report detailing energy efficiency projects that they can start working on immediately. Each recommendation will include estimated energy savings, cost savings, project costs, potential incentives, and simple payback. If you own a business, don't wait. So get started saving money and energy today. For energy savings tips, lighting incentives, or to schedule your free facility assessment, go to ComEd.com/poweringbiz.
Did you really just say ComEd.com/poweringbiz at Joe's on Weed Street in the middle of the day 2 of the NFL draft?
I did. I said exactly that. So go right there and schedule it today.
ComEd.com/poweringbiz. All right, we are reacting. We are with you. We are feeling it. We are.
Do you want to hit me? Do you want me to hit the super chats while we're here?
Yeah, sure, sure.
I guess I'll read them.
As Greg Braggs proceeds back to the stage because Hoge needs a break.
Look at this. I got the Holy Bible, the Dane Brugler Bible.
we do need your positivity right now.
All right, Braggs,
super chat it.
We're gonna super chat it up here, okay? So we're gonna start with Monsi down in 9. He says, "Is Poles cooking something up, or is he burning the kitchen?"
Great question, Monsi. He's definitely trying to cook something up. Hopefully it's going to be tasty in about 2 years.
He is cooking up something, but for these are both projects here, and I hope that it pays off and they really do reach that ceiling, but these aren't 2 proven guys that you're like, these guys are day 1 starters. And I think in this draft, you needed to get at least 2 starters at the defensive line position. I think one of these guys can be, but they're not solidified starters at this point.
That's fair. Hey, and you're going to know better than most, right? You played the game. You're watching these guys. You're watching their tape. Totally respect what you're saying. When I'm talking to the average fan, when I'm talking to guys on Twitter and everybody's trying to make their grand proclamations 32 seconds after a pick, hey, have at it. You know, I think we're in a, era and a society of being in a race to be right, being in a race to be the smartest guy.
Yep.
I'm sorry. It's not the game I'm going to play.
Yeah.
My process has always been, let's let the draft unfold. You get to know them. You watch their highlights. You hear from people that actually watch them play over a 4-year span. And then you get to training camp and you see him in a Bears uniform. Then you can make a determination. Okay, this is how this dude lines up against that guy.
Exactly.
What you say, completely respect. But I want to see it for myself. I want to see these guys in the flesh before I start going out and making grandiose statements.
No grandiose statements tonight from Greg Braggs. Do you have any grandiose statements, Will?
No.
No. Okay. Hey, Lawrence, super chatting us up here. Monsi, by the way.
Well, real quick here.
Oh, we got
a pick we're going to talk about.
Okay.
We're going to stop this because the pick is in, and it's by the Lions.
Oh.
And it's Hendon Hooker. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
Wow.
I like that. Goff, they feel confident in him for at least the next year or two. Mm-hmm. Right? He could sit behind him, really develop. You don't like the pick?
I think that's phenomenal for the Detroit
so you
Lions.
go, yeah.
Which is bad for the Bears.
Yeah.
Which is bad for the Bears.
But he could sit behind Jared Goff for at least a year, maybe 2, and then all of a sudden, if he develops into the player that you think and you evaluated, all of a sudden you got a steal in the 3rd round with him.
And again, for QBs too, if you get a QB in the 3rd round, he ends up being a quality starter. That's a win in this league.
Exactly.
So it's okay to take shots like that.
Him and Will Levis, they were talking about they could go either way.
Right.
Who was better? Who was a better fit? So I think this is good value for the Lions.
That's an excellent job by Detroit, getting a guy that they can let learn for a year, and perhaps that could be their quarterback of the future. By the way, they are listening, as I'm looking around at all the websites here, but ESPN has had the best available as Hendon Hooker. The best fit they're putting for the Lions there was Adetomiwa Adebawore. So we are getting into Adebawore land here, which could have been a Bear, but not a Bear. Any other super chats that we need to hit on?
Plenty.
Adebayor, he could have been a Bear 3 different times. He was not.
Yes.
All right.
0 for 3.
Michael Renouf, down at 9. Needed to help Fields more. I'm disappointed so far.
Really?
That's the other side of it, too, that, defense. There's been 4 picks. We got 1 offensive player.
Yeah.
John Michael Schmitz was available. We could have pulled the trigger on him to get the center of the future. So I could understand that pick right there.
And could have taken a wide receiver. I understand that room's getting a little bit crowded, but wouldn't mind a playmaker there.
You can't have too many good wideouts or playmakers.
No,
you can't.
And by chat, I'd love to see just what people are feeling right now, period. One, you're all in. 2, you're...
We're super chatting right now. We can't even see that.
Settle down.
I'll come back to you. We'll get
Mark Gauthier right now
No.
from Easingwold, England, $9.99. He's like, I lost sleep for this. Underwhelmed.
See?
I need a Goose Island.
See?
Make it 2.
You made Gauthier, you're still the GOAT for getting up. We appreciate you. The Bears appreciate you. I'm talking for Ryan Poles right now. He's telling you, hey, you can have a outstanding Goose Island right now, and just relax. We're going to show you that we know what we're doing here, even though it doesn't necessarily feel like at this particular moment that they have
You
nailed
relax
it.
and have a couple of drinks. What do you call drinks?
It's my second cocky of the night. Right here.
Yes. All right.
Nursing it.
Jonathan Baker threw us $2 to say, final thought from Kentucky. You guys are disappointed that certain players weren't taken, but nobody else has taken them either.
No, that's always valid whenever you have
That's
a guy.
not true.
No,
Well,
there
like
are.
Everybody has their guys.
Double A is still there. He
Everybody
not
has
been
their
taken.
guys, right? People thought Detroit reached for the linebacker out of Iowa. Everybody always has their guy, whether they were ranked this high or that high. They feel comfortable about them and how they're going to fit in their scheme. So it just depends on the situation.
All right. Brock threw us another $5. Thank you, Brock.
Thank you, Brock.
What up, Brock?
Dave says, Wright, Stevenson, and Pickens all on the American team at the Senior Bowl. Coincidence?
That's
Not at all.
Super interesting that that's being mentioned, right? 'Cause
Yep.
Hey, they got to see him up close, so there is being a lot of values being put on what happened here as far as the extra season leading up to the draft.
If we're going to keep going off of Senior Bowl standouts, my guy Payne Durham. If we can get him later in the draft at tight end, he showed out at the Senior Bowl. I'd be totally fine with that.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. At the Senior Bowl, it's a big thing for evaluation, especially when these coaches, especially a guy like Pickens, right? They could have been really high on him, how he performed in practice, what he flashed, maybe working with him a little bit on technique. They said, oh, this guy can be a killer in there. So whenever you have that firsthand look at them, That's why some guys rate these guys higher than others.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, like, if you are, a person on the Bears coaching staff and you do get that experience and it's enough to make you want to go draft this player, then, again, for us being outside of it, we could be disappointed because we have our guys. But I do think that carries a lot of weight, just like I mentioned with Darnell Wright last night. And that, to me, again, it's affirming a little bit, but it does put, I think, them in an interesting position because if these players don't pan out, Poles, of course, made this decision, but it was the coaches and the scouts that kind of geared him towards there, so everyone's kind of liable here.
Well, and I like firsthand experience. I like getting to know someone. I like sitting next to you and getting a feel for what's going on. But those guys are on their best behavior.
Yep.
For that, I mean, it's a very limited sample size. It's like first date. You're coming strong. You're giving everything you can. Yep. You put the deodorant on. You did the little extra with the hair. You spent more out there than you would on date 3, and then later in the game, you're gonna get the real dude.
I'm just really worried about the pressure this year.
Oh, I get it.
I'm very worried because you look at last year, we really struggled with pressure. The DBs really performed well despite all the lack of pressures. Quarterbacks had sometimes 12 to 15 seconds, and you can't win like that, right? We really solidified that secondary, and now all of a sudden we brought in Walker, right? But to me, I'm a little bit worried, right? This is one season where he had 7 sacks, right? We were expecting Trevis Gibson to really turn it on last year after his 7-sack performance, failed to live up to those expectations. So it does make me a little nervous that we're banking on Walker to really be a force in there after having one really flash year. So I'm a little bit worried about this defensive line.
Damn, that's impressive.
He needs that Rod Marinelli talk.
Yeah, he needs to get off the football. But
right.
The talent is there, right? But it's all about what if, right? I got to see consistent production, and hopefully this will pay off, right?
For reference, for the viewers that don't know, Rod Marinelli kind of put you on the spot at one point and said, hey, it's time for you to show up, and that lit a fire under you to play better that next year.
It did. He had told me that, listen, we're not even picking you to make the team in 2012, and that's when I had my breakout season. So he put all the pressure on me, and it really lit a fire under my ass, got me going, and I had my best season there, ended up starting opposite Peppers that year. So sometimes a coach can bring the best out. Coaching is so important, right? I think it really brings the best out of players, right? Guys that are on the fence here and there, it depends on the situation and what the coach does to get the best out of you. So these players that they drafted here, the defensive line, I've kind of been about, but who knows? The coaching staff can really bring the best out of them, and these could be the steals of the draft, 2 to 3 years from now. So I'm hoping on that.
So one thing I just want to say is damn impressive that the Bears website already gets these rookies on their roster, like on the roster page. That's pretty cool. I was just checking this defensive line room because I do have some notes, and it would probably take me too long to find them because it's been a few months. But since they signed DeMarcus Walker on a snap-by-snap basis, he was more productive last year than Daron Payne was getting after the rusher, or getting after the quarterback. And then on top of that, too, when he brought in Billings, he is a really good run stuffer.
Exactly.
And again, combining those two free agents, you have a really good defensive tackle.
Yep.
And now you're drafting some other guys. So I know we don't have those household names, so you can have them develop under, but I do think you have your placeholders there, which will allow them to have some room to grow.
My guy Trey Tunes just came into the house. That's why you're hearing the roar. He was our DJ at the tailgates all season long.
Right.
Trey Tunes, great dude.
Let's give it up for Trey Tunes. Let's give it up for everybody that came out tonight. Let's enjoy a little.
Got a Trey
CHGO family over here.
CHGO family indeed. By the way, do you remember who the Bears drafted in 2004? Courtesy of Gary Ross giving me this note, just a reminder.
2004.
2004.
First round pick?
Well, a couple of defensive ends were in that draft. D tackles.
Tommy
was one.
Tommy Harris and Alex Brown? Or no,
Alex
Tank
Brown
Johnson?
was 03.
Tank
Or
Johnson.
02.
Tommy and Tank.
Yep. Tank
Come
Johnson.
on.
Yeah.
Come on, Dexter
Yeah.
and Pickens.
We need that, right?
Let's go.
But Tommy was the first round.
Yeah. But it's the reach of all reaches. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here
Positivity. I like it.
I'm here for a IDL. All of a sudden,
have another cocky in him.
Yeah, well,
okay.
we're gonna stop at 2 tonight.
Adam Westby, $2 to say I like Greg Braggs. Aw.
I like you, Adam.
Man of the people.
I like you, Adam.
Who doesn't like Greg Braggs?
Yeah, well, it's you're not going to hear from this next guy. Jonathan says, love you guys. Wish I could have been there. The show is great. Braggs, my son is saying brick juice. Will, you're killing it. Carm, you're hilarious.
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
John.
J.O.
Rise and shine coming tomorrow, John, all day long.
Rise and shine, and that is a reminder since you brought up tomorrow, we won't be here at Joe's, unfortunately, but we will be doing a show after
everything.
After the draft and after the
draft.
press conference.
After it all is completed, as we sit there and just digest everything that happened.
Everything. Richard throwing another $10 away. He says, all the help comes next year when Marvin Harrison Jr. from the Ohio State University comes to Chicago. Been a Buckeye all my life. Even ran into Justin Fields my sophomore year there. Olavi, Wilson, and JSN Good. MHJ special.
Got 2 first-round picks next year.
right. Hey,
You do.
And you said throwing away. That's not throwing away. That was a solid super chat. You said
What?
throwing away $10.
No, I didn't say that. No.
I thought you
Throwing us $10.
Okay. All right, my bad. I didn't
Hard
mean
to
to
hear.
play. I'm
Hard to
sorry,
hear.
Lawrence.
Lawrence would never say throwing away to any
Run
super
the tape
chat.
back. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's a fine for Braggs.
Kidding.
A little early to start talking about the 2024 draft, but yes, Marvin Harrison Jr., very good.
I would have just kept drafting him with every pick this year. And they're like, you can't do that. I don't care.
All right, Twan has a question. Given how bad the defense was last year, can these defensive coaches develop these guys? They didn't have, but how much progress did they still make?
You guys can grab this, but I am a believer in Alan Williams. I think that he absolutely is a guy that the Bears are going to be happy is on their staff. It didn't come through last year, but I really believe in their defensive coordinator. I know I'm in the slight minority on that.
My good friend who's here with me today, Brandon Hazlett, he and I started the Bears Brothers podcast years ago, and his catchphrase on the show was, games were won and lost in the trenches. So for Mr. Trenches, who's sitting in the booth, I mean, if you're beefing up the defensive line like they did, I know it's not the players we want, but they're adding to it.
Well, I think the one good thing is these guys can stuff the run, right? The run defense was completely awful last year. We were one of the worst in the league. So when it comes down to it, right, we can only make improvements there, right? We may not have the pass rush arsenal that we need, but you can dial that up with the blitz. And as long as you can stop the run, it'll make everything a lot easier.
What was it? The Jalen Hurts up the middle on the,
Yeah, there's a lot of those
on the
kind of
read
plays
option,
last year.
and nobody touched him. There was
just
nobody.
whoop,
Yeah,
the floodgates
the
opened
Red
on that
Sea
one.
parted, and he just walked in.
Yes.
30 yards.
Golden Boy Paul said Brandon with the toothpick. Sorry, Brandon always had a toothpick in his mouth, so that's awesome. People remember. What's we got?
Thank you for this. Thank you for the super chat. And then Sangray Kim, $2. What would have been the 3 optimal picks? That's an impossible question
Yes,
to
it is,
ask,
right?
but we can go around the horn here if we want to take guesses.
Here we go. JMS, Keeanu Benton.
Yep.
And then I don't really care after that.
Derek Hall would have been ideal.
There we go, right?
No, of the guys that were available. Like, let's take out.
But they did trade up
All
for
right,
Stevenson.
go back and find the board that was exactly available at that time.
Because John Michael Schmitz, he was available, right?
Yes.
At 53.
Yes.
So you could say that.
Yes.
Double A, he's been available.
Yep.
He's still available.
Yes.
You could say that. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh, I get you.
I would have traded up for Hall, to be honest with you. I think he was first-round talent. He's available in the second round. You traded up for Stevenson. You had some picks. We got a free pick next year in the 4th round. We could have used another later pick this year as well. So,
Well, John Michael Schmitz went right after Tyreek Stevenson. I think that would have felt a whole lot better to most Bears fans.
Yeah.
To this particular Bears fan, it would have felt better. That's one. But
yeah, I think Derek Hall would have been a guy that's ready to go day one at right end. And he would have been your right end for years to come.
So now once we get past the draft, you're going to look at veteran options, right? Guys that potentially
Frank
might come
Clark.
here on a one-year deal. Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Yannick.
Chubbs, who's
Ngakoue.
with you on just beefing up that O-line. He wants Frank Clark right now. Like, is that a move you would make?
I would. I'd have a
You
one-year
have all the
improvement
money
deal.
on it. You have all the money in the world. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It doesn't
One-year
matter.
deal. It just gets you through here. And if he plays well, you have an option to maybe re-sign him. But he gets you through the year.
Yeah.
Veteran guy that can pass
and you
rush.
got 2
They
first-round
have-
picks next year.
Exactly.
They have the flexibility to bring in guys like that. So it's not over. Like, for Bears fans who are kind of throwing in the towel or just upset. Like, it's not over.
And they're first on the waiver wire, all the way to like week 3, right? Or week 4.
It's up in the early point of the season, yes.
So, every veteran cut that happens, the Bears are going to, have an opportunity to take those kind of players.
Yeah.
Plus, look, again, winning on draft night is one thing. Winning the actual draft is another whole thing. Nobody knows. Not a single person. I don't want to overstate the obvious, but nobody knows how this is going to turn out. Not Ryan Poles, not anybody sitting here, and nobody else in the world. You can go back and watch video of expert people who have gotten things dead wrong on guys who have been in the league forever and didn't think they were going to turn it around. So we certainly don't know on Tyreek Stevenson at 8:45 p.m. on Friday, April the 28th.
Absolutely. So to that point, when I talk about guys that have watched these guys more than us, like more in tune, people that cover the teams are fans of them. Just reading the tea leaves of some things I've seen on Twitter. My guy Think Tank tagged me in a thread of a comment, a fan saying he's been putting it out there from a from a Gator fan that watches every game. A late bloomer, we're talking about Gervon Dexter, late bloomer with a ton of talent. Florida had 0 depth on the defensive line the last 2 years. Gervon played way too many snaps for an interior defensive lineman, way more productive at the beginning of games. And David Waters, who covers the team, he said, to add, played out of position a lot too because of lack of depth. Tons of potential. Yeah. And then he was asked, can he play 3 technique? And David Waters, who is part of Gators Breakdown, said, I believe so, and that's where he should play. Yep. Certainly has the quickness to play it. So there's a guy that's watched Gervon Dexter over the last 4 years and is very positive about his potential.
Yeah, I think the potential is there. I'm not disputing the potential by any means. I was just talking about for what they need right now, they need guys that can play day one because they don't have a 3 technique. They don't have a Tommy Harris in place where you're like, oh, you can learn behind Tommy Harris for a year or so and you can rotate. So this could turn out to be a great thing, right? Both of them could flourish when they actually have different coaching staff, when they actually rotate and they're not playing every snap. Because in this league, you're not playing 12 snaps in a row, right? You're playing 8. You're coming out. You're getting fresh again. And that's the biggest difference what you see from college level to the pro level. Because in college, I played every snap. Because I was the best guy on the field. Even when I was tired, I was better than the next best guy. So at the next level, there's guys that can come in there and flush you for a couple plays, have you get fresh, and then all of a sudden you're playing at 100% every time.
Let me just read a little bit on the pre-draft analysis from Espen on Zach Pickens. As a pass rusher, I thought this was interesting. Pickens is more disruptive than his sack totals would indicate. You like hearing that. He is long and explosive with excellent first step quickness and good flexibility, which Woot was leaning into as far as when you're comparing him to Dexter. Against the run, he's quick and disruptive. Pickens changes directions well, and he gets into the backfield and shows good range for an interior defensive lineman when he chooses to pursue. And then the post-draft said the Bears picked a nose tackle in round 2 with Gervon Dexter, and now Coach Matt Bergeron has his 3-tech pass rusher. Pickens is just scratching the surface of his potential. It's a gap-shooting interior rusher, and he'll have an opportunity to start very early, given the lack of frontline talent at defensive tackle in Chicago. That's true. These guys are going to have an outstanding opportunity to get on the field if they can quickly prove themselves. They'll be begging for him to be out there.
Exactly, and this is a rebuild. So offense, it seems like we have all the pieces that we need for Justin Fields. That's what they try to solidify. And at this point, defense, we might be short on a couple positions here or there, but it's definitely going to be an improvement, like I talked about in the run stop.
Hold on here. So short at a couple positions here and there. That's just defensive line. That's
exactly.
Secondary.
That's what I meant.
That secondary's completed.
Yep.
With this pick, and then your linebacking group.
Exactly.
Top notch. So again, like behind them, you have talent.
Yeah.
So it's still early. You bring in a free agent.
You can.
You bring into 1 or 2 of those guys. I think that can change this entire dynamic of this defense.
It can.
So even though you don't have that day 1 starter, we saw the run and edge rushers. Were you going to really find a day 1 starter? Maybe not. Maybe you're going to be forcing it.
Exactly.
So this is a patient approach.
Yeah.
But still, like that secondary complete. Linebacking core upgraded.
Yeah.
The defensive line better than last year. Still has work to do.
Exactly.
But I don't think the defense is like far away right now or anything like that.
So let's say if we're not able to address any other positions through the draft, the defensive line, Do you feel confident with this defensive line the way it is right now?
I feel confident that it will be improved. Which I know the bar's low. But the free agent that they brought in Billings and then Walker? No, what's the other name?
Walker.
Yeah. Sorry, there's so many names right now.
Yeah.
But they are, when you combine them, a very well-rounded player.
Exactly.
And I know they're not the same player.
Yep.
Can't be at the same position at the same time. But I do think you bring in Justin Jones should be slightly improving this defense for another year. You hope Dom Rob takes that step forward.
That would be huge.
Travis Gibson, I know he had that letdown, but if it was this time last year, you were feeling okay about Travis Gibson.
Yep.
So again, better, but there's still room to be improved.
The one great thing is the run defense, like we said earlier, will be vastly improved.
Yes.
And that's the biggest thing. If you can stop the run in this league, sometimes the pass rush really doesn't matter. It's about pressure, right? So you can dial it up. You can bring a linebacker. You can run some stunts here and there. So as long as they can stop the run, that's when you can really dial up the pressure if you don't have the arsenal at ends to really generate that pressure. So I do feel good about it from the run standpoint. Mm-hmm. The only fear I have is the pass rush from the edge at this point.
And again, how the board fell, I think, really kind of played the Bears' hand a little bit here tonight. Are we doing a raffle?
We're doing the raffle.
We're doing the raffle.
Just handing me the bucket.
Can I quickly get to the super chat? Ricky,
please do.
No, you can't.
Russell asked $10. He asked about Ricky Stromberg of Arkansas. Does anyone have any thoughts on him as a road grader mauler at center on day 3? Any thoughts on Stromberg? That's a tough one to answer. I don't know if anyone's got any Stromberg
I don't
thoughts.
have any notes in front of me on him, unfortunately. I don't want to pull anything out of,
Yes. And then finally, before we do it, Muffuggin Mike. He said, what position would you like to see the Bears address next?
Defensive end.
There you go.
One defensive end.
Now.
I'll give you something on Ricky Stromberg that I like. Great. I love his siblings. Timmy, Bonnie, and Scotty are awesome. So is Mom Diane and Dad Scott. And dude's been consistent, been out there. 44 starts in his career. I appreciate it. We'll shout out Ricky Stromberg, and if it happens, we'll remember you at this moment.
Now, let's get after that. Braggs, give us this.
So Shane in the chat said, I'm about to puke in this bucket.
I saw that. And then I looked over, and he was not far off.
Everybody thinks, because I'm red. I'm sorry, I work outside. Yeah, I got a tan already. Go outside, touch some grass, you'll get a tan. So here we go.
Also, the lights make him look more tan than he is, but we are giving away. We're giving away the Ditka jersey. Let's go. Bucket.
All right, here we go.
We got the 4 of clubs.
4 of clubs for Ditka. Come on up.
4 of clubs for Mike Ditka. Shout out to Collector's Cave for giving us the
Who didn't watch this last night and buy a deck and know how to do this and get on up here?
Who's got the 4 clubs? You just won a Mike Ditka jersey.
I think we see it. Yeah.
He's like, is this a club?
Woo!
Did you not know it was a club?
I had to double check.
There we go. Hey, congrats.
It's yours, man.
What's your name?
Robert, congrats.
Thanks for coming out. Congratulations. Yeah, there you go, man. Where are you from?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Wow.
Pittsburgh.
There you go.
Congrats, Robert.
There we go.
Hey, jersey.
There we go. Shout out to the Collector's Game.
Oh, yeah, we can see the autograph.
Yeah, the Ditka.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Because Ditka is a Pittsburgh native. Carnegie. Yeah, there you go. So it was meant to be, Robert. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out.
Well done, Robert.
That's what we do here. That's what we do here.
Do we have more?
I don't know. Do we have more?
But wait, there's more.
I don't know. I don't think there is more.
I think that's it. All right. Well,
the next one I pull, I'll throw a brick at. No, I'm kidding. the football.
Almost lost the football, but we're all right.
Almost lost the football. We're good.
See those ball skills? Draft
That
me
was-
somebody.
that
Draft
was-
me
that
somebody.
Was good. I don't think we have anything else. Do we? No, we're good.
What can Woot sign? No, I'm kidding.
All right. Just to recap here, as I'm in the looking forward phase here. I don't know where you guys are at. The Bears have left 2 in round 4, 1 in round 5, 2 in round 7. So we got 5 more picks: 103, 133, 148, 218, 258. So it's, if you're not following along even remotely with the draft, none of those will be picked tonight because it's just round 2 and round 3.
Hey, look, somewhere around that round 5, pick 148, we found a starting left tackle last year. So, again, even though we're getting in the later mid-rounds, it doesn't mean you can't find somebody who can start right away and make an impact.
Maybe a center, maybe a wide receiver that can.
Maybe an edge player.
Yep, maybe an edge player as well.
Okay. All right. Well, if you're just joining us too, Darnell Wright was picked yesterday, 10th overall, as the Bears moved back 1 pick and picked up the 4th rounder. Then came Gervon Dexter today at pick 53 out of Florida. 1 and/or 3 tech, however they're going to use him. And then we've got Tyreek Stevenson, the cornerback out of Miami, number 56 overall, who they traded up to get. And then in the 3rd round, they took Zach Pickens, the defensive tackle. And we are having a line change here. Woot's going to get a couple of moments off.
Musical chairs.
As Hoge's going to come back in here, as we will continue to stay with you here for a little while longer. And then we got a couple of super chats coming in as well from Andrew Labrado. Thank you, Andrew. Quite a few free agent defensive ends out there. Would one of them make you feel better about the line? We were talking about Frank Clark. Absolutely.
Yannick Ngakoue.
And Yannick Ngakoue is an interesting one as well, who's been out there. I think you have to remember, too.
This headset is so sweaty.
Ugh.
Terrible feeling.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Mapu went off the board to the Patriots.
I do need to catch up on this board, by the way, if you guys give me like 3 minutes.
Mapu.
Andrew, just to answer your question, those are all interesting. The other side of it is you are still in the middle of your rebuild here. Like, you want young guys to play. You're not all in on winning the Super Bowl necessarily next year. Now, I don't want to take that off the board, but I do think the Bears, it's not just let's go get this old veteran, put him in there and try to squeeze as much potential juice as we possibly can out of 2023 versus, build something that is built to last. And I think we got one more from Daniel Trump, $10. I like having 2 huge defensive tackles to stop the run and keep people off the linebackers and press the pocket. This is a plus. And also, the back 7 seems solid now, which Will was pointing out, which is true. The Bears' back 7 is a lot better today than it was a year ago. Welcome back, Adam Hoge.
What's going on, guys? I was getting a feel for the room.
How's the room feel?
I think it's there's a lot of people talking themselves into these picks, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, you have to. I mean, it's such the alternative to kill on it is no fun whatsoever. You have to have some level of optimism that Poles knows what he's going to do. I mean, how many times have we seen trust in Poles, 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 trust in Poles?
And I get it. I mean, like, you're still going into year 2. We're still early on in this thing, and this is how this always works. Still feeling out your GM, you're still feeling out your coach as a fan base, and you're saying trust in Poles.
But
if this was Ryan Pace in year 6 making these same exact picks tonight, everybody's killing them.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
Ryan
saying.
Pace would have traded up for Gervon Dexter.
We traded up for
Tyreek Stevenson.
Okay.
It did happen.
And he would have signed Mike Glennon to a $50 million deal.
Oh.
Remember that one?
Let me scratch that off my bingo card of things I didn't think I was going to hear tonight.
I'm not criticizing polls. I'm just we're talking about the fan reaction.
I'm kidding.
To how this works.
You're not kidding.
And the point is, Poles is still getting the benefit of the doubt, and probably rightly so. But if this was the same exact 3 picks made by the past general manager, everybody's killing them.
In the first year,
I think it's a fair statement.
Yeah. Well, after they started failing, I can remember being at Bears 100 and we were celebrating like we had won a Super Bowl, and that's because they had played really well the year before. So you trust your team when you're going good, and then when things are going bad, that's when you start to turn on a guy and lose trust.
Ooh.
Right now, Ryan Poles has the trust of the fan base because we're still in a rebuilding mode.
Green Bay selecting tight end Tucker Kraft as the Packers continue to add on to their offense. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's 2 tight ends, right?
That's what I thought. Off the top of my head, but who was the other?
Hold on, I'm pulling up.
Yeah, didn't they take another tight end?
I thought they did earlier.
Hey, I just do want to.
I know they went receiver too.
One of our longtime listeners, Daniel, threw us $10 here, and he says, I like having two huge defensive tackles to stop the run and keep people off the linebackers and press the pocket. This is a plus. Also, the back seven seems solid now.
See, everyone's getting on that front seven. I'm telling you, hey, two big defensive tackles. What, Keith Traylor and Ted Washington?
Yeah. I heard that being mentioned out here in the crowd. I like the optimism. Luke Musgrave was the other tight end the Packers took.
Yeah.
Two tight ends to replace Robert Tonyan, huh?
Interesting.
That's how big of a loss Robert Tonyan is.
They took two tight ends in the draft to replace him.
Well, they also drafted Jayden Reed. That's 3 offensive players for the Packers. Aaron Rodgers.
I have 2 quick supers, and I know Nick is getting ready to call us from Hallis. He's talked to all 3 of our new Bears, so he'll be calling in shortly.
Nice.
Andrew Sullivan, he's asking about Chase Young.
Well, that was interesting when...
Guys, let's just end this. No.
It was interesting in the concept of if they traded back to 16 and somehow got Chase Young, but that was not happening.
We don't even know that he's available.
Yeah.
If you're the Commanders, why would you trade him right now?
Because we need him.
Because you're not going to.
I love you, Braggs. Put your mic in front of your mouth and say that again.
Because we need him.
Yeah, there you go.
But
I'm sorry, did nobody hear
because
that?
the Bears need him. That's why they're going to trade him.
I got a big mouth. I figured
You would trade him though because you're not planning on signing him and you want to save 17.
Or there's literally like a $2 million difference between the 5th-year option and the franchise tag. So if it's a $2 million difference, it's basically like buying insurance on the fact that his knee is going to hold up, which is an uncertainty right now. Why would you trade him? You bring him back. You let him show you what he can do. If it doesn't work out, you say bye-bye. And if it does work out, you're only paying him $2 million more than you would have. It's insurance.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say all of that makes exact sense, and that's probably exactly what the Commanders are doing. However, it was fun to think about if the Bears were going to move back to 16 and somehow get Chase Young and all of a sudden be able to attack a quarterback in a way that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Your guy just got drafted, Josh Downs.
Yep, to the Colts.
He going
Lawrence
Anthony Richardson.
Lawrence, pull up Mark Iased's super chat because he's taking the words right out of my mouth when it comes to judging Ryan Poles on these picks. He is 100% right. He puts, I remember Bears fans hating on Brisker and Braxton last year too. Judge Poles a year from now, not today. It's not the popular thing to do. I know we're doing a TV show or
I'm going
a
to step
podcast.
in and disagree with that, though. I don't remember a single person hating on Braxton Jones. That was a 5th-round pick.
Right, but certainly the 2 second-round picks because of no George Pickens.
Nobody was necessarily criticizing Brisker. They were criticizing the idea that they didn't draft an offensive lineman or a wide receiver.
Right.
When they went back-to-back secondary.
And for the record, last year I did like what they were doing because I thought they were taking best player available, and Gordon had a little bit of a wonky year, but both those guys look like they're going to be absolute fixtures for the Bears. That's a little tall, but I think that's how it's going to work out. So congratulations, Ryan Poles.
I also think that there's this unfair assumption that Brisker and Kyler Gordon are going to the Hall of Fame. Neither one graded out as a true starter last year. I mean, let me be clear, and I've talked about this before. I like them both. I especially like Brisker. But we're acting like those were slam dunk picks. The jury is still out. They're only going into year 2, guys. And the jump from year 1 to year 2 is the most important jump you make. And you either make it or you don't. And we don't know that that's going to happen. I think it is. Let me be clear. I think it is, especially on Brisker's end. But it's not a for sure thing.
Did you think that both of those guys got better as the year went on?
Not necessarily. I think that there were some inconsistencies with both. I thought it was a little bit of a roller coaster. Right. Quite frankly, I really like the highs on both of them.
Because I really thought that, personally, I thought the secondary really started to play well at the end of the year as a unit. And Brisker had his moments, obviously New England being the high moment. And you're right, there's ups and downs. Kyler Gordon, I thought by the end of the year, they were picking on him early in the year.
Gordon, to your point, got better.
Brisker got better.
Brisker got banged
physical, getting interceptions. And this is with the worst pass rush in Chicago Bears history. A defensive line that only produced 10 sacks, a franchise record low. So you're talking about a secondary. How are they to improve when you don't have a pass rush? I thought they played really well when you consider that fact.
I'm just proud you're pulling out things that we're talking on After Dark, all the stats.
After
You
Dark,
were
baby.
listening.
I'm
You
listening.
were listening.
I'm learning.
I'm so proud of you.
did it.
But Gordon,
The problem is, though, this is where when Braggs reminds us every single time he doesn't know what he's talking about, it deflates great opinions like that one. You
fair.
keep telling everyone you don't know what you're talking about.
See, you're wrong, Ho, because then people are like, whoa, what was that?
which is what Will's reaction was right
I
there.
decided, whoa,
Oh, he did remember some
See?
stuff I was talking
See?
about. But no, one thing, too, just about Kyler, and we talked about it with Woot just a moment ago, but Adam, since you're on the panel again here now, too, with the Stevenson pick, Gordon should primarily now be the slot corner, and now he's going to have one job to focus on, and that should really help him, too, because he was settling in towards the end of the year, and now with one job to kind of just like master, I do think that's going to help him a lot.
Is he ready to go? Okay.
Gordon or Nick?
No, Nick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Kyler, well, maybe. We'll
find out.
We could put Nick in the slot, too.
Oh, yeah, we can.
Nicholas Moriano from Hallis.
Let's go, Nick Moriano, working hard.
Nick.
What is the...
What's up, you guys?
Tell us about these. The reaction here, Nick, if we're being honest, is...
People have left, Nick. We're the only ones here.
That's nothing about what Carm said is accurate. They're all still here, but it's lukewarm to say the least.
Lukewarm about the picks, lukewarm about you guys, lukewarm. What's the lukewarm about, you guys?
What a rude question. That's a rude question, Nick, about the picks, not about us. Everybody loves us. You kidding me? Have you ever seen the chat with what they say about me? They love me. Keep going. What was your reaction, Nick? Tell us what have you learned? Let's dive in here.
Yeah, well, I had a feeling that the Bears would go heavy on the defensive side on day 2 of the draft, and obviously all their picks are defense. And it's interesting if we're just kind of talking about all three of these guys, Gervon Dexter, Tyreek Stevenson, and Zach Pickens. You took 2-3 techniques, right? And Pickens and Gervon Dexter. So kind of curious to see how that all plays out and how it's going to look in the Bears defense. Both those guys primarily lined up in the B gap last season for their respective schools. But obviously we know that position is a huge need. The engine that Matt Eberflus is looking for in that defense. So, taking 2 double dip at that position, it's an interesting way of going about it because obviously the edge is still a focus that the Bears need to also address. But, I had a feeling it would be heavy defense and, I think with Gervon Dexter, like you see some of the production or lack of in terms of the numbers. And you're kind of wondering, well, hopefully his game, projects better to the next level. But a guy that feels really confident that his game will do that is Zach Pickens. We just got off the Zoom call with him. And let me tell you guys, I think you're going to love his energy. He's a big energy guy, and he was super excited. And we need to. This is a must, you guys. Pins and Aces needs to sponsor Zach Pickens. He was actually at Topgolf back home with a bunch of friends and family, kind of golfing. He only took 2 swings because he said that he was a little nervous, but he was also, like the Bears, obviously, we all know that they put a lot of their draft picks through either the dartboard or do some mini golf, some putting. He landed his putt shot. He's like, hell yeah, I landed that stuff. This is something that he's good at. So I think there's a Pins and Aces and Zach Pickens sponsorship in the near future for sure.
Jump on in here,
what's going on here? I saw thumbs going in every different direction. Nick, did you give a moment to talk to Tyreek Stevenson? I'm just curious your thoughts about him. Based off of what we read, he is definitely someone who's physical, loves to get into receivers' heads, and for me, having a guy like that on this defense within that secondary, they didn't have a guy like that before, so I do appreciate, I think, some of those extra intangibles he brings to the table.
Yeah, Tyreek Stevenson, again, was a guy that was at the Senior Bowl, was on the American team with Luke Getsy, and he was also on a 30 visit with the Bears there. And I asked Tyreek Stevenson what he kind of remembers about Getsy and the Bears coaching staff at the Senior Bowl. And what he says was they were all about business. They were doing everything the right way, always having that winning attitude. So it stuck out to Stevenson. And that was a guy when I remember watching him in Mobile, constantly fighting with wide receivers at the line of scrimmage, making it difficult for them to get off press coverage. So he plays that physical brand of football, and that was something that also resonated with Matt Eberflus, that he kind of plays like an old-style way. And what he meant by that is that right now he's like he plays very tough and very physical, a brand of football that maybe we don't see as much nowadays, but that resonated with Matt Eberflus and why ultimately you look at the Bears and the outside corner position right now, kind of wide open if you're looking at Kindle Builders being the only competition. So you're getting another guy that, will play physical outside there. He was also asked about whether he feels comfortable in man or zone. Says he has no problem with either. So regardless of what the Bears are doing, and we know they're going to run a lot of that Tampa 2 defense, Tyreek Stevenson's going to have a role in this defense and have an opportunity, I think, to compete for that outside corner spot.
Hey, Nick, one more question for you, man, Nick. One more question for you. So I know you were there, you talked to everybody, so I'm not going to give you anything specific. You know I trust you, man. What is, the biggest takeaway you took from any player? What's, the one thing that stands out that Bears fans should know about any of these guys?
You know what? I'm going to go back again to Zach Pickens, and he was asked about the potential that he has and what he can do. And, he was pretty honest, and I think just still overly excited, but he thinks he can be one of the best 3 techs at the position when he gets to the next level. If he checks all the boxes, that's his goal, to be the best 3 tech. And obviously there are a lot of guys in the league that are elite at that position, but he was really genuine about the answer, and he believes if he checks all the boxes and that he's nowhere near close to being at the top of his game, but if he feels like at this next level that he can become that guy and reach his ultimate level of being one of the best, at his position. But I think that just resonated because of the energy, again, like I talked about right when I got on, the energy he brought, you almost want to just believe him because he's so genuine about it. But I think a guy like Zach Pickens, he's going to be fun to watch, and I'm curious to see, how it all shakes out with Gervon Dexter too, also playing the same position. But that was definitely, I think, the one answer. I'm like, all right, okay, Zach Pickens, let's see if you can, reach that level of success that you're striving for here.
Nick, when you talk about Stevenson playing on the outside, do you think that because they moved Kyler Gordon back and forth, do you think that that's going to keep him back at nickel? Or do you think there's going to be competition on where these guys line up?
Yeah, so Tyreek Stevenson also actually had some reps as a nickel corner early on, and then had to bounce back outside. So he said it was like a tough transition at first when he transitioned from the slot to outside corner. So he actually does have those reps there and the experience. But I think ideally for this Bears defense, you would want maybe Stevenson outside, but Kyler Gordon showed at the end of the year when he had to play outside, did some pretty good things out there. But we know that in Matt Eberflus' defense, you go 3 tech, the will linebacker, and then also that nickel corner is being very prominent in important positions in the defense. So I think for me, it's probably Tyreek Stevenson plays outside. You have Kyler Gordon in the slot, and depending on maybe specific matchups, you can maybe do things where you switch guys around. But that, I think, is going to be what that base defense, what that defense looks like initially. But he does have slot corner experience, so I guess we can't rule it out at this point.
Hey, Nick, did anybody ask Tyreek about any of the off-the-field stuff with him in his past?
No, nothing was asked about his off-the-field, issues that he had, and I think that's pretty well documented. He was asked about just kind of transitioning from Georgia to Miami and why that kind of transition happened. And the answer is here that he said just the fact that me having being naive and frustrated with how everything was unfolding at Georgia, me being on the defense with great players who got drafted last year and getting drafted now, being around good players and not being able to contribute just caused a lot of frustration. And he decided to go back and help the fam after COVID hit. So all of that played a part into him deciding to leave his brothers at Georgia. So nothing was asked about the off-the-field stuff, though, Carm.
Well, I think he's also a Miami native, if I remember right. So a bit of a homecoming there. You also had a chance earlier today, which seems like 3 days ago at this point, to talk to Darnell Wright in person at Hallis Hall. What was learned from the first-round pick visiting the building today?
Wow, that honestly, Adam, seems like 5 days ago. You saying that, I had to oh yeah, we did talk to Darnell Wright earlier today. I think for me, like some of the takeaways, because we got to meet with him at as a press conference and then also like in smaller groups. But I think what was telling to me that the reason like he wanted to stay like at Tennessee, right? They were going through a lot of turmoil there. Coaches, there was a point where there were not even coaches in the building, but he really wanted to just stick with it because of the people that were in there, the players that he was playing with. And I think that resonates with, the commitment he's going to show in this Bears locker room. Just being that guy that's going to be a team player with whether there's adversity, and there definitely will be throughout the course of a season, that he's going to be somebody that's going to be willing to go through those things. And then he also talked more about the extensive and really difficult workout that Chris Morgan put him through back in Knoxville while Ryan Poles was also watching. Like, he knew the whole idea was to make him uncomfortable, to push him basically to his breaking point. And, Darnell Wright understood that, but yet he still kept persevering and pushing himself. And, he, again, knowing that the whole goal of that workout was to see how much he could take. But Darnell Wright said, like, he wasn't going to quit. So that's what I really like about Darnell Wright. He is a fighter. He's someone that's going to be up for any challenge. And that, I think, that's the mentality, right, that you need if you're going to play in the NFL. You're going to face adversity. How do you face it? Usually the better players handle that a little bit better than some of the other guys.
Nick, who's the one guy the Bears didn't take that was on the board when they were selecting that you wish they had?
Well, I mean, I don't know if he got selected yet, but, Adetomo Adebawore, I don't know if he got selected, guys. I'm down not watching the draft at the moment, but still a guy that...
Nick, he's still on the board, man. It's really weird.
So I wonder, like, I remember, Adam, you were saying this, like, you were talking to people like, this is a guy that maybe could be undrafted and then skyrockets because of everything that happened after the season. And I wonder if, like, now coaches looking at this, like, did he do enough on tape? And is everything off the field with the workouts and, blowing that out of the water? Is that not enough for coaches? But, hey, I mean, if he's still available, I would still want the Bears to, at least attempt to get a guy that's local who I think has a lot of upside. But as of right now, obviously being still on the board, like, maybe, obviously teams think otherwise.
By the way, the Broncos just took your guy, Riley Moss, from Iowa, off the board.
That's a fantastic pick. Fantastic pick. Everybody, every Hawkeye's a fantastic pick, but Riley will do some good things in Denver. Look, the Bears, they did address the cornerback position. I like Riley Moss, but hopefully he has a good career there with the Denver Broncos.
Nick, anything else to share before we let you go?
Oh man, trying to go through all the players, all the notes real quick. You know what? Real quickly, actually, just going back to Gervon Dexter, guys. Like, and I know I tweeted this out too, but this is a guy that started playing football late, his junior year of high school is when he started, but it was because he was on a traveling competitive basketball team. And one of his teammates was Scotty Barnes, who plays for the Raptors. So this is a guy that's super athletic, but the reason why he had to kind of get out of basketball and transition to football, because he was a little too aggressive and started to foul out of games. So he's like, well, maybe football is where, I'm meant to be. And obviously seeing, Gervon Dexter being drafted by the Chicago Bears kind of solidifies that decision. But, that you have an athletic guy who obviously was doing some good things on the hardwood, but now is off to the football field and will hopefully do some good things there for the Bears.
Nick, great stuff all around, man. Before we let you go, Brandon did text me. He's staring me down. He wants to make sure that he says hello to you in some fashion here today since you're not at the party. So B says what's
Brandon, I love you. I wish I was there. Glad you're hanging out with everybody at CHGO and having a good time. Hopefully you guys are all having a good time and, just everyone that's there. But hopefully you're enjoying the coverage too. And hopefully the energy rises. The Bears are drafting. They're getting – revamping that defense. They definitely needed it because every category you look at, it wasn't very good for the Bears. So they're doing the right thing and adding some guys.
Nick, one last window into the Hallis Hall media room. Which pick were the eyes and the heads being turned the most? Like, what the hell was that? Because I'm guessing it was at 53, but maybe it was 56.
You know what? I think it was Gervon Dexter, to be completely honest here, Mark. And it was because, Zach Pickens was a guy that I thought would go before him. So I think Gervon Dexter was not necessarily like a head scratcher because you look at the position and you have to fill that need, but was that, the best guy? And again, we just talked about Adetomo Adebawore. We thought maybe he would be a better fit, but I think that would be, I guess, the head scratcher there, and we got to see how it all plays out, right? But I think that's the one. And, I knew Tyreek Stevenson, so I liked that pick when it was made, so it didn't really surprise me all too much, but yeah, I would definitely say it was Gervon Dexter at 53.
All right, Nick, good work. Of course, he'll get a chance to talk to Ryan Poles a little bit later on again tonight when this third round is over.
Nick!
Appreciate you, man.
Standing O, Nick.
Appreciate you guys. Talk to you later.
Nicholas Moriano, make sure you're following him.
He didn't curse. I was like
Yeah, no.
waiting for the curse,
But see, that's the problem. He was just reporting last night who was cursing,
Right,
and it was
right,
Darnell
right.
Wright. So the Bears didn't draft any players that cursed tonight, which is really the problem.
Yeah, Stevenson should have done it.
Yeah.
I really thought he would.
Real quick on Adebawore, what Nick was talking about there was some intel I got around Northwestern's Pro Day, which was that a lot of the scouts that were coming through Northwestern during the season were giving Northwestern some feedback that, like, right now we kind of view this guy as being possibly an undrafted free agent, which is like, that's quite a rise to go from UFA all the way to potential first round, which was being thrown out there. Now, we ultimately had him, 21. Even we did, but we had, a first, second round grade on him. He's still available here late in the third. I think Nick brought up a good point is what I'm getting at, because if that was some of the scouts' opinion on this guy when he was still playing, and some of that feedback was you need to go back to school for one more year. And then all of a sudden he dominates the Senior Bowl, dominates the NFL Combine. You do have to balance everything. You can't just put all the weight into that. Now, I'm with Corey Wootton. I think we all sort of think that he's going to be a solid player, but it is a projection still. Mm-hmm. It still is a projection that, hey, we think the Bears would use this guy better, and he would be the ideal 3 technique. And ultimately for the Bears and seemingly a lot of other teams now, since he's still on the board, that projection was too rich to make this early in the draft.
It's interesting what you're teeing up here because it seems like the Bears they obviously did the research on these guys and watched a ton of tape and looked at everything they possibly could look at. But it also seems like, particularly with Darnell Wright, they really fell in love with him leading up to the draft, working him out, putting him in stress situations. So there was a huge amount of value on what they were able to glean in the last couple of months / weeks / days. So, and Adebawore dominated that by all, by most accounts. So it's interesting that he's sitting out there. But there's been a lot of great players that have been drafted late in the third round, early in the fourth round. Doesn't mean he's not going to have a good career in the NFL.
All right. Well, unless you guys did this when I was out earlier, I wanted to read the...
No, we let, the reading to you. That's your thing. That's your shtick. I'm not going to touch it.
Just sharing some information.
My hand started to burn when I touched the Holy Bible.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a book in general.
Yeah,
but.
no.
Oh.
Will! What?
Will's been
from the top rope.
Will's been singing since he walked in yesterday.
No, he's not wrong. I haven't read a book since Bears Seen Bears. Come on now.
Hey, Bears, though.
I thought you were going to say the Bears game day program.
No. I didn't read that either. Just looked at the pictures.
Okay. Tyreek Stevenson, who we have not read off his scouting report yet from Dane Brugler, our guy. Tyreek Stevenson from Miami, Florida, 6 foot. He's just 6 foot, 3/8. That's what he is. 198. 4-star recruit. Stevenson was the number 3 cornerback in the 2019 recruiting class behind Derek Stingley and Andrew Booth. The number 4 recruit in Florida. He was the number 37 overall recruit and one of the highest ranked 4-stars in the class. After his sophomore season, Stevenson picked up offers from UCF and Florida. He committed to the Gators a month later. Continued to take visits, received several high-profile offers, including Alabama, Florida State, and his hometown, Miami, Florida. After his junior season, Stevenson decommitted from Florida. He reopened his commitment, and ultimately he narrowed his final choice to Georgia and Miami and committed to the Bulldogs because his mother wanted him to leave the bubble where he grew up.
Mom knows best. Sometimes.
But he ended up going back to the bubble.
Rarely.
Okay.
Almost never.
Stevenson was homesick in Athens, and he had, quote, a lot of disagreements with head coach Kirby Smart, who wanted him to play safety or nickel while Stevenson wanted to be a corner. After the 2020 season, he entered the transfer portal and received numerous offers, but never considered anywhere except returning home to Miami for his final 2 seasons. He has 4 younger sisters, a twin sister, a younger sister, and another set of twin sisters.
Whoa. You read that correctly, right? That's a lot of sisters.
He has a twin sister.
Right, it's 1.
He has a younger sister.
2.
And then he has another set of twin sisters.
4 sisters and 2 sets of twins in a family.
That's crazy.
Yes, it is.
Stevenson accepted his invite to the 2023 Senior Bowl, where he played for Luke Getsy, right?
He did.
Strengths, physically impressive athlete with a muscular body and long arms. He's explosive with springs in his calves to quickly redirect. Flashes the recovery speed to get back into position when needed. Able to muscle receivers off their intended path or force them to run laterally to avoid the jam. He looks to make route runners uncomfortable without drawing flags. Responsible for only 1 coverage penalty, a pass interference, in his 2 seasons with the Hurricanes.
That's impressive.
Seems extremely notable. Able to play through the hands of receivers when in position. He's a physical tackler with a safety background and looks to drive through his target when squared up.
Get the shit out of him.
Plays chippy, and he has the requisite mental and physical toughness required for the National Football League.
I saw him deck somebody in one of the highlights. I loved it. I got a little excited. Cracked him.
I love it. The one highlight. I'm the one highlight guy.
Yeah, the one
I
highlight
like the
I
one
saw,
highlight.
he decked somebody. I like him.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's how I break it down, too. You get on Twitter, you see the one highlight, bam.
it was on the TV up here, actually.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Weaknesses. Again, on Tyreek Stevenson here. It's
None.
False stepper
Oh, no.
near the line of scrimmage, forcing him to play catch-up. High-hipped. Moves with hints of hip stiffness and mid-transition.
Familiar with that?
Yeah. My hips are just, I learned this week, way out of whack.
Having a whole lot of trouble over here.
Will's hips don't lie.
This guy's fluid to my right.
Surrenders too much spacing and off coverage, late to collect himself and break on slants as early as he should. Offenses know they can get him to bite and give up big plays.
That's good.
Check out the 2022 North Carolina tape,
Oh.
with your guy Josh Downs probably.
Josh Downs was cooking him.
I
Josh Downs officially landed, which you mentioned. He's an Indianapolis Colt. He's going to be catching balls from Anthony Richardson and dominating. Go ahead.
Inconsistent balance downfield leaves ball production on the field. He looks to lay the boom in run support, but tends to be reckless as a finisher, leading to ball carriers escaping his initial attack. Arrested and charged with disorderly conduct in March 2019, shortly after enrolling at Georgia, after allegedly fighting with employees at an Athens bar. He tore his labrum and several ligaments in his right shoulder. Now, this is in contrast to, I think, what you read earlier, that said his shoulder injury happened
At a bar.
At the bar.
Fight. Yes.
According to this happened in November 2021, unless there was 2 of them. This says he tore his labrum, several ligaments in his right shoulder in November 2021, which required off-season surgery.
I would go with Brugler over whatever I read on Twitter for the record.
And the surgery in spring 2022 was to shave, not his beard, but to shave his collarbone.
Interesting.
Ouch.
But we have 2 corners with shoulder problems, and Jalen Johnson and Stevenson then. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, and that was the same thing with Johnson
Yes.
coming out of Utah. He had like 17 shoulder injuries.
Yes, and he had to get the bone block surgery on it. I got that, so I know how that one
Oh,
goes.
boy. In summary, we got a 2-year starter in Miami. Stevenson was an outside corner and former defensive coordinator Kevin Steele's. Oh, my God. That was scary. I did not see that coming.
Go Get out of here. Actually, give me a hug. Can you give me a hug?
Why would you say get out of here?
The bear.
It's a little scary.
The bear is naked. Put some clothes
Bite
on.
him on the neck.
Yeah, I give Clark the Cub a problem
Yeah.
because he doesn't wear pants.
He's not wearing. This
we
bear's
don't
not
have-
wearing anything.
Oh God, we
Careful,
got cords are
careful,
being pulled.
careful. All right, one more step. Up. Okay, you did it.
Hey.
That was actually pretty good. Aw,
My
he's
guy.
just he's a sweet little bear.
What's the bear's name?
Lawrence.
Hey, our producer has the same name.
Whoa, what do you know? What do you know?
Crazy. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Back to Stevenson after being the star nickel position at Georgia against his wishes. He transferred closer to home to play corner, combined for 14 passes defended and 3 interceptions in 2 seasons. He's an above-average size speed athlete with physical toughness and a brash swagger that many coaches covet as foundational traits for their man-cover defenders. He is not shy about bumping and riding the hip of route runners, but his physical play style leaves him unbalanced and mid-route and at the catch point, which will be tougher to hide from officials in the NFL. Overall, Stevenson needs to become more disciplined in coverage and versus the run, but he is a long, rangy corner with the speed and short area athleticism to stay in phase. He is a press man corner on the perimeter with NFL starting ability.
Again, it's the player that you look at all those intangibles and those straight to get really excited. You hear about the inconsistencies, and it's hard to find a perfect prospect, but you can see those strengths that they really like, and then those weaknesses are coachable. They can believe, like, hey, this is a guy that we can kind of polish up a bit and really develop him, and he can be a long-term plug-and-play starter for this defense. So it's not surprising to me that they went this direction, and again, having a complete secondary with the new linebackers in addition, who are good cover backers. I know we don't have an edge right now. I know the pass rush is a question, but it's hard to argue the strength of this defense being that back end. Hey, what's going on, Woot?
It is interesting, though, to describe him as Corey Wootton rejoins us here on the show, that more of like a press man corner than necessarily your typical cover 2 zone guy.
Who are you talking about,
Stevenson, yeah. We're just reading the scouting report on him, and he's, long, physical, feisty, press man.
That's
corner.
what you want in this Tampa 2 scheme. You look at when we were really rocking, Peanut Tillman, very physical. Who we got now, Jalen Johnson, very physical as well. So that's kind of the theme here, and I really love that pick. I'm fine with that at all. The one thing is, like I said, the defensive line, run stopping is going to be light years ahead of what last year was. Now it comes down to pass rush. Maybe we can pick up some options, maybe a Frank Clark, maybe Yannick for the right price, because whatever you want to say, he can't play the run or not, he can rush the passer, and he's averaged about 7.5 sacks in his career a year. So
that's a pretty good floor.
Exactly. So even if you bring him in on pass rush situations, I feel like that could be a good fit to have maybe him and Frank Clark on 1-year deals, maybe more incentive-laden, and it's a win-win for them, because if they both have good years, then they can get that real big payday.
Would you be worried about bringing in a veteran, though, taking snaps away from the young talent that you're starting to assess?
Not at all, because the young talent right here, especially at the end position, you don't feel really that confident about it.
Right.
D-Rob, right? It's kind of up in the air. Travis Gibson, he kind of let us down a little bit last year. Walker, they have high hopes for, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of Gibson, right? We had really high hopes for him, underperformed.
Right.
But hopefully this will work out for Walker, because he has flexibility that he can move in, especially on the pass rush situations, as the 3 technique.
And the one thing about Gibson, too, is like he came out of school and he was a base 4-3 end, and then like, hey, transition to a 3-4 stand-up rusher, and I was like, hey, put your hand back in the dirt, and it's kind
of a lot of moving parts.
And so I did not expect him to struggle as much. I thought it would almost be like coming home for him going back into it, but I'm going to give him a pass. He's on a really, really cheap deal. Hopefully he can turn things around and prove like, hey, was this a down year? Is it a transitional year?
Exactly.
And I'm back.
Exactly, because especially that 1 year where he really flashed. He was basically starting the last 5 weeks, and he really flourished in that scheme. So hopefully he could be a guy that steps out this year and maybe gives us more of that pass rush potential that he showed 2 years ago.
Yeah, that was the disappointing one for me last year. I thought I was with you. I thought that here's a guy that they had sort of developed pretty well over 2 years. You knew he was a developmental project in Travis Gibson, and then it just didn't really click last year. They needed someone like that to step up. I think they were hopeful that it would happen, and it really didn't. So, and right now that's still a weakness. I mean, it's still you got to fill it somehow here. But again, there's always that another wave of free agency here, as you're talking about, and you could still add veterans, and that's why it always happens this way after the draft.
Well, we know it's going to be an improvement from last year. Like last year was really a struggle on the defensive line. They had 7.5 sacks as a defensive line. I think the linebackers had more sacks than the defensive line as a whole. So that's never a good thing, especially when you're a 4-3 scheme.
I want to say Brisker was like almost up there in sacks too, and that's your safety.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
3 big ones.
Exactly. So he was one of the leaders.
And the Baltimore Ravens linebacker.
Yep. Roquan.
Right.
Oh yeah, he was up there too in tackles and sacks and everything.
That situation actually worked out really well. I mean, I was a little hesitant on trading him, but it ended up working out for the better, right? You got Jack Sanborn. You got options here. You solidified that linebacker position in free agency as well. So
you got 2 linebackers for the price of Roquan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a win-win.
And they traded one of their 5th-round picks tonight when they traded up. The other 5th-round pick they have is from that trade.
Exactly.
See?
So yeah, you can't address all the needs this year. I would have liked at least one defensive end just to make you feel a little bit better. But maybe we can do that in free agency. The great part is it is a rebuilding year. The great part is the offense is pretty solidified, right? So when you feel good about Justin Fields and the offensive line and the weapons he has, so if they keep the weapons the way they are, you still feel good about it, right? Obviously, if they add somebody later, you would feel good about that as well. But the current offensive situation, you feel pretty good about.
And again, too, like when it comes to these edge rushers that the Bears did not take in that 2nd round, first pick of the 3rd round, and there was a big run on them before the Bears were on the clock. I'm okay with them not reaching, because if you're reaching and it is a position of need and you're investing a high draft pick into them, you're stuck with them for at least a few years to see if they can pan out. Where if they don't and they go this free agent route with these 1-year prove-it deals, that gives you flexibility, whether you can re-sign them, whether you go into next year's draft, and then you're in a better position. Like, all right, maybe you like a few guys next year, and that guy falls to you, and you're like, okay, now it's time to pull the trigger, and you're not kind of putting yourself in a bind.
Exactly. And I think in these later rounds, especially tomorrow when they're evaluating, they need to look at pass rushers, right? Guys that really fit that need, that could come in on 3rd down situations. You could maybe get a steal in the 6th or 7th round that's a situational pass rusher that you can bring in nickel situations, because you feel good about the base downs, but it's now about the pass rush situation.
Right. What are you going to do when it's an obvious down, passing down? Who's coming in, and can they hit home?
Yeah.
I wanted to share the poll we have up right now and update it. How would you grade Ryan Poles on day 2? The leading vote getter right now with 46% is a B. Next is a C with 27%. And some people, 20% still going with A, and only 7% going with D to F. So I think that speaks to the conversation we were having earlier, which is Ryan Poles is still in the at least, I don't know if it's still the honeymoon phase, but it's at least still the benefit of the doubt phase.
Yes, for sure.
We just have to trust his plan, right? A year ago, he kind of left Justin Fields out to dry a little bit for getting all these draft picks, putting all the pieces to the puzzle, and it seems like up to this point, it's working out for next year, offensively at least. So we have to kind of trust this plan with him. And, I mean, literally anything in this draft, whether you think it's a sure thing or not, is a crapshoot.
Absolutely.
There is no sure thing, right? All the tape and all that will tell you otherwise. But when it comes to NFL, ready and going against grown men and all the people that play in the NFL, nothing is a sure thing.
Well, he probably came in here, if we're talking about polls, with if you've polled Bears fans, 93% approval rating, 97, in the 90s, I would say, to this point. He's not going to have quite that coming out of this draft. If you were, maybe it's in the 80s. It's still plenty high, but I think there will be some people who are starting to the longer you're in the job, the more criticism you're going to open yourself up to, and he could come out of this smelling like roses, looking fantastic a year from now. But coming out of this, there's going to be more people looking at him a little closer.
Well, let's look at last year, right? Braxton Jones, that was the steal of the draft, right? to get a left tackle that you feel good about for the future. They do feel good about him. I think they feel his guy going forward. Jaquan Brisker, that's going to be a starter to come, and they'll probably re-up him if he continues on this path. And then, what's his name, the cornerback, drawing a blank.
Kyler Gordon.
Kyler Gordon. Yeah, I was about to say Kendall Fuller. But yeah, you feel good about all those guys. How, I think the biggest thing is they produced this year, they played, and they did a good job. So I think that speaks to his evaluation and talent-wise.
One thing that gets me excited about next year and then the following seasons after that. So say Woot, these guys that they drafted, they don't end up being Pro Bowl every single year players, but they have they're super solid, high floor. Yeah. Whether they're rotational, whether just a rock solid starter, next year's draft, you find your 3-tech of the future. Exactly. You find that edge rusher, and then your depth for the next 4 seasons. Phenomenal depth up front. Exactly. So this could just be resetting the foundation. Yeah. Maybe one of these guys hit. Worst case scenario, maybe like I said, they're all just super solid. And then once you find that special player to add to it, it just makes that entire unit so much more dangerous than just having that one guy by himself.
Yeah, I kind of like that philosophy to a standpoint because he wasn't reaching for anything, right? He wasn't I'm going to go above and beyond to get this because I have the need, right? There was one guy I told you about, Hall, that I would have gone up and got because he had the first-round talent. But it shows that Poles is not going to overreach for a guy just to fit a need, right? And this is a rebuild defensively, so it probably is going to take until next year's draft and free agency to really solidify all these positions, especially the defensive line.
I want to highlight a tweet that at ST Quest sent, and I'd kind of forgotten about this, so shout out to him. Said when Matt Eberflus was on Hoge and John's back at the owners' meetings last month, he told us that the traits they look for in terms of explosive 3 techniques are vertical and broad jump. And that both Gervon Dexter and Zach Pickens tested well in those areas.
Okay.
So,
explosiveness.
Good job of taking notes there from ST Quest.
Length and explosiveness. That's what they seem to look for.
Absolutely. Do we want to hear more about Zach Pickens?
What are those 2 tests again real quick while you're reading that?
Broad jump and vertical.
I'm going to look those up.
I'm not going to read the whole thing on this one. They tend to get a little bit lengthy, obviously. But I do want to point out that Zach Pickens has a degree in sport and entertainment management.
Yep, he sure does.
He's going to represent himself. He didn't even need an agent to get this contract.
Just even some of these quotes that are coming across Twitter, it's very impressive so far. All right, strengths on Zach Pickens. Good size athlete, passes the eye test with flying colors, extends his long arms into the chests of blockers to create initial knockback. Transfers power from his low hips to work his target backward into the pocket. He stays square to hold the point, find the ball, work lateral to mirror. He moves with outstanding control of his body to knife through gaps, uses natural bend and short area quicks to avoid latching hands, plays flat-backed with consistent hustle to chase plays away from the line of scrimmage, named a captain and a team MVP as a senior, competes with a team-centric mindset and experience working from various alignments up front. Durable, started 32 straight games over the last 3 seasons.
Gotta like that.
Yep. Weaknesses, pass rush arsenal lacks variety. Occasionally he does not use a quick swim or arm over, but his rush moves are generally power-based. He must develop his hand usage for quicker sheds, late to access his secondary moves once locked up, the first to jump the snap on some plays, and the last to move on others.
Woof.
So that's 2. Both these guys have been questioned for their get-off in this so far. Leaves tackle production on the field with his tendency to play hot. His anchor strength is okay, but he can be flattened out by double teams. Looks like just a guy when he plays with tall pad level. Unimpressive career production. Only 8.7% of his tackles in college came in the backfield. Ooh, that's an interesting stat.
It is. Both of these guys are project, like we said. They have length. They do have explosiveness. The one benefit of the doubt I'm going to give them is in the schemes that they've been both playing in, that it's a little bit more of a read and react as opposed to a attacking style. So I'll give them the benefit on the doubt because at Northwestern, my first couple of years when Greg Colby was the defensive coordinator, we were a read and react, and our defensive line looked pretty terrible, right? No matter if we were getting off the ball, we're going sideways and this and that. Once we attacked when Hankowitz came, it was night and day difference. So I think that's the biggest thing, that they can potentially really flourish if they really focus on that get off. And now they'll have a scheme that says, just get off the football. Don't worry about anything else. Don't worry about staying in your gap because penetration kills everything.
And to that point, summarizing this, 3-year starter at South Carolina, Pickens lined up primarily in the A gap in South Carolina's system, the third-ranked recruit to ever sign with the Gamecocks, behind Jadeveon Clowney and Marcus Lattimore.
Good company.
Good. Damn. His statistical resume did not live up to that hype, but he was a dependable interior lineman in the last 4 seasons. With his initial movements at the snap, Pickens has the quickness to shoot gaps and the strength to control them. While he has pass rush tools, his move transitions and shed skills are underdeveloped. Pickens must continue to hone his hand techniques as a rusher and anchor in the run game, but he plays on his feet with the agility, balance, and length to instinctively react to blockers. He projects as a rotational tackle as a rookie with starting upside. How would you deploy these two to start?
So I'd probably put Dexter at the nose, and I think I put Pickens at the 3.
Even though, and we're just kind of connecting dots, but Dexter seems to be the similar size as DeForest Buckner.
He does. But I just feel like the get off and penetration was there for Pickens.
Okay.
I think that's naturally in his lane, and that's what the 3 technique does. So I can see them potentially being able to do both, but I think Pickens would be the better fit at the 3.
Okay. It's going to be, I can't wait to hear what Ryan Poles says about that tonight.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to say, well, we're going to
figure it out.
We're going to figure it out. We'll play the
flexibility, and they have the length, and they can play both. A defensive end that I want to keep in mind, I don't think he's been off the board yet, is from Mizzou that I'm really high on in these later rounds, Isaiah McGuire. Really liked his tape. Really flashed against Georgia in some of the big schools. He has the get off. He has pass rush in his arsenal. His motor is there. Could be a really good value that could come in and potentially be a starter day one for the Bears.
Well, and on that note, just kind of getting people caught up at where we're at here in round 3. Huge run on wide receivers happened. That started all the way back very early in the round when Tank Dell went 69 overall to Houston. And then you had Jalen Hyde go off the board, Cedric Tillman went off the board. There we go. Lost myself for a second there. Josh Downs went 79 to the Colts. And that is the last wide receiver. Now we're getting some linebackers going off. DeMarvion Overshone, Dorian Williams out of Tulane to the Bills. And then the last pick was Wayne Morris to Kansas City, 92 overall, offensive tackle, Oklahoma. The Steelers are on the clock here at 93 with 11 picks to go here in the 3rd round.
And in the comments, they're saying Isaiah McGuire was on Getsy's team for the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, a lot of people.
So that could be something there.
Yeah, connecting those dots makes sense. As Isaiah McGuire is still available.
So he could be an option with that 4th round. I thought he'd be probably 4th to 6th round, somewhere around there. But he has all the tools on there. You know, sometimes you look at some of these guys that are available in the 4th to 5th round. Sometimes they flashed and they look better than the guys that were drafted in the 2nd and 3rd round, you know, because then you wonder, are they drafting more on the ceiling or are they drafting more on what he can do right now? So sometimes people put more emphasis on the ceiling as opposed to what you can do right now.
By the way, a big prospect just finally went. Darnell Washington is off the board way later than we thought. Pick 93 in the 3rd round to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, they're going to like that.
Yeah.
Good run blocker. Mauler. They said the comparison is Mercedes Lewis.
Let's take a look at this.
He's had a nice, solid career.
Yeah.
We had him high up on our board.
We did. Him and Adetomo were the top 2 guys. Guys, I want to read you the Steelers draft so far. They tend to do things pretty well. Broderick Jones, the offensive tackle from Georgia. Joey Porter Jr. Many thought they could get in the 1st round. Keeanu Benton.
Yep.
Darnell Washington.
What was Keeanu Benton number overall?
Benton was 49.
49, okay.
Yeah. Pretty good haul, in my opinion.
Good organization.
Yep. I missed this earlier while you guys were on because I just saw the Lions traded up. But Hendon Hooker, huh?
Yeah.
That's a good situation, right?
Yeah.
To sit behind Jared Goff for at least a year and really understand that offense. And, hey, if Jared Goff plays well another year, then you sit 2 years behind him, and then all of a sudden you make your decision on Goff.
I was that damn close to getting all three of my bold predictions correct. Because one was that the Bears would draft Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
Two was that only 3 quarterbacks would go before the Bears picked, which turned out to be the whole first round. And then the last one, I just had to add 2 extra words, otherwise I would have been right. But one of the 3 teams in the NFC North would make their big move for a quarterback.
You thought it was the Vikings.
I said on Thursday. On Thursday.
Yeah.
And I had to throw the on Thursday in there, otherwise
we thought it was the Vikings.
I said Vikings with Hendon Hooker, and instead it's the Lions with Hendon Hooker tonight. So close enough. We'll give me 2.5 out of 3 or something like that. But it does not surprise me. I did not feel like are they really going to keep rolling it back with Jared Goff, which I think they will this year, and that's the interesting part of this. But I think they're really setting themselves up for Hooker to maybe take over the year after.
Yeah.
For Jared Goff.
Potentially the year after that, because then you got a quarterback that can learn behind him for a couple years. And
the Lions,
it's a good situation.
Lions have had a very interesting draft, trading back and taking Jahmyr Gibbs, who apparently they liked enough. They would have taken him in the top 10, but they ended up getting him at 12. Then they go and get Jack Campbell, way overdraft him, but who knows, maybe it's a brilliant move at 18. Then Sam LaPorta, another Iowa Hawkeye, the tight end. So now you're adding on to your offense on a team that had no defense. You get Brian Branch, the top safety at 45. That seems pretty solid. And now you've got Hendon Hooker, a nice piece that you can stash, and maybe that turns out to be gold. Pretty good. I mean, an interesting up and down, but a little bit sexy what the Lions have done.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. They're trying to surround them with talent. Dan Campbell, I really like him a lot.
I do too.
He everyone was a little bit cautious his first year. I don't know about this guy. And I think when Hard Knocks came around, everybody started to get bought into his philosophy. So, yeah, I like him. I liked him as a player.
I liked him before Hard Knocks, but then I really liked him after Hard Knocks.
I loved him as a player.
By the way, I'm still skeptical that it's all going to work. I put that asterisk on it every time I say that. But for purely entertainment purposes, keep that thing going. I love it.
I think the guys generally buy into him.
Yeah.
Right? I think at first they maybe have been like, because sometimes when coaches are too rah-rah, all this stuff, like Greg Schiano tried to come to the league, and guys are like, get the hell out of here, man. We're grown men. Mm-hmm. But I think at first that's kind of how they were with Dan Campbell. And then they really bought into him when he started crying after that one game. He's like, he really does have our back. And I think that was the kind of turning point with them. But it's a good situation because the Lions have been bad for so long. And now they have hope, right? They're starting to build this roster. They feel good about their situation. They're drafting a lot of young talent. So hats off to them. They've had a pretty good draft thus far. People think they may have reached for this and that, but they have a plan in place for those players.
One more time, I just want to mention our friends at Shady Rays and their outstanding sunglasses. They have you covered for the warm weather that's, I don't know, kind of here, kind of not here. It's spring in Chicago. With premium polarized shades at an affordable price. Shady Rays is an independent sunglass company that offers world-class product that's just as good as any expensive pair we've worn, durable frames, and extremely clear optics for outdoor adventures. And that's not all. Shady Rays offers the most insane protection in all of eyewear because they have the lost and broken replacements policy. If you ever lose or break your pair, even on day one, they told us they will send you a brand new pair, no questions asked. Wear your Shady Rays with confidence because they have your back long after you purchase. If you don't love your Shady Rays, exchange for a new pair or return them for free within 30 days. There's no risk when you shop. Their team always has your back. And this is exclusive for our CHGO listeners. Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season. Go to shadyrays.com. Use code CHGO for 50% off. 2+ pairs of polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 250,000 people, including Greg Braggs Jr.
That's right. Thank you, Lawrence, for the brick juice. Little different brick juice tonight.
Oh, look at
flavor. Different flavor brick juice.
Dialing it up and looking for some energy. He could just go directly away from the juice to the Combat Energy Efficiency Program.
That's true.
Which is committed, Gregory, to helping families and businesses in the communities they serve helping manage energy usage and lower energy bills now and into the future.
Yeah. ComEd offers a wide variety of incentives on lighting and other efficiency upgrades to commercial, industrial, and public sector customers of all sizes across the territory. ComEd also offers free facility assessments that can help find energy-saving opportunities like for HVAC, commercial kitchen equipment, or industrial processes.
How does it work, Greg?
Well, I'll tell you, Carm.
Thank you.
An authorized engineer will work with you to develop a detailed assessment plan specific to your goals and needs. These can be done in person and virtually and last approximately 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Love
You
it.
can do your laundry, too.
Love it, Greg.
Within 3 to 4 weeks, customers will receive a report detailing energy efficiency projects that they can start working on immediately.
I need that report, Greg.
Recommendation will include estimated energy savings, cost savings, project costs, potential incentives, and simple payback. If you own a business, don't wait. Get started saving money and energy today. For energy saving tips, lighting incentives, or to schedule your free facility assessment, Carm, you need to go to ComEd.com/poweringbiz.
Did you say ComEd.com/poweringbiz?
That's exactly what I said. I'm glad you're listening. Schedule it today. ComEd all day.
Thank you, ComEd.
You guys are adorable.
I don't know why I lost energy doing that read with Braggs, but I actually was gaining energy.
I gained energy.
I was building a reservoir of energy.
Everybody keeps making comments. Corey thinks it's funny. Everybody keeps making comments on my tan.
You look terrible.
No, I don't. And it's this. I'm tan. You're not.
You look
and
burnt.
the lights are also cleaning it more. Let's be honest here, guys.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like you're being
had
honest.
a couple cockies too.
Oh, you embrace the cockies. Finally,
No,
here we are.
I'm speaking like Carm.
Here we are. It's come full circle.
It's been a night. You spent some time in the sun. We got bright lights. It's making you look more tan than you actually are, but you're pretty tan there, buddy.
I'll be even more tan by the end of the summer, so get ready.
We'll get you some Shady Rays and make sure you're good to go. We want to make sure you're healthy, pal.
It's weird how the brick juice, every glass of brick juice you have tonight, you get redder and redder. How's that work?
Are we on the clock yet at 1:03?
No comment.
That's tomorrow.
What about 133, 148, 218, 258? I need more picks.
That's all tomorrow.
I need someone to really latch onto here. Although I am starting to fall in love. It's a slow fall, but I'm starting to get there on Zach Pickens. I'm starting to listen to Woot break it down. I'm starting to feel it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with all of these picks. There were just other guys I like more.
Exactly.
A couple that are still available.
Yeah.
Am I correct that Darius Rush is still out there?
Darius Rush, Adam Hoge.
I think he is, and obviously
Adebawore is still there.
Adebawore is still there.
I've heard there's some kind of medical supposedly for him. That's what the rumor is.
You went through that, so
I don't know. I don't remember him ever getting injured.
That is interesting.
Maybe has a shoulder or something that they are back that they don't like.
Lions just took Brodric Martin, who is an enormous 6'5", 337-pound nose tackle, who apparently is tough to move off the ball with one blocker, and he has the long arms to stack blockers, and he flashes the ability to disengage in time to make the play. Woot, his pad level is inconsistent, which you might imagine when you get somebody of that size and stature late in the third round, but Martin can give too much ground as well when he gets doubled, but notice that he is getting doubled. He has active hands. He's quick for his size. However, Martin doesn't have the closing burst or change of direction ability to get to the quarterback with any regularity coming out of Western Kentucky.
Okay.
Lions, Brodric Martin with the Commanders on the clock.
How many picks do the Lions have? 1,000?
Let's
get ridiculous.
Well, they had 4 in the first 55, and then they moved down, got extra capital.
Are you guys surprised that DeJuan Jones is still available right now? Because people had talked about maybe he could potentially be the end of the first round. And obviously, like second for sure. It looks like he might not even make it in the first 2 days.
I mean, massive size, but doesn't move particularly well, right?
Yeah. Well, I think his athleticism is there. I think they worry about his weight.
Okay.
Being an issue. Like, he's 350.
Yeah, I mean,
so at that point, you're like...
that's a big boy.
Exactly. So I think they worry about the weight.
Big boy. Well, that's the thing, too, with offensive linemen, where a lot of people have... Some like a guy who can move, and you don't necessarily need the size. The Bears are trying to get both with Darnell Wright.
Yep.
Obviously, the Titans feel comfortable with somebody who's fundamentally sound in Peter Skoronski. It's just interesting.
Yeah.
Which we haven't really talked about that completely. That Ryan Poles took a guy that he loves, and I think we're all confident. You're especially confident that they did that right. But there wasn't really a huge consensus, right, on who was the top offensive lineman. Hoge had Peter Skoronski. A lot of people had Peter Skoronski.
Yep.
And then here.
But I do think that those were the last, because I wasn't a big Brodric Jones guy.
Okay.
So for me, those were the two picks. I was fine with either. I'm way on record of saying I would have preferred Skoronski, fine, but I really do like both of them, and I think Darnell Wright's a perfect plug-and-play starter.
Right, but I get it. But to speak to the non-consensus, I mean, the Cardinals traded up to get Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah, but we don't know that could have been the Bears' first guy too.
Okay. That's all right. That's entirely possible. That's fine. So now, but in that scenario, then they're taking the second guy, whereas.
Let me teach you something I've learned over the years. Whoever they draft, they say was the guy they wanted all along.
Okay.
Yep.
And
rarely is that true.
Exactly.
Unless they have the first pick.
But yeah, I think Skoronski was off their board from the beginning, just based on the length. I think the talent was there, but I think they were like, our emphasis is on length. He's off the board.
Yeah, I don't think they ever were on Skoronski. I mean, from all the little notes that I was hearing. Yeah. Ronetta, what's going on? He wants a.
Well, we gotta wait till the show's over.
Yeah.
We'll be.
He wants to stop the show and have everybody go take a picture right now.
That's. It's not.
Ronetta, we got like 1,000, 1,500 people watching. We can't stop the show right now.
Stop the
after the show?
Yeah, we got you.
After the show.
Yeah.
You know I have.
Yeah. Don't let Carm big time you. We'll do it.
I'm a Leo too. August 11th. Don't play. We're not gonna war. It's all love.
Renetta, I love you. You're the best.
Well, we'll make sure that picture happens. I promise. I mean, we went way over that. I had that happening last night at like 9:30, so that was impressive.
We got lukewarm butter in the looking like Rodney Dangerfield with who got the Ditka jersey. Anything is possible right now as we're getting late on a Friday night. My point that I was trying to make is that Jalen Carter was the consensus #1, and the guy that chose to take it was Howie Roseman.
Yep.
So that dude knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
he's got a pretty good track record.
There's been a few of those picks, right?
Yeah.
Rasheed Rice going to the Chiefs.
Yep. But I think it shows the philosophy that Poles was trying to set. Like, I have to know everything I can know from Justin Fields this year, right? I have to put all the talent around him. I knew it was going to be out.
Who was in that super chat talking about Ricky Stromberg? You just got taken by the Commanders.
Oh,
there you go, Stromberg, road grader.
He gone. Should we talk about? We have a kicker. Let's go.
What?
Calm down.
Jake Moody from Michigan.
Jake Moody is a pro, dude. I'm telling you, this dude. I mean, 3rd round. That's crazy. Well, it's not crazy. I think he's going to be great. So the 49ers go from our guy Robbie Gould to Jake Moody from Michigan. He can boom it, dude.
Yep.
He's really good.
Robbie Gould, is he retired or is he waiting to see?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think my guess is, he hasn't announced anything. It seemed like when he announced he was leaving the 49ers, he was leaving things open, not like he was retiring.
Yeah.
I imagine he's kind of waiting for a better scenario for his family.
For the Bears?
That might open up.
Doesn't he live here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he lives. Yeah.
He's a season ticket holder for the Bears, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
He's still got a couple more years left in him.
Yeah.
What about that
Just
reunion?
show up to Hallis Hall for training camp. You'll win the job, Robbie.
I don't think you can just show up.
No,
I think you have to be invited.
Good golfer, by the way. Really good.
Oh,
golfer.
yeah. He's basically a scratch golfer.
Exactly.
Right?
He's like 1 or 2, maybe scratch. Yeah. He's
Damn.
sponsored by like Callaway.
Well, you'll get there, Braggs.
He's going to end up kicking for
I'm
the
not a
Lions.
golfer.
Probably.
He's going to go indoor Detroit. They're going to get rid of Badgley, and Gold's going to be tormenting us for 1 more year.
Braggs, you would love golf. Couple cockies.
No,
the ball.
I have no patience, so golf doesn't work for me.
He's just a bad athlete too, Woot. You got to remember that.
All right, you're
Did
gonna
you see the
find
Paris
out.
Johnson drill?
Oh,
I did.
It looked perfect. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what is this?
I thought Braggs should have gone first round.
Claims he can swim. He's a good swimmer.
Will's like, oh, hey, can you hop on so you guys can roast me? Is that what this is? Is that
Pretty
what
much.
this is? Get it in?
Well,
Pretty much.
Will was the one roasting everyone.
Yeah.
Will
So
did. Will
Will
completely
was the roaster.
cooked me. Will cooked me earlier. It was bad.
Should we talk about some guys still left on the board here?
Yeah, I just would like to make a request to people that are listening. Anybody who leaves the party, if they can just come and say goodbye to me before they go, I'd appreciate it. I've gotten attached to everybody here at Joe's on Weed the last 2 days. And People are just walking out, and I want a formal goodbye.
All right.
Don't ghost me.
Top of the board, number 23, still crazy. Adetomo Adeboye, which at this point you start to wonder about
gotta be medical.
which you brought up. I mean, it's just sometimes that happens, and we don't have all the information on that. DeJuan Jones,
That's surprising.
the guy that had such a good day at first practice at Senior Bowl,
Yeah.
he sat out the rest of the week.
Yeah.
He kind of rested on that good day, and I didn't like it at the time, and I wonder how teams felt about it because he's still available.
If they question him, because he's about 350, 360, maybe even more than that. That's what they list him at. So I've heard weight is a concern, to be able to carry that much weight on your back, on your knees, on your joints. The athleticism is there, the talent's there, but I wonder if somebody will pull the trigger by the end of this 3rd round for him.
Unless I missed, did he go at some point? I don't think so. But
Are people saying you went?
I'm just not seeing him on.
No, he's still available.
I think he's still available.
They have him listed at 374. So
He's big, but he moves at that.
he does move, but
Yeah.
over time, to be able to carry that much weight and not have any injuries on your back, your joints, it's a lot of weight right there.
Yep. All right.
Luke Whippler, the center, got a chance to talk to him at the Combine. Really liked his attitude. He's still available. Guy you get in the 4th, 5th round. I mean, I'd take a flyer on that.
Yeah, he don't think he made our top 100. Next up on our list, still available, Darius Rush at 37. Clark Phillips from Utah is still there. Another guy. These were guys we had 2nd-round grades on. Tyler Scott, very fast, deep ball threat. I think would be a perfect fit with Justin Fields, by the way, if he's still available there with the Bears' next pick. Keely Ringo, the corner, still available. But a lot of these are positions that have already been addressed, right? So,
Ringo's being listed by ESPN as the best player on the board right now.
Okay, I believe it. Cam Mitchell from Northwestern still there.
Yep.
Love Cam Mitchell. Not going to be a Bear, but love Cam Mitchell.
Right. If you're going to go interior offensive line, I believe Chandler Zavala is still available. He had some medical issues, though, so I'm not surprised to see him
He is still out there.
still on the board. But he had back surgery, which needs to be checked out. He's also 24 years old.
Yep.
But that's a guard who I think can come in and play if you want to go that route. Nick Herbig from Wisconsin, if you want to go linebacker, still on the board. And I think as Isaiah McGuire, your guy, is still there.
Yep. What about KJ Henry from Clemson?
I think he's still available.
Yep. I like him too in the later rounds. That would be a pretty good pick there if maybe get McGuire and him. He really flashed at times with his pass rush, his effort, his motor. I wouldn't mind him in the later rounds.
What about my guy, Deuce Vaughn, who led all of college football in all-purpose yards, 5'5" out of K-State. Come on, Woot.
I think
Give me the
I
gadget.
think the running back position's good right now.
But for somebody.
yeah, for somebody.
No, Carm. You want him for the Bears.
You want him for the Bears.
I do. I want him for the Bears. What do you mean?
He wants Darren Sproles 2.0.
Our running back. We got room for a
I would take
playmaker.
Darren Sproles 2.0. Oh, Trey Tucker off the board, my guy from Cincinnati, to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Another small, quick guy who's fast. So that was another one of the guys I liked out of Cincinnati, Trey Tucker. But Tyler Scott is still available.
2 picks left in the 3rd round. We're on after all the rounds are selected tomorrow and the press conferences too. So roughly,
it'll probably be an evening pod tomorrow.
Nice evening pod, pre-dinner pod.
I like it.
Little pre-dinner, going to dinner with the cousin. Me and cousin Jay. Yes, we're gonna celebrate.
Does the cousin know that's a very fluid situation?
I don't think he realizes the fluidity of it, and neither did I.
I only told you that 17 times.
Well, I just didn't do the math on it, and don't you worry about my dinner. I'll take care of my fluidities.
Whoa.
Yeah, couple cockies, fluidity.
We got all.
You worry about the fluidity of Carm's cockies.
No, I don't worry about that.
Friday night.
Hey, guys.
Evan night, yes.
Did I miss anything over the last half hour?
Yeah, where'd you go?
I don't know. I was just mingling with the crowd.
Yeah.
You know.
Mingling.
That's all you were doing?
Big
We got attacked by a bear while you were gone.
No.
Yeah, we did.
Naked bear.
Wow.
It was naked.
Naked.
You know, true story, I like to
True story.
tell you what I know about life, Lawrence. And
Yeah.
this is a true story. The Kane County Cougars are looking for a part-time mascot.
This is the second time you brought this up on the show.
Not the
Well, that's to
mascot.
me, though.
The other one was something
A
else.
PA announcer,
Yeah,
which you interrupted our thought. Whatever. I think we were like breaking down like defensive tackles.
Yeah.
You stopped the show to announce that the Kane County Cougars had a job opening.
I thought it was important.
We got one last pick, right? Is this it? Vikings on the clock here?
Adam, were you on
done
when
here?
the Lions selected Hendon Hooker?
I
Because
was
I feel
not,
like
no.
you weren't, and you've been big on Hendon Hooker,
Yeah.
and now he's in the division. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
You're a big Hendon Hooker.
I like the swing. I think it's a good move for them. They got to do something with Jared Goff. I can only imagine Jared Goff being there for one more year, at least being the clear-cut starter. And quite frankly, if he starts to struggle this year, I think there'll be some pressure to put Hendon Hooker in.
Yeah.
Remember, Hendon Hooker's 25.
Yeah.
You know, so you're gonna have to start the clock on that one sooner than you might like for a 3rd-round pick. But I like the pick.
I like it too. Because you got flexibility there. He can learn for a year or two, right? If Jared Goff has a lights-out season this year, then you have him back for another year. He learns behind it for 2 years, really understands the offense, learns how to develop. So I really like that pick by Detroit.
So
yes. We're done with the 3rd round.
It's all over?
Oh, I haven't seen the Vikings pick. Do you have
I mean,
it?
they're talking on. They're about to say it out loud. I don't know. I'm just watching the screen.
Trey Tucker to the Raiders, the wide receiver Cameron Latu, the tight end from Bama to the Niners, and the Vikings.
I don't know. There's a whole big to-do about it. Just put it on the screen. Come on, everyone.
This guy's got to go up there and make speeches.
Yeah. And with the final selection on day 2, the Vikings select. Here's a 40-minute dissertation on Mekhi Blackman of USC.
Okay. All right, so
corner.
Adibare 103. Let's go to start the Bang Bang tomorrow.
Let's do it.
The bang bang.
Let's have some competition in there.
I want to do some math real quick. 1,
Iron
2,
sharpens
3,
iron.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19,
That's
20,
just counting.
21, 22, 23, 24. 24 players from our Bears 100 still left at pick 102.
Oh, boy.
Either we're really good at this and they all suck, or we suck.
Well, again, though, quarterbacks weren't on the Bears 100.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of positions we didn't need weren't there. So
Well, and by the way, I'm just making a joke. All these teams' boards look different.
It's a crapshoot every draft, right?
They all do. But I just wanted to point out, about a quarter of our 100 still available as the Bears now have the first pick tomorrow night.
Let's go.
The Bears are on the clock.
The Bears are on the clock
for 12, about 13 hours.
Defensive end.
Hey, everybody, the Bears are on the clock. For tomorrow.
Why would you do that?
Cheap pop.
Can't we just have the pick now?
It's like the old wrestling, cheap pop.
Who's going for the overnighter? Overnighter. Let's all stay here.
No chance. I'm going to bed.
No, we're going to bed. But hey, we will see everyone tomorrow, of course. Not here. You could stay here, but we're not.
No.
We'll be on after round 7 ends.
I do, before we leave, want to give a shout out to Joe's. Joe's has been awesome. We appreciate the hospitality of the last 2 nights.
Yes.
Goose Island, we thank you for sponsoring this. James and Sons as well, proud sponsor of our draft coverage this week. All the people that have been out here the last 2 nights, these Bears fans have been awesome.
Great job, everyone.
We could not do this without your support, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Bears fans.
And Bears have a lot more picks tomorrow. Lawrence is toasting with his Goose 312.
Got a toast to the Goose.
Bears first pick tomorrow unless they trade it. Toast to all the Bears fans.
Cheers. Everybody put up your cockies.
Get those cockies up.
What a great one.
Bear
Cocky for the road.
Chicago Bears.
We've reached that point.
Make every play, clear the way to victory. Bear down, Chicago Bears. Put up a fight with your might
So fearlessly, we'll never forget the way we thrilled the nation with your T formation. Bear down, Chicago Bears, and let them know what you're wearing the crown. You're the pride and joy of Illinois, Chicago Bears. Bear down.